She takes a step away from me, lifts a hand in the air, and starts shimmying back and forth like her body was made for music. Her hips are swinging with chords and notes, her smile full of lyrics. She closes her eyes and gets lost in the vibrations. I'm a grown woman, Gabe. Let me have this one night. Her cup sloshes with rum as she holds it high above her head and flips her hair back. A hand scrubs down my face, a knees weaving with acceptance. She's right, of course. She's 23 years old and deserves to shed her turmoil for a night of fun. I'd be a giant hypocrite to stop her, considering I'm on my third beer. The problem is, I'm a hypocrite in love, and the lovesick part of me knows this night can only end in more turmoil. Oliver's buzzed. An hour has rolled by, the sky darkening to dusk, and my stepbrother is slouched beside me on the couch, trying to be philosophical. What if the only reason we cannot pass through mirrors is because our own reflection is stopping us? I sigh. Part of me wishes I was still drinking, but I tossed my last beer the moment I realized I was going to be on Tabitha duty tonight. We couldn't both be intoxicated. I need to keep an eye on her, make sure she's okay. It's perplexing to me. Life is perplexing. I agree mindlessly. So are mirrors. Perhaps it's a metaphor for every hindrance we endure in life. We, ourselves, are the only thing standing in the way of achieving true greatness. Oliver's eyes narrow, deep in thought. Perhaps. Sweeping a hand through my humid, damp hair, I lean forward and watch as Tabitha and Sydney stand a few feet apart in the kitchen and toss Cheetos into each other's mouths. They haven't succeeded yet, so my floor looks like a lava pit of flaming hot Cheeto failures. Darius strolls over in my periphery and collapses beside me. You look positively sober, Mason, he notes, knocking his knee against mine like I'm being scolded. Very unlike you. I guess I'm not feeling it tonight. My eyes are still locked on Tabitha as she doubles over with laughter when a Cheeto bounces off her forehead and gets tangled in her hair on the way down. More important things on my mind. Ah, he says, nodding slowly, his own eyes finding the source of my distraction. Can't blame you there. That girl's a 10. He glances at me. You hit that yet? My skin feels itchy. Darius and I used to talk about women and hookups all the time, but lowering Tabitha to the same meaningless category feels wrong somehow. I shake my head, jaw tensing. It's different with her. I want more than that. I hear you, man. Some women make you want to leave all that bullshit behind and never look back, you know? He sighs, getting more comfortable as he dangles a beer between his thighs. Thought Lexi was the one. I felt it. I should have given her a ring. Tabitha drags Sydney out to the center of the living room when a new song comes on. It's one of Sid's moody 90s songs. They start dancing in front of us, arms raised high, swaying in slow motion as their bodies move suggestively with rhythm. The star ring glints off my ceiling light. She's still wearing that fucking ring and I have no idea why. So, give her a ring, I mutter, sparing Darius a quick glance as he watches the girls dance. Why not? He purses his lips. Too late for that. Nah. My eyes slide back to Tabitha. Time is relative. Action is what matters. People don't remember how long it takes for you to do the thing. They just remember if you do it or if you don't. Oliver perks up beside me, half listening. Pragmatic of you, Gabe. He discards his empty cup and stands from the couch. After considering your sound advice, I'll be taking Sid home now to partake in an assortment of things. I watch as he strolls over to Sydney and whispers something in her ear that makes her eyes pop. A mischievous smile floods her face. Less than 5 seconds later, they're racing out my front door, shouting a hurried goodbye before the door slams shut. She didn't even grab her phone. Darius chuckles. On that note, I got a girl to try to win back. You good? I'm good. He pulls out a cell phone and disappears onto my patio. I hardly notice. I'm still watching Tabitha's hips sashay back and forth, seemingly unaware that her dance partner has just ditched her. She flicks her fingers through her hair, holding the dark ribbons out of her face, then turns toward me. Her gaze glows with heated interest. a stark contrast to the shadows I normally see swirling in those light brown eyes. I freeze up when she heads my way, tipsy, but full of purpose, emboldened. She holds out her hand and reaches for me. My heart stumbles over logical thought as I rise to my feet and reach right back. Our hands clasp together. She tugs me forward, back to the center of the living room, while the song continues to play. Falling for You by Jem. Painfully appropriate. Hi. She spins around to face me, simultaneously tugging at my arms and wrapping them around her midsection until I'm holding her, moving as one. Dance with me. Fire drenches my veins. Reason flies out the window as she wriggles against me, our bodies flush. All I can think about is how her hand felt wrapped around my dick, stroking me. How it felt when she slid me against her heat and tried to push me inside of her. I have no idea how I scrounged up even an ounce of willpower to stop it from happening. Tabitha twists around, holding my arms in place as she grinds against me, her back to my chest. My lips drop to the top of her head, eyes closing as I breathe in her flowery scent, my hips moving with hers and my hands playing across her stomach. She interlocks her fingers and lifts both our arms, taking mine with her. I inhale sharply, leaning into her even more, my face lowering to the side of her neck. My fingers trail down the length of her forearms in a slow-motion seduction as my mouth finds her ear. I nip the lobe with my teeth, out of instinct, out of madness, and she lets out a breathy gasp and arches into me. I groan when she presses her ass into my erection. I let my hands trail lower down her arms to her elbows until they're sweeping across her slim waist and curling around her hips. That same madness has me tugging her to me, grinding her against my hard cock. Fuck. I need to stop. Tabs. It's a ragged whisper, a tortured plea. She ignores me and keeps grinding, keeps moving those hips as the song dies out. We're practically dry humping each other in my living room in front of all my friends, but she doesn't seem to care. Somehow, I don't either. You're driving me crazy, I murmur, my forehead falling to her shoulder as my grip on her tightens. This is the third time we've danced together. The first time was playful and fun. The second time was full of sweetness, and this time? This time feels like annihilation with a side of blue balls. Finally, she pulls away and spins back around to face me. Her cheeks are flush pink, her hair mussed, eyes half-lidded. My hands are still all over her, my fingertips sneaking up the back of her ombre V-neck tank top. She says nothing. Instead, she takes me by my hand and pulls me from the living room. Blindly, I follow, knowing it's a mistake, knowing how the storyline plays out. Tabitha guides me down the hallway to my bedroom like a fallen temptress, her sheaths of black hair swinging back and forth with confidence. The second we're in my darkened room, she shuts the door behind us, locks it, and flies at me. I'm frozen with weakness, helpless against my need for her, swallowed whole by love and hope. Her hands cup my face, pulling it down to hers until our mouths crash together. I moan. She moans. The sound of her desire sends electrical currents through me. Her mouth opens wider, her tongue clumsy as it fills my mouth with needy strokes. Warm, slick heat invades me, tasting like pineapples and coconuts. My own hands grip her face, fingers braiding through her hair while our tongues tangle and twist, faces angling side to side, trying to get deeper. Moans escalate. Hands search and tug through the shadows. Pressing closer, she grinds herself against my thigh, seeking friction between her legs. Her moans turn into whimpers, almost like she could come like this. I wonder how long it's been since she's had an orgasm. I wonder if she ever touches herself, thinks of me. Fuck, stop. No, god damn it. I have to stop this. I need to. Before I can speak, Tabitha drops to her knees in front of me, her face level with my groin. I watch, rooted to the floor, as her shaky fingers slide up my denim-clad thighs and start unhooking my belt buckle. Her hand brushes over my throbbing erection and I nearly collapse. Jesus Christ. I debate letting her. Shamefully, I consider it. Almost every fiber of my being longs to slide my cock between her lips and finally feel what I've been craving for 9 torturous months. Almost. She tugs my zipper down. And somehow I find that micro pocket of willpower again and grab a hold of it, pulling her to her feet by the shoulders. Bee-stung lips stare back at me, glistening with hot kisses. Her eyelids flutter as her balance wobbles from the liquor, her long black lashes tickling her brows. Blinking slowly, drowsy with lust. Those brows dip into a confused frown. Why are you stopping? She teeters from foot to foot, and I know this is the right thing to do. I blow out a breath, forcing back the debilitating need, and look her in the eyes. Tabs. We can't. Her gaze is still a cloud of bewilderment as my words register. Then her eyes narrow, the confusion morphing into frustration. You're rejecting me again. I'm not rejecting you. I'm rejecting the shitty timing. You're intoxicated. Barely. I know where I am, who I'm with. My teeth gnash together. And who are you with? She frowns. What? Who are you with? I slam my palm against my chest, desperate to know how she sees me. Who am I to you? Who do you see? Does she see a friend? A sad puppy dog trailing her heels, waiting for meager scraps? Does she see a poor imitation of the man she once loved? A backup plan? Tabitha wrenches herself from my grip, stepping away from me. I see a man who claims to want me, yet consistently turns me down. It doesn't make any sense. You know that's not true. Prove it. She takes another step backward and yanks her tank top over her head in one fluid motion. Before I can blink, she unhooks her bra from behind and lets it fall to the floor at her feet. She stands before me, brightened by the light of the moon, close to bare. I can't help my gaze from lowering to her perfect breasts. Rosy pink nipples tightly beaded, flat belly, tiny waist, and a scar I've never seen before. 2 letters carved into pale skin along the upper center part of her abdomen. F.H. I lose my breath, my gaze skating back up. My brows pulled together with pain for her. Her chest is heaving, fists balling at her sides. You're repulsed by me. Admit it, she says. I'm too skinny, too pale, too picked over. Her cheeks are stained crimson, more from anger than from lust. The alcohol breathes fire on her tongue, fueling her words. It's like opening up your bank account and seeing insufficient funds. What the fuck? She can't think that. She can't possibly believe those heinous lies about herself. No. I shake my head dumbfounded. Christ, no. You're the sexiest thing I've ever seen. You're perfect. I want you more than I've ever wanted anything else, but not nearly as much as I want for it to be the right timing, the right circumstances. That timing isn't when you're drunk and breaking down in front of me. I'm breaking down because I've offered myself to you twice. She shoots back. And you've said no, both times. You've turned me away. Guilt nips at my ankles like a goddamn pest. It's not because I don't want you, Tabitha. I want this, she begs, tears filling her eyes. I need this. This. Again, she says, this. Not me. This isn't about me. This is about exploring her sexuality, about rediscovering herself, and maybe I could get behind that if things were different. Hell, what guy wouldn't? Maybe in a different reality I'd be willing to be that guy. The guy she's chosen to reawaken the buried sexual side of her. But I can't be him. Not with her. Not with this woman who my heart is fully, cripplingly invested in. They say that self-preservation is the first law of nature, and I'm clinging to it with everything I have left. I steeple my hands at my chin and let out a deep breath. I'm trying, Tabs. I'm trying to be a good person, do the right thing, I tell her, pleading with her to understand. But it feels like I can't win here. If I say yes, I'll hate myself. If I say no, you'll think I'm rejecting you. You are rejecting me. It's a blowjob, Gabe. What man wouldn't want that? My eyebrows arched to my hairline. Really? You think I don't want it? Come on. I throw my hands up at my sides. I don't want it like this. You've been drinking. You have a history of sexual assault and a fuck ton of trauma. I'm not taking advantage of you. Maybe I want you to. My jaw ticks. If you wake up tomorrow sober and decide you still want to do this with me, then yeah, I'm more than willing to oblige. Of course I am, but not now. Not like this. Fine, she bites out, bending over to retrieve her top. When she pops back up, she bares her teeth and adds, I'll find someone who will. My heart shatters, implodes. Her eyes flare, horror claiming her face. It's just a breathy whisper, a single syllable of pain. Are you serious? She squeezes the fabric of her tank top, knuckles turning white as she holds it up to her chest. Her head swings back and forth as she gapes at me, unblinking, stunned, silent. We stare at each other through the dimly lit room as the ashes of my heart thicken my blood with black tar. Fine, I grind out. Go. She cups a hand over her mouth, still shaking her head. I'm sorry. I turn away and stare out the window. Please just go. Cape, I'm so... With my back to her, I point a finger at the door. Go, damn it. Pulverize my fucking heart. My voice lowers to a rot whisper. Just get it over with. She crumbles behind me. I hear the snap, the break. The sound of her heartache spins me in place until I'm looking at her, seeing how much she regrets saying that. Painful tears twist up her features before she runs into my arms and collapses against me, her tank top fluttering back to the floor. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, Gabe. I'm so sorry. She cries, dampening my shirt. Forgive me. I didn't mean it. Her arms coil around me, locking behind my back like she can't bear to let me slip from her clutches. My own arms dangle at my sides, steeped in defeat. I'm at a loss, a crossroads. Hold me, she murmurs helplessly. Please hold me. Not willing to wait, she tugs my arms up and forces them around her. Damn it. I can't help but hold her. I can't help but gather her in my defeated fucking arms and squeeze her to me closer than ever and bury my face into her shoulder. I'm trying to do everything right, Tabs. I'm really trying. You're doing everything right, she says, choking on her sobs. I'm the one broken. I'm the one hurting you. Please. Please don't hate me. I don't hate you. I could never hate you. I stroke her hair and press a kiss to the curve of her neck. It's okay. It's not okay. I can't believe I said something so horrible to you. She sniffles. I would never do that. I swear there's no one else I want. No one else who makes me feel the way you make me feel. Slowly, warily, my heart pieces itself back together inside my chest. I think of her scar. I think of all her scars. I am trying, but she's trying too. She's trying so hard to heal, to keep fighting, to overcome the worst possible thing a human being could go through. I was right about one thing. This isn't about me. None of this is about me. I don't let myself think and fall to my knees at her feet, my hands gliding down her waist and tugging her to me. She gasps, reaching for my shoulders. Her whole body trembles with tears, regret, uncertainty, unfulfilled desire. Closing my eyes, I curl my fingers around her hips and press my lips to the jagged scar above her stomach. Tell me what he did, I murmur. Tell me what he did to you, baby. I feel her shiver. Her stomach heaves with labored breaths against my face as I press more kisses to the cruelly carved letters, nuzzling them with my nose. Tell me. He carved initials into me with a pocket knife. He branded me making me his. Jesus. I can't even begin to fathom what she went through, how she suffered. Fuck. I exhale, my breath feathering against her skin. You're not his. You don't belong to anybody. She's still trembling in my arms, her nails digging into my shoulders. I hardly felt it. It's like I wasn't even there. You're safe now. Pressing my cheek to her concave belly, I feel her fingers move to my hair and sift through the strands. I promise. She sighs. Hold me, Gabe. That's all it takes. I straighten from the floor and bend down, lifting her up by the thighs, and carry her over to my bed. We collapse onto the mattress, wholly entwined. She's still shirtless, still shivering. Her bare chest is flush against me, legs wrapped around my hips. I pepper kisses to her collarbone, her neck, her jaw. I tamp down the flickering of desire funneling through me and focus on keeping her warm, protected, and safe. Loved. Do you forgive me? She whispers gently, her lips grazing my collar. I nod, squeezing her. There's nothing to forgive. My reply has her relaxing in my arms, becoming weightless, warm, at peace. Party noise seeps in from the other side of my house, but I drown it out, only listening to her perfectly timed breaths, only feeling her heartbeats vibrating with mine. And with the stars as our nightlight, she finally gives me an answer. I see you, Gabe, she murmurs on a sleep-laced breath. I only see you.
Chapter 23. Tabitha. I still have a pounding headache when I sit down with Evan the next morning, graciously accepting the hot coffee he provides me. My eyelids feel like paperweights every time I blink. I had a quick video call with Hope on Evan's front stoop, and even my toddler wondered, Mama sick? Something like that, I told her. Heartsick, homesick, lovesick, mostly rum sick. Rough night? A shadow of a smirk finds me across the desk as Evan clicks something on the laptop and the printer purrs to life. It appears to be a news article with a black and white photo attached. You look like you just discovered what vodka does. My lips purse. Pineapple Malibu, actually. I chuckle lightly, embarrassment tinging my cheeks. Then I cock my head with curiosity. I'm impressed you were able to differentiate a hangover from my perpetual state of exhaustion. I'm a writer. We know all. He leans back and pulls the pages from the printer. Just kidding. We actually know jack shit and are heavily reliant on private, untraceable search engines and making things up while hoping nobody notices. Evan's attention skims over the article, brows furrowing, as he adds, However, your car never left my driveway last night, and you're wearing the same outfit you wore yesterday, so I suspected you made it to Gabe's party. I slouched back in the rolling chair and tilted side to side with my feet, wallowing in my terrible choices. Truthfully, I hadn't even realized I'd forgotten my car at Evan's until I left Gabe's house this morning. I'd raced out of that interview so fast, I'm surprised I even remembered left from right. And then I raced out Gabe's front door this morning when my post-drunken tirade exploded in my mind, ricocheting through me like a bad dream. In the harsh light of day, with a sober mind, humiliation warmed my skin. I quickly scuttered off the bed in search of my tank top while Gabe slept soundly beside me, still fully clothed. He held me all night. He held me in his arms, despite my cruelty, despite my unkind words and false assumptions. The alcohol had clouded my rational thought, and all I could see was him not wanting me. I had it all wrong, though. I was so wrapped up in my physical insecurities, I was missing the big picture, the thing that really mattered. Gabe wants more than just my body. He wants my heart. And I punished him for wanting the most precious thing I own, I penalized his patience, cut him down for his unwavering commitment. Then I abandoned him this morning like a coward, leaving him with nothing but a note. I do see you, Gabe. I see you so very clearly. But I see me, too, and I don't like what I'm seeing right now. Forgive me. For everything. Tabs. I then dragged myself to Evans for our scheduled 9 a.m. meeting, determined to get as much interview time in before I head back to work tomorrow. Gabe sent me a text a few minutes later, likely stirred awake by my hasty departure. Gabe, your note sounded an awful lot like goodbye. Please tell me I'm wrong. I haven't responded yet. I have a lunch date with Cora this afternoon, and I plan to pick her brain on the subject of post-abduction romance, hopeful of gaining some new insight into where to go from here. I'm a mess. Twirling my thumbs, I offer Evan a look of apology. Sorry about the car, I mutter. I hope I didn't block you in. Nope. That would imply I have a social life, which is debatable these days. He lifts his eyes to me, then sets the loose pages on the desk, spinning them around to face me. Do you recognize this woman? I glance down. Ice inhabits my veins, the coffee freezing on my tongue. I look away from the photograph and nod. Yes, it's a picture of Earl Hubbard's mother. She's pregnant in the photo, seemingly far along. According to a rigorous police investigation, the image was taken shortly before she was beaten to death, prompting a premature delivery. The baby didn't make it. The easy humor in the air chills, too, as Evan taps his index finger on the article, his smile dimming. I've been digging into the case, wondering about the whys. What turns men into monsters? What fuels them? What makes them tick? What motivates them to commit these heinous crimes? Leaning back in his chair, he folds his arms across his chest and studies me. I couldn't find anything connecting the couples. His selection seemed to be random, based solely around the relationship dynamic between the man and the woman. Specifically, he abducted two people with zero romantic involvement. It was part of the thrill, establishing a connection between the victims and then watching them suffer when he ended their lives. He pauses. One thing stood out, though. My muscles tense up as my knees bob up and down. What's that? Every female victim before and after you had blonde hair. I blink, processing his words. I didn't know that, but then again, I didn't want to know anything about the other victims, the ones who didn't make it, the ones who succumbed to that basement. It's been hard enough grieving the man I lost. Getting to know the others felt like too much for me to carry when I was already bearing an unfathomable amount of weight. Swallowing, I glanced down at my tightly fisted hands resting in my lap, the nails leaving little half-moon prints on my palms. That's interesting. It's telling, he says. I think Earl Hubbard had a type, but it's not because he had a fixation on blondes, per se. It's because he had a trigger with brunettes, women with dark hair and light skin. His head dips thoughtfully, focus returning to the photo. Women who reminded him of his mother? He poses it as a question, the inflection lifting at the end. I suddenly feel trapped, caged, chained. This new direction makes me uneasy. He hardly knew his mother, I state. She died when he was only 6 years old. Evan runs the tip of his tongue along his upper lip, studying me, working through his thoughts. Valid. I guess I'm trying to find logic in the way a psychopath's mind works, which is about as productive as my daughter on summer break. He sends me a smile and inches forward, elbows on the desk. Anyway, are you okay to continue today? I know you had a rough night. Straightening, I let out a breath and try to get more comfortable. I'm okay, unless you have other things you need to do. I don't mean to commandeer your Saturday. Nothing major, just a diabolical revenge scheme I'm concocting against my mortal enemy, but it can wait. He winks at me. For a book, of course. Of course. I clear my throat and offer a laugh. I'll make sure to read that one when you're finished. He presses record on the tape recorder. Whenever you're ready, he says. Take your time. I zone out into the past, picturing gray walls, buckets of rain pouring down outside the window, and the smell of mildew mingling with coppery old blood. Matthew's face forms in my mind's eye, his battered, swollen face. My heart pounds, hands shake. Releasing another slow breath, I slip away, and I pray I return. 2 years earlier. The man didn't touch me for 3 days, and on that third day, when drizzle beat against the lone window, I wondered if he'd had his fill of me. Perhaps he realized we'd suffered enough and he was working on a way to set us free. The idyllic, hopeful part of me pretended he had developed a conscience in the span of 72 hours. After all, he was still feeding us, giving us bathroom breaks and palmfuls of water. It was as if we were dying flowers in the dead of winter, and he was giving us just enough to hold on to the promise of spring. Matthew stared at me from across the cellar as the sound of raindrops echoed throughout the hollow space. He'd managed to pull himself into a sitting position as he leaned back against the pole. It killed me that he could hardly keep his head up. His face was terribly wrecked, bruised and broken, painted in deep gashes and slow-healing wounds. But he was still hanging on, still waiting for spring, while the snow tumbled down and tried to bury him in frost. You always wear that ring and that watch, I said aloud. My words thundered between us as I recalled the tungsten band around his right ring finger and the antique-looking watch around his wrist. I'd been curious about them, wondering if they had sentiment. Do they mean something to you? We hadn't done much conversing due to Matthew's condition. He hadn't been able to speak at all during those first 24 hours post-attack. I'd offered one-sided conversations, hummed a few songs that reverberated like a dirge, but mostly, I'd watched him. I'd watched him slip in and out of consciousness as he clung to life, knowing he didn't have much life left to cling to. Rain poured down on the other side of the window. The drizzle turned angry, rattling the glass pane across from me. They were my grandfather's, Matthew said, voice strained. He passed away last year. Immediately, I felt terrible for bringing attention to a painful topic, as if he needed any more misery. I'm so sorry. It's all right. Inhaling a ragged breath, he raised his head as much as he could. My grandfather, he was my role model. He taught me a lot. How to drive, how to fly an airplane, how to love with no conditions. He swallowed, gathering more words, gathering more breath. He met my grandmother at war, Vietnam. She was a nurse. She tended to him once, a flesh wound, and he fell in love. Told me she had eyes like a perfect spring sky, the ideal sky for flying. She had no interest in him at first, but he was persistent, a bit of a comedian. He won her over with laughter and jokes. It took months, but he didn't let up. That's so romantic. I drifted away, imagining his grandparents in their youth, envisioning a simpler time. Now I knew where Matthew got his beautiful blue eyes. They were married? Eventually, yes, he murmured. First, she got injured. Enemy rocket fire. Oh, I gasped. How awful. We don't have to talk about it. I don't mind. Matthew winced as he tried to straighten, lift up. She survived, despite losing an arm. I think it made him love her more. He said to me once,
He had less to hold, but no less to cherish. He took care of her, worshipped her.
A smile crested, a marvel of a thing.
My grandfather always told me his greatest effort in life was not the war he fought. It was the battle to win my grandmother's heart.
My own whittled-down heart burst back to life, my blood pumping with vitality. I sniffled, emotion clogging my throat, tightening my chest.
On his deathbed, he gave me his wedding ring to symbolize love, and his watch as a token of luck. The watch was special to him. It brought him good fortune at war, he said.
Smiling at the sentiment, I murmured, "A ring for love and a watch for luck."
Yes.
He offered a tiny smile back.
There was a Chinese philosopher I studied deeply when I was in college,
Matthew continued, hardly able to catch his breath between words.
Confucius. One of his quotes has always stayed with me.
His gaze found mine across the dreary space and held tight.
I had the passage engraved into that ring.
My eyes watered, glazing over like the rain-laden window. What is the quote?
It says,
the basement door plowed open. No, not now. Not ever, but please not now. The man whistled as he stomped toward us, tearing, ripping, shredding our perfect moment like a twister funneling through a peaceful town. Downed trees, broken buildings, my heart in dust-tossed tatters. He appeared almost rejuvenated.
Morning, kitten,
he purred with menace. He hadn't called me kitten in days, but it seemed the nickname had returned. I didn't have the strength to pretend today. I didn't have the will, and I certainly didn't have the heart. Tatters could only do so much. I stared at him, eyes glazed and blank.
I need to watch today.
A grin curled as he swerved over to Matthew and hauled him upright by the front of his sweater.
Come on, dog.
Free from his chains, Matthew could hardly maintain his balance. The man dragged him across the room and thrust him toward me, while Matthew's legs tripped and stumbled, both of his hands catching on the pole above my head to keep us from colliding. The man backed away quickly, pistol pointed in our direction. He didn't come near me, didn't touch me, hardly looked at me.
You know the drill, mutt.
I looked at Matthew. Crusted, dried blood riddled his handsome face. One eye was swollen shut, the other half-lidded, and his bottom lip was split wide open. He was masked in bruises and partially opened wounds. All I wanted to do was heal him, take care of him, but I wasn't even allowed to touch him. I pumped my fingers into fists, digging my long, brittle nails into the heel of my palms. A sense of panic overtook me as my mind punished my body for being unable to do the one thing it wanted more than anything. Matthew lowered both trembling hands to cup my face, his touch the antidote to my brewing panic attack. It was a small comfort when there was otherwise none.
You're so beautiful.
He inhaled wheezy breaths that resembled high-pitched gasps, like a lung had been punctured.
You're the only thing keeping me going. I live for these fleeting moments, when I can see you, touch you.
Yes, me too. Don't stop touching me, I begged him. Show me you're here, that you're still alive. The one eye I could see glistened, as if what I'd said was painful. Matthew. His name fell out in hopeless syllables. Kiss me. His fingers were calloused and dirty as they cradled my jaw in a tender grasp. Moving in to kiss me, his other hand dropped from my face and reached behind me, finding my chained wrists. He laced our fingers together, allowing me the sensation of touch, giving me a tiny piece of what I craved. I cried out through the kiss, the moan parting my lips and inviting his tongue inside. He was still warm, still wet. It was proof of life in the sweetest form. I squeezed our palms together as much as I could, my hands twisted awkwardly, yet tingling with relief. It was the third time he'd been forced to make love to me. I called it making love because that was what it felt like. That was what it would have been if there were no cement walls, no guns pointed at our heads, and no curious rats watching us from the shadows while a madman got off on our imminent death. My thoughts were a slow-moving carousel as Matthew lifted my t-shirt and fumbled with his zipper. He entered me slowly. Everything was slow, an unhurried, dreamlike haze, partly to savor our few moments of reprieve, and partly because Matthew had the look of dying in his eyes. He didn't let go of my hand as his opposite hand trailed to my hip, holding me steady. His grip was less firm, less needy. It felt an awful lot like giving up, and the notion had me sobbing through our kiss. Pulling back, he whispered against my lips,
"Don't cry, sweet girl."
Swallowing, his throat bobbed with his own anguish.
"Look out the window. Picture the stars."
I hated the stars. They'd rejected my wishes, mocking them with their carefree shine. I preferred the rain. It fell and wept like I did. Mostly, I preferred the man in front of me, my only tangible sliver of hope. So I looked at him instead. I saw only him instead. Matthew moved inside me, our hands squeezing tight. He leaned forward to brush my tears away with his bruised lips, stealing a little of my life force for himself. I'd give him it all if I could. I'd give him every tear, every breath, every shredded piece of my heart. His face fell to my shoulder as he released, filling me with warmth, giving me his life force, which seemed backward and wholly unfair. I was still crying, unable to keep my tears from falling as he lifted his head ever so slowly. A smile reached his half-open eye, and it twinkled back at me, brighter than any star. Then he moved to unclasp the wristwatch, to pull it over his hand, to place it around my wrist. I quickly shook my head. No, don't. I swallowed. "It's your good luck charm. Please keep it." He paused for a moment, and instead of unlatching the watch, he twisted the tungsten ring off his finger and shoved it into my bound hand. He closed my fingers around the precious piece of jewelry and said,
"For you, for good luck. A keepsake, just in case."
"Hey, time's up," our captor barked.
"Step away from the pretty kitty."
I clutched the ring, holding onto it for dear life, wishing I could hold him, too. Matthew bent to whisper something in my ear just as our captor approached to drag him away. He resisted, clung to me, and then he murmured softly so only I could hear him.
"To rank the effort above the prize may be called love."
Moments later, he was chained to his pole once again, as the man disappeared up the stairs and left us alone with the rain and ghosts. Matthew lay slumped over, drifting out of consciousness, his breathing weak and unsteady. All effort and no prize. I squeezed the little ring in my fist and quietly sobbed. Present day. My lunch date with Cora is a welcome reprieve. We sit across from each other in a two-person booth, munching on croissants and sipping a midday coffee as sunshine filters in through the tall window beside us. I fiddle with the tungsten ring still attached to the chain around my neck. Twirling it aimlessly, I watch as the sunlight catches on the silver and glints like starlight. Cora laughs under her breath as she types something on her phone, her smile broad. I close my hand around the ring, stamping out the false gleam. Is that Dean, I wonder, knowing what that smile implies, knowing who it's meant for? Blushing, she sets her phone down with a love-laced sigh.
Yes.
Her grin widens.
He's in town this weekend. He drives back to Bloomington tomorrow night.
The next sigh she releases is less blissful, more melancholy.
I can't wait for a job transfer to open up. He thinks it'll be soon.
I instantly feel guilty for pulling her away from quality time with her boyfriend who she only sees on weekends. We could have rescheduled, you know. I hope I'm not intruding on your plans. Shaking her head, Cora flicks her hand at me with an air of dismissal.
No way. You're important, too. Besides, Dean and Reed have been meaning to get together for bro time, whatever that consists of. Pretty sure they're counting down the days until football season.
Sounds riveting.
As riveting as me counting down the days to the puppy bowl, I suppose. I bought my dog's jerseys this year. I'm insane.
Giggling, I cup my palms around my hazelnut cappuccino and blow into the mouth hole to counter the steam. Cora reaches for her phone again, smiles, bites her lip a little. And then I pivot, deciding to taint this easygoing conversation with my fears and bottled-up trauma. Can I talk to you about something? I gulp. Something kind of personal?
Of course.
She takes a sip of her iced coffee and glances my way, returning her phone to the tabletop.
Shoot.
My face heats. I'm not sure how to talk about this. It's almost like I'm a teenaged girl again, asking my school friends about sex as we huddle in our sleeping bags and gossip about boys. I'm 23 years old and I feel like a virgin. Tucking my hair behind my ear, I force myself to continue. I've been thinking about sex again lately. My throat burns, catching on the words. With Gabe. She doesn't look surprised. She doesn't look mortified either. I'm the only one with bright red cheeks and the beginning of a rash modeling my chest and collarbone.
Oh, yeah?
All she does is send me a soft look as she fiddles with her straw.
You really care about him.
I do. Nodding, I duck my chin. I've been handling it all wrong, though. I keep rushing to the finish line like I'm trying to prove something to myself, and I don't want it to be like that. I want to enjoy every moment, savor the experience. Embarrassment climbs when those blurry, rum-fueled memories seep into my psyche. I got drunk last night and threw myself at him. Said mean things when he told me he wasn't comfortable with it since I'd been drinking. I sigh, ashamed. I felt rejected, so I accused him of not being attracted to me, which he's never once indicated. He's only ever shown me the exact opposite. Cora's eyes glisten with sympathy as she sets down her coffee. When she leans forward, her long, golden honey hair spills over her shoulders.
That's completely natural. It's not uncommon to carry around misplaced insecurities. It can take years, decades to move past those feelings.
I twist the star ring around my finger, considering her words. He's being so patient with me, Cora, so loving. I'm afraid I'm pushing him away because I can't see past my trauma. I can't see what he sees when he looks at me. Her head tilts to the side thoughtfully.
What do you see?
Someone unworthy of a good man like him. Someone undeserving. I swallow. Someone ugly. She reaches across the table to clasp my hand, a frown twisting her pretty face.
Those are lies. Your self-worth was warped by a fucked-up soulless monster. You are worthy of love. You're worthy of sex and healthy relationships. I promise that's not what Gabe sees. That's not what anybody sees. Tears reflect in her eyes as she squeezes my hand. You've always been worthy, deserving, and beautiful. The fact that you survived that basement is just a testament to those things, a reminder. It only makes you more beautiful. My breath quivers as I hold eye contact.
Do you ever feel that way about yourself after all this time? I think I just want to feel validated, like I'm not alone in feeling this way. Cora says it's normal, but is it? After 2 years? I realize she's had access to better mental health resources and parents who live locally and are fully supportive, but part of me needs to know that she felt like me once, even for a little while, even for a moment. Of course, she answers firmly without question. I still fight those dark thoughts. I absolutely do. What happened to us? It changed us, Tabitha. We can do everything right, take all the recommended steps, utilize every option out there to help us heal. And still, we don't forget. We don't ever go back to the person we used to be. A tear slips from the corner of my eye. I can't help it. I'm going to share something with you that's a little personal. Cora pulls away and sweeps her hair to one side, then tinkers with the flowy sleeve of her blush tunic. When things were bad with Dean, really bad, I asked him to do something I didn't understand at the time, something that made him run the other way because he didn't understand it either. I blink at her, hanging on to every word, squeezing my coffee cup until liquid dribbles out the top. I asked him to tie me up during sex. Oh, my lips part, not expecting that confession. Did he? No, he saw it as a red flag. He thought I was still living in that basement, unable to move on. Flush turns her cheeks pink, staining her tanned skin. At the time, he was right. I was drowning, sinking, and in that moment, it wouldn't have been a healthy route to take. We were too toxic, too codependent. We needed time away from each other, room to heal as individuals before we could ever dive into a thriving relationship. Anyway, as you know, we found our way back to each other when I was in a much better place. I'd brought that moment up to my therapist, and she assured me that my request was completely normal. Sometimes acting out those triggering scenarios are therapeutic for rape victims. It's a way of taking back control and replaying those experiences consensually, on our own terms. Cora worries her lip between her teeth and glances down at the table. Dean understands now. He gets it. And it's only brought us closer together. Curiosity filters through me. I wonder if they do that now. Act out those scenarios. Part of me wants to dig deeper, ask more questions, but I don't want to pry. It feels too intimate. Inhaling a deep breath, Cora offers me a small smile. I think the key to moving forward is learning to love yourself first. That's what I needed to do. That was my breakthrough. The moment you truly believe you are beautiful, sexy, and deserving of sex and love is the moment you'll start believing that other people see that too. My grip on the coffee cup loosens as I consider her advice. Where do I even start? You start small. Baby steps. Pondering that, I glance out the window, my eyes landing on 2 robins teetering on a tree branch. Birds start small. They hatch and they grow, and they flap their wings until those wings are strong enough to fly. It's instinct. It happens when their wings are ready. They never doubt that they will fly one day. They just know. When I glance back at Cora, she's watching me, new thoughts dancing across her face. What is it, I wonder? A sparkle claims her eyes as she reaches for her purse, slurping down the rest of her coffee. I have an idea. Chapter 24. Tabitha. I stare at the brand new lingerie laid out across my bedspread. It's siren red, made of satin and lace. I can't imagine it'll cover much of me, but I suppose that's the point. My stomach pitches, nerves climbing. It feels like I'm about to go deep-sea diving into uncharted waters with half an oxygen tank, which is ridiculous because it's only lingerie. but it feels like another step, and those first few steps are always the hardest. Bending over, I graze my fingertips along the silky fabric, testing the feel of it against my skin. I've never owned real lingerie before. The truth is, I've only ever been intimate with 2 people. The first being my crush on prom night during my senior year of high school, which was awkward and uncomfortable, and only lasted 30 seconds, give or take. The second, of course, was Matthew. He never got to see me in lingerie. Gathering my courage, I unbutton my tie-knot blouse and let it flutter to the floor. My jeans follow, then my undergarments. Soon I'm working my way into the lacy push-up corset, sliding the spaghetti straps over my shoulders. I step into the satin G-string panties that hardly cover anything and make a slow spin toward my full-length mirror hanging on the back of the bedroom door. My eyes fly open at the sight. I pull my dark hair over both shoulders, fluffing it for volume, and twist side to side, admiring the image staring back at me. My breasts aren't as full as they once were, but they're not nothing. My cleavage is ample, especially with the added lift of the corset. My skin is pale, but it's not sickly like I often believe it to be. Against the rich cherry color of the material, my complexion resembles white rose petals blended with red. Something beautiful. A shot of giddiness surges through me. With a wildly beating heart, I move back toward my bed and climb atop the sheets, reaching for my cell phone. I open up the camera and flip the lens around until I'm in the frame. My hand is shaking. My cheeks are so red they almost match the lingerie. The lighting isn't great with my closed blinds and faint lamplight, but it's a baby step. The next step will be bright, natural sunshine highlighting every inch of me. Choking down a breath, I lift the phone and angle it so the majority of my body is visible. I snap a few pictures, look them over, delete all of them, try again. Snap, 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 delete, delete, delete. I close my eyes and center myself, taking more deep breaths. I tell myself I'm pretty, I'm lovable, I'm an irresistible sex pot. If I pretend long enough, maybe I'll grow to believe it. Baby steps. I take a few more photos, all in different poses, and refrain from deleting them this time. Studying each photograph, I try not to pick apart my flaws. My scar is covered by the corset, but the rest of my skin isn't unblemished. I have smaller scars scattered across my flesh, a few moles, a birthmark on my hip bone, and a faded sunburn from the boardwalk that shadows my collarbone in uneven patches. I look past those things and focus on the good parts. A strong heart beats beneath these ribs. My lungs breathe clean air, granting me life. My body isn't supermodel worthy, but it has 2 legs that carry me places, 2 arms that allow me to hold precious things, and 2 eyes that let me look upon the world that was still waiting for me on the other side of those basement walls. I smile. I'm still swiping through the photographs, learning to love every one of them, when my phone dings with a text message. Gabe. Guilt punctures me when I realize I never texted him back this morning. I've left him worried and wondering all day, and allowed him to believe my note was a poor excuse for a goodbye. As if I could ever say goodbye to him. Gabe.
Judging by your radio silence, I'm forced to believe that your note was indeed a goodbye. And, well, I'm here to say, I think you can do better. I'm disappointed. Where's the angst, the breakdown, the tears, the heart-wrenching climax? Our friendship deserves more than a measly note. The fallout needs to be epic, over-dramatic telenovela kind of shit. If we go down in a fiery blaze of glory and barely make it out alive. Don't you agree? Am I wrong?
Somehow, some way, he manages to bring a smile to my face. He could have been angry, could have hurled cruel words at me, could have written me off forever, and it would have been justified. Instead, he makes me smile. I nibble my lip and slide my feet up the mattress, resting my chin between my knees. My thumbs swipe over the keypad with a response. Me. You're absolutely right. What was I thinking? How's this? I type blaze of glory into the GIF bar and proceed to send him an endless string of explosion animations. He starts typing back. Gabe.
Much better, smiley face. Also, I miss you already. Can we undo all that?
Me. I'd love to. He sends back a GIF of the reverse card in Uno. Giggling, I pull up my search engine and save a funny telenovela meme to my phone that says, gasps in Spanish. Then I send it off to Gabe. I'm still grinning like a fool as I lean back against the headboard and set my phone beside me. A few minutes pass by when his reply comes through. I glance at the screen. Gabe. Gabe.
Holy shit.
When his texts register, my brows bend with confusion. I blink. I have no idea why a meme would garner that reaction. Frowning, I pick my phone back up and open our message correspondence all the way. It takes less than 3 seconds for me to discover that I accidentally clicked on 2 photos from my gallery. One being the silly meme. The other... Yep. The other is me in a come-hither position with my boobs spilling out over a corset of red lace, paired with an itty-bitty piece of fabric between my legs that leaves little to the imagination. I freeze. I choke. I teeter on the realm of the afterlife, fairly certain my mortal soul has been summoned by God himself. My hands shake as I attempt damage control. Me. Oh my God. Me. I didn't mean to send that to you. Me. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. The speech bubbles move in time with my sporadic heart rate. All he says is, Gabe.
Fuck.
I send him a string of sobbing emojis because I'm shutting down and can't produce words that even remotely resemble one of the 7,000 known languages in the world. Gabe.
A better man might tell you it's fine and that no harm was done.
I wait for more, my heart thumping irregularly and possibly cracking a rib. His response dots dance and dip, and then more messages come through back to back. Gabe.
But I'm not that man.
Gabe.
It's not fine.
Gabe.
Harm was done.
My limbs are shaking, skin flushed hotter than ever. I brace myself for the final text. Gabe.
Pretty sure you just destroyed me, Tabs.
I chuck my phone across the bedspread, hoping the action will erase the last 30 seconds of my life. It doesn't. The phone just tumbles over the linen sheets and slides off the edge, toppling to the hardwood floor. The sound ricochets through me like a hammer to my dignity. I stare into space for a few moments, debating my next move. Then I scramble to retrieve the fallen phone. Me. I'm mortified. Please erase that from your mind. It never happened. Delete the picture. A beat, and then... Gabe.
Is that what you want?
Of course that's what I pause. I swallow, hold my breath. Is it? Madness churns. Curiosity blooms. My baby steps pick up their pace until I'm running full speed ahead, destination unknown. I click the call icon and bring the cell phone to my ear, hardly feeling sane. Gabe picks up on the first ring.
Jesus,
he mutters into the receiver.
Do I even want to know who you meant to send that to?
I place a hand over my heaving chest, squeezing my eyes shut. I took some pictures for me. Only for me. Cora took me lingerie shopping. I wanted to feel sexy, I explain, voice wobbly. I sent it to you by mistake, but... My words trail off. Silence hangs.
But?
He hedges. I gulp, nearly choking. But Do you like what you saw? More silence, more labored breathing. He's debating where to go from here, and I'm waiting for direction. I feel scared, nervous, out of my element, strangely intrigued. Finally, he asks,
If you were here right now, you'd see exactly how much I liked it.
Heat unfurls down below, and I clench my thighs together. I'm glad, I whisper back. Are you aroused? He groans.
Painfully.
Tell me where you are, what you're feeling, I say, strengthening my voice, trying to be brave. A few seconds tick by before he looks for confirmation.
Are we doing this?
This meaning phone sex. I've never had phone sex. I hardly remember what real sex feels like. Still, I press forward, owning it. I want to do this. Yes.
Christ, Tabs.
Rustling filters through from the other end of the line.
I'm in my living room on the couch. I'm feeling insanely pent up, thinking about what I'd do to you if you were here with me.
My skin is burning, turning fire engine red. I part my knees, my fingertips drifting to my silky panties and lightly grazing. What would you do?
You'd be sitting on my face before you could take your next breath.
Oh, God. Tingles race south as I rub the pads of my fingers over the fabric, arching my back against the headboard. No one's ever done that to me before. I wonder what it would feel like.
You've never been eaten out,
he questions, tone gritty with lust.
Fuck. I'd make you feel so good, you'd beg me for more.
Do you like doing that?
I fucking love it.
I close my eyes and picture him doing that to me, his face between my legs, his tongue dipping inside me, tasting, eager. It makes me hot imagining him enjoying it.
Give me a safe word,
he says. I suck in a breath, my eyes fluttering back open. What?
A safe word. Something you're going to say if anything goes too far or makes you uncomfortable. I'll shut it down the second you say it. I promise.
My mind races. I try to locate a word that will break the moment if my fears get the better of me. A word that will slice through the tension and drag us from the deep end until we're wading in the shallow water again. Somehow, 2 words come to mind. Tabula rasa. It means clean slate. It's a redo, a fresh start. Gabe doesn't question it.
Okay, tabula rasa,
he echoes.
Say it and we stop. No questions asked.
Okay.
Where's your hand?
My throat is tight. It feels like something is squeezing it, but it's not the familiar noose of shame. It's not even anxiety or the makings of a panic attack. It's adrenaline, excitement, power. Inhaling a breath, I prop myself up higher on 2 pillows and slip my fingertips inside the waistband of my red panties. I use my other hand to hold the phone to my ear. In my underwear. His breathing sounds unsteady. Where is yours? I murmur. He doesn't hesitate.
Wrapped around my cock. I'm ridiculously hard thinking about you touching yourself. It won't take long for me to come.
Moisture pools between my legs, slicking my fingers as they slip inside to explore. His words fuel me. The breakage in his voice has my skin hot, my hairline damp with sweat. I'm turned on. I can't remember the last time I felt this free. Sexually, emotionally, mentally. Do you want to have a video call? My heart thunders between my ribs as lightning flashes inside my chest. Gabe makes a sound, something like a tortured groan.
You're killing me, baby.
Baby. I nearly fainted when he called me that last night. The lightning quiets to moon glow as warmth trickles through me. Do you?
Yes. You have no idea how much I want that.
My fingers are shaking as I fumble for the video call button.
But,
he interrupts.
Not yet. We should take this slow, one step at a time.
I pause, my thumb hovering over the button. He's probably right. My nerves are fragile, my boldness dangling by a thin thread. Okay.
Are you still wearing that red lingerie?
I am.
Your fingernails are painted red, too. So fucking sexy.
His voice is hoarse, strained with desire.
I'm imagining those red-tipped fingers wrapped around my dick right now.
Oh, I moan softly. I'm imagining that, too. The vision has my fingers dipping deeper inside, exploring parts of me long forgotten. I remember how big you felt in my hand the night I touched you.
Yeah.
Yes, I wanted you inside me, I say breathily. I still want that, so badly.
Fuck, you have no idea how much I want that. Tell me how you'd let me take you, he probes. You'd want to be on top, wouldn't you? You'd want to be in control and ride my cock until you make yourself come.
I rub my clit with the heel of my palm, my neck craning back as I close my eyes and fantasize. I don't know. I think I'd want you to take charge, I admit. I think I'd want it a little rough. I don't want you to hold back with me like I'm delicate or something. The notion surprises me. But I think that's what I'd want. I don't want to be treated with kid gloves. I wouldn't want him to treat me any differently than anyone else. Gabe moans, his breathing ragged.
I'm close, he says. Tell me how wet you are.
My fingers are soaked. My panties, too.
Jesus, he grinds out. Do you touch yourself often?
No, I haven't done this in a long time. I keep rubbing myself, biting down on my lip. But I've been thinking about it lately. Thinking about you. You make me feel alive again, I confess. Desirable, real.
You're the sexiest girl I've ever seen. The sweetest, the bravest.
His words trail off, fading into another moan.
God, Tabs, I'd kill to be between those pretty legs right now.
I release a long sigh, a breath of longing, of needing, of missing. I picture him between my thighs, thrusting and filling me, his strong arms caging me in, corded and veined, his hips bucking into me, green eyes blazing above me as he makes me feel things I never thought I'd feel again, skin to skin, heart to heart, safe, protected, adored. The world falls away when he's near. My demons scatter, taking to the shadows when I'm in his arms. Please, come over, I blurt out, desperate to make my vision a reality. Make love to me.
Shit, he groans. If you mean it, I'm there. I can't say no to you again. If you want me to fuck you, I'll come over. I'll take you rough like you want me to. I'll make you come until you see stars.
A touch of panic stabs my chest. I don't want to see stars. I force away the dark thoughts and mutter like a coward. Next time. I'm too close.
All right. He rasps, his breathing heavy. Next time.
Collapsing further into my pillows, I dip 2 fingers inside me, blocking out the past. I find my way back to Gabe. Only Gabe. I wasn't lying. I'm close. I whimper, mewl, feel myself peaking.
You're going to come, aren't you? I hear it in your voice, your breathing. The sounds you're making are driving me straight over the edge.
He moans.
Fuck.
His own breathing picks up. I imagine him stroking himself faster, harder, chasing the feeling that teases me, too. Yes.
You first. Let me hear you, he tells me. Don't hold back.
I spread my legs wider, my knees parting as I pick up my pace. I rub my swollen clit as tingles spark and climb, the knot of heat in my lower belly moments away from unraveling. Oh, God. Gabe.
That's it. Say my name.
Gabe. I chant his name over and over. Gabe, yes.
Let go, baby.
More groans, more heated breaths.
Let it go.
I let myself tumble over the edge. I'm free-falling, parachuting, nose-diving, flying. My hips lift off the bed as my body is doused in shimmery heat. Pure magic. I moan loudly through the intense climax, almost dropping the phone, as Gabe's groan of pleasure rings in my ears and causes my chest to thrum. The tingles ebb, and I buckle back down onto the bed in a heap of sated bliss. I drape the back of my arm over my eyes and try to catch my breath.
I wish you could see what you just did to me,
Gabe says, tone gritty with his own post-release.
How much I want you. That was everything.
Everything. I don't know what to say. I'm not sure where we go from here. A line was crossed, that much I know. And I don't regret it. I know that, too. I also know we're changed now. Things will be different between us. Silence hovers and holds as I tuck the phone between my ear and shoulder, as we both come down from the high, processing this new dynamic. I should say something. I should assure him that I'm fine, that I harbor no regrets. But then Gabe speaks up first, and it's the simplest, easiest thing he could say.
Music?
I close my eyes and smile. Sure. A few moments pass, then the sound of music filters through the speaker. It's an immediate relief, an instant calming. I realize he could listen to his music and I could listen to my music, and we don't need the phone between us. But there's something cathartic about listening to it together. It's not two wires, but we're still connected, still tethered. He's with me. Pulling the blankets up to my chin, I burrow into the soft sheets. Gabe, I murmur. I hear the affection in his voice.
Tabs.
Thanks for flying with me today. He doesn't say anything for a while, and only blurry by puddle of mud hums between us, filling the space with chords and lyrics. Finally, he whispers,
Anytime.
Smiling, I drift away to music, to Gabe's quiet breaths, the phone still resting against my shoulder. He has no idea that I said my true safe word. I've said it thousands of times. 1 syllable of solace, 4 letters of sweet relief, a safe place to land when my wings get tired. Gabe. His name is my safe word. He's my solid ground.
Chapter 25. Gabe. Oliver and Sid invite me over for breakfast the next morning before I head into work, and I can't downplay the overly enthusiastic grin I'm wearing when I breeze into their kitchen. Yo, I lift my hand with a wave. Egg me. Don't you ever knock? Sydney does a double take from the table when she spots me in all of my grinning glory. Oh, my God. What? You got laid. No. I shrug off her claim, but my smile takes a sharp left turn onto Unhinged Avenue. Liar. I know that look. You and Tabitha finally had sex. I'm met with a celebratory fist pump. Hell yes. Jesus. I pull out a dining chair and plop down, collapsing against the seat back. You're acting like my sex life is some kind of breaking news story. So, you admit you have a sex life. She leans forward on her arms, her grin matching mine. You have to tell me everything. Not a chance. Seriously? You're my ride or die. Fine. I choose die. He's right, Sid. Oliver adds from his position near the stove, whisking an omelette mixture while donning a raccoon-printed apron. A true gentleman never discloses details pertaining to his intimate encounters. Yeah, Sid. I wink. A true gentleman. She scoffs. Oh, please. If you're a gentleman, then I have the etiquette of a dignified Victorian lady. Honestly, you'd kind of rock a bonnet. I do have the bone structure for it. Oliver chops up bits of green pepper and tosses a handful into the eggs. I take it you and Tabitha are progressing nicely then, he asks me without over-asking. It was a pleasant surprise seeing her at your jamboree. Slumping down a flute of orange juice that most definitely contains 97% champagne, Sydney snickers as she glances up at her fiancé. Nobody says that, honey. It's called a party. Her nose crinkles. Pretty sure Jamboree was a kids' show from the 90s with creepy puppets. Thanks for breaking through those repressed memories. I scroll through my phone, unable to tamp down the budding smile. Yeah, things are going well. I'm feeling hopeful. How's Tabitha's interview going with the hot writer? Sydney inquires. This earns her an over-the-shoulder glower from Oliver. Undetermined, I reply. I'm still not sure if it's really benefiting her. She usually comes out of the sessions triggered and emotional. My heart pangs, thinking of her sobbing in the back of her car the night I discovered her pulled over to the side of the road, a few houses down from mine. At the same time, she seems to be opening up, having some breakthroughs. She's starting to see me, where, for a while, I felt like she only saw him. The deceased professor? Oliver wonders. I swallow. Yeah. A painful situation indeed. He pours the egg mixture into a frying pan and reaches for a spatula. How is that other situation unfolding, by the way? The one with the peculiar man I discovered on your property? Sydney pops her head up, tugging at her messy topknot. What? Who? I swipe my hand down my face. He's nobody. Haven't seen him since I've been back. His forbidding text messages flashes through my mind. Time is ticking. What man? Who are you talking about? He left me feeling uneasy, Oliver notes. I certainly hope he found what he's looking for and leaves you alone. Dude, answer me. Sydney leans over and smacks me, her eyes flaring with alarm. What guy? Are you in trouble? My knees start bobbing restlessly because I know it's something I'm going to have to deal with eventually. I'm confident he hasn't found what he's looking for, because what he's looking for is money, and I'm giving him none of mine. It's nothing, I lie. Just a contractor, weird guy. Is he dangerous? Why would he be dangerous? I don't know. Her knuckles go white as she squeezes the stem of her champagne flute. Is Travis involved? My eyes drift left, breaking eye contact. I'm reluctant to confess that I have at least a dozen ignored phone calls from my felonious father in relation to the matter. Of course not, he's in jail. Gabe. Sid? I glance at her pointedly. It's just work-related bullshit, it's nothing. Silence permeates the small kitchen, only fractured by the sound of bacon popping in the pan. Oliver clears his throat. The mood has become fairly uncomfortable now. My apologies. Perhaps bacon will help? He proceeds to carry multiple plates over to the kitchen table, 2 in his hands, and 1 balanced on his forearm, a juggling act that has my eye twitching. And I jolt backward when their pet raccoon, Athena, comes barreling in from the other room, chased by their orange tabby cat. Both animals vault themselves onto the tabletop just as Oliver deposits the plates. Food goes flying. Dishes clatter to the floor. Athena! Oliver scolds. Bad raccoon, you're incorrigible. Ack! Sydney leaps to her feet when the pitcher of the dubious orange juice concoction topples into her lap. Shit! I stare blankly into the chaos, rubbing at my forehead. Great. IHOP it is. We all watch as Athena snatches up a piece of bacon and darts back out to the kitchen, pleased with her prize, while the knocked-over syrup oozes into the divots of the kitchen table. A lovely oaken table, Ruined. Oliver grimaces. I frown. Oaken? What the fuck is oaken? The material of the table. So wood, you mean wood. I'll clean up, and we can make our way to the pancake house. He relents, shaking his head with a sigh. I'll meet you in the car. I shuffle outside first, after helping with the cleanup, and wait for the other two while they attempt to get their animals contained. Taking a seat on the front porch step, I mindlessly browse through my phone. I'm mid-scroll when a text message pops up. Unknown number. I hope you've used your free time wisely. I'll come by to collect your debt at 6 p.m. sharp. Meet me in the parking lot of your job site. My throat closes up, mouth going dry. I glance up at the late morning sun and squint, my mind reeling with ways to avoid this mess until the end of time. Maybe Uganda isn't such a terrible idea. Swallowing the lump of dread in my throat, I scroll through my missed call log and hover my thumb over the repetitive number associated with the prison. I consider scheduling a visit, itching to get to the bottom of this shit show. Ultimately, I pass, letting my thoughts land on something sweeter. Tabs. It's my girl's first day back at work after using her vacation time to take a road trip with me, meet my mother, and pretend to be my fiancé. The vacation is over. The ruse long since ended, but she still wears that little ring made of rusted silver stars. Before I put my phone away, I send her a quick text. Me. Can't stop thinking about last night. You? It is in fact a terribly inconvenient time to be thinking about last night as Sydney comes barreling out of the front door, complaining about period cramps, while their tabby cat zooms past us all, rejoicing in her escape and causing Oliver to chase her through the lawn still holding a spatula. But it's also impossible not to. We had phone sex, and she was into it. She was there with me. She touched herself, made herself come to the sound of my voice, begged me to make love to her, to take her roughly because she doesn't want to be seen as fragile or delicate. I can't help but wonder if that's what comes next. Sex, romance, a relationship. A chance that I'll go from her almost everything to her everything. And maybe, one day, she'll wear a real engagement ring on her finger. She'll be mine. A new message dings and I quickly swipe open her reply. Tabitha. Me too. No regrets. Heart. I hold back the groan but not the grin. Me. You busy tonight? Tabitha. I have an interview with Evan after work, but I'll be free after. Maybe I can come over. Me. It's a date. Winky face. A date. A fucking date with the woman I'm crazy in love with, the woman I'd risk everything for. With a love-struck smile, I slip my phone into my front pocket and join Oliver and Sydney in the car, completely forgetting about my other date, my 6 p.m. date with the devil. I hightail it out of my job site at 5:30, grateful to have clocked out early and avoided whatever shady parking lot confrontation awaited me. Unfortunately, my gratitude dissipates the moment I swerve into my driveway and kill the engine. He's here. That creepy asshole is standing on my front porch, leaning against a stone pillar with a cigarette pressed between his fingers. Motherfuck. He stares at me with ice blue eyes as smoke that matches the color of his hair billows from the glowing embers. My heart does jumping jacks as I scrub both hands up and down my face, trying to figure out a game plan. I probably should have contacted my father. I should have gotten to the bottom of this, figured out what this prick wants with me. Either way, I don't have any money. He's barking up the wrong fucking tree. Gathering my courage, I step out of my Challenger and face him in the center of the driveway, folding my arms across my chest. Leave. He smiles, releasing a plume of smoke into the cloud-covered sky. So demanding, he mutters. The man tosses his cigarette stub to the cement and crushes it under the toe of his boot. And entirely unwise, we had an appointment. I never RSVP'd. Get the fuck off my property before I call the cops. Another chuckle, and he steps down from the porch and saunters toward me with a limp in his gait. You failed to speak with your father, didn't you? I glare at him, unmoving. If you're referring to the useless waste of human life currently stinking up a jail cell, then no, didn't pique my interest. That was a mistake. My hackles rise as he steps closer. I can't imagine him doing anything overly threatening in broad daylight, smack in the middle of quiet suburbia, so I hold my ground. Take your creepy ass riddles and leave. I don't owe you anything. He cocks his head, stalling a few feet in front of me. The scar veining the left side of his face twists with menace. Boss says otherwise. Your father owes quite a bit, actually, and unfortunately for you, he's not here to pay up. Because he's a pedophile and an attempted murderer. My eyes narrow, my pulse tripping. How much does he owe? Glancing at his cuticles, almost boredly, he mutters, 1.2. 1.2% of what? Rich laughter echoes throughout the peaceful street, sending a chill down my spine. The man looks up at me and parks his hip against the hood of my car. 1.2 million, he states. That would be in American dollars in case your feeble brain is having trouble computing numbers. I blink. My veins freeze. I cup a hand around my jaw and close my eyes, hating my father more than I ever thought possible. Ah, yes, the man amuses. I'm sure you're experiencing a bit of sticker shock right now, which, might I add, could have been avoided if you had only taken my suggestion 2 weeks ago. Dear old Dad has accumulated quite the outstanding debt thanks to private loans he secured for his doomed-to-fail restaurant. I'd wager he's been eager to offer you his fatherly advice and help you sort out this mess he's made. Too bad you were unreceptive. The world is spinning. Everything is spinning. This has to be a fucking joke. I don't have that kind of money, I murmur, shaking my head, chest tight. Not even close. You've had plenty of time to fix that. My eyes fly open, glaring daggers shooting fire. I'm a goddamn construction worker, you fucking parasite. I have zero relationship with my father. I'm not involved in his shady bullshit, and I have absolutely no way of coming up with $1 million. That's insane. I slice an angry hand through the air. It's impossible. 1.2, he clarifies. I'm calling the cops. My fingers are trembling as I fish through my pockets for my phone, my eyes drifting a few houses down to where Tabitha's car sits idle in the writer's driveway. I need to get this son of a bitch out of here before she walks out that front door. I can't bring her into this. Heart racing, throat burning, I unlock my phone and open up my keypad. I strongly advise you don't do that, the man says. It would not be in your best interest to involve the police. I pause, glancing up. And why's that? Because I know everything about you, Gabe. I have the ability to ruin your life and take away all the things you love most. He's bluffing. I press the 9, then the 1. Then, she's very, very pretty, he says, ever so subtly, leaning back against my car. It would be a shame if anything were to happen to her. His words stab into me like buckshot, almost stopping my heart. A sharp breath leaves me, a white-knuckled fist to the gut. Especially, he adds, our eyes locking, after everything she's been through. No way. No fucking way. I don't even have time to process what he's implying when he lets out a whistle. Digging through his tweed trousers for the pack of cigarettes, he plucks one from the box, lights it up, and cups a sun-spotted hand around the cherry. I told you, Wellington. My boss doesn't like delays. He blows a puff of smoke right into my face, his see-through eyes glinting with malice, scar stretching as he leers at me. I'm afraid these are the consequences. A hand grabs me by the shoulder, spins me around. I stumble, not expecting it. Shock laces my blood when I'm faced with a wall of muscle towering over me, dressed in all black, a long-sleeved compression shirt stuck to him like a second skin. What the fuck? My words are cut short by a slug to my jaw. I reel backward, swiping the back of my hand along my jawline. The muscle man reaches for me, stoic and expressionless, his meaty hand curling around my vest. He's a big dude, bigger than me, looking like a roided-up gym rat who wants to try and sell everyone he meets his one-of-a-kind keto meal plan program. His fist flies back, then slams into my jaw for a second time. Blood spills from my split lip. Stars flicker behind my eyes. I regain my balance and charge at him, spurred by adrenaline, and attempt to tackle him to my driveway. He doesn't even budge. All he does is laugh. When I pull my arm back to strike, he stops it midair, throws me to the ground like I weigh nothing at all, and starts kicking me in the ribs before tugging me upright. Another punch to my face, then another, and another, until my eyes bruise, my jaw throbs, and blood spurts from my nose and mouth. I'm in good shape, but this guy is a brick fucking wall. I don't stand a chance as I'm tossed to the ground again. More kicks to my abdomen, to my hips, to my stomach. The man hardly breaks a sweat as he looms over me, chuckling under his breath when I'm teetering the line of consciousness, collapse in a heap in my own driveway. The fucker spits on me before storming away, readjusting his black beanie and muttering, "Sure you don't want me to kill him, Stoney?" I lie there dazed, bloodied, bruised and broken. A cigarette butt is tossed onto my chest, then snuffed out with the firm stomp of a boot. I heave, my eyelids fluttering, pain exploding between my ribs. Not yet. The man called Stoney looms over me, his sneer and scar backlit by the slow-dipping sun as he slides a cell phone into his back pocket. "It's your lucky day, Gabe. The boss is feeling generous," he says, grinding the toe of his boot into my chest before lifting it off me. "Talk to your father. You have 1 more week." His face inches out of my line of sight until all I see is a flock of birds flying overhead, fading into the pillowy white clouds. I think of her. She's all I see as I inhale a wheezing breath, and I black out.
Chapter 26. Tabitha. My grin is borderline deranged as I reread his last text message over and over. Gabe.
It's a date. Winky face.
I bite my lip, slipping my cell phone back into my apron as Smithers hollers at me to hurry it up from his station by the stove. Work has been an abrupt change of pace compared to the last few days of open roads, little responsibility, and a headfirst slide into this budding new romance with Gabe. Romance. I never thought I'd experience that again. Technically, I'm not sure I ever really have before. My connection with Matthew was something else entirely. Brutal, life-or-death madness born from trauma and suffering. It was love, though. I felt it in my blood, my veins, my bones. And this is something else. Something sweeter, something more wholesome. Something with the power to heal me instead of break me in half. Sighing, I fill my tray with plates of hot food and breeze through the kitchen doors, eager for my shift to be over. It's been wonderful seeing all the familiar faces sitting in the burgundy booths again, but my mind is preoccupied with thoughts of tonight. Our date. Knowing I would likely see Gabe after my interview with Evan, I made sure to pack a small overnight bag. Presumptuous, perhaps, but after our phone call, my thoughts have been flooded with visions of what's to come. I took an extra long shower this morning, shaved, groomed the necessary areas, kept my hair down and lightly curled. I even put on a little makeup, wanting to feel pretty. Hints of my jasmine shampoo and cherry-infused body mist waft around me as I move from table to table. Smiling at a customer I've never seen before, I set down his plate of pancakes and a mug of hot coffee and tell him to enjoy his meal. He looks up at me, a cigarette pressed between his fingers. The smile he stretches looks almost fearsome. A chill slithers through me as I glance down at the feathering of smoke emitting from the glowing butt of his cigarette. Clearing my throat, I tell him, "You can't smoke in here, sir." He murmurs, a gravelly rumble.
Is that so?
He takes a long drag, then snuffs it out on his stack of hotcakes.
My apologies.
Odd. The Smoke-Free Act in Illinois has been in effect for years now. Maybe he's not from around here. I force a smile. A long, gnarly scar lines the side of his face when he turns fully toward me and reaches for his coffee.
You look like you're doing well, Tabitha.
I blink, then look down at my crooked name tag attached to my blouse. I sense the recognition in his eyes and realize he's probably seen me on the news. My skin heats, anxiety flaring. Thank you. I am doing well.
Stay safe out there,
he adds, sipping his coffee, his eyes a haunting shade of clear blue.
There are a lot of nasties lurking in the shadows these days. You can never be too careful.
The warning sounds intentional, yet strangely out of place. Instincts firing, I take a step back from the table and grip my empty tray with both hands. Let me know if you need anything else, I tell him, keeping my voice level and my nerves in check. As I spin away from him, he replies coolly,
I certainly will.
I feel rattled and out of sorts as I race back into the kitchen to collect my next order. My breaths tangle, my heart skips. In an attempt to avoid a scolding from my boss, I paint on a smile and fill my tray with more eggs, more pancakes, more bowls of jam and butter, and fill my mind with Gabe. Don't look down. Keep flying. Inhaling a calming breath, I get back to work. When I glance over to the booth where the man once sat, I see that it's now empty. All that's left is his half-sipped coffee, a plate of untouched pancakes with a cigarette sticking out the top, and a $20 bill. 2 years earlier. The man hadn't been done with me after all. It had only been wishful thinking, my own hopeful imagination. To make matters worse, he was even more rough with me now, as if he were taking his anger out on me and making up for all that lost time. I pretended to be okay with it, forcing back my tears and heartbreak, bottling up my grief, holding in the sickness that churned my stomach. I'd been vomiting more regularly, even with hardly any food in my belly. The circumstances were making me physically, painfully ill. And yet, through it all, I hadn't let go of the little ring tucked inside my hand. It was all I had to hold on to. After he finished with me and stalked back up the staircase, I collapsed to my bottom and leaned over, retching onto the cement. It was nothing but bile. Multiple puddles lay strewn beside me, so I scooted around the pole to get away from the evidence.
You're sick,
Matthew murmured from across the room, casted in shadows and defeat. My chest heaved as I tried to catch my breath. I feel terrible.
Do you have a fever?
No, it's just my stomach and anxiety. That monster has been brutal with me lately. My voice cracked. I'm not sure how much more I can take. Thankfully, Matthew had been spared from any more bizarre attacks. His face was still bruised and lungs still wheezy, but his cuts and gashes seemed to be healing as much as the conditions would allow. I didn't see any telltale infection.
You look like you're fading before my eyes,
he whispered softly. His words had the nausea swirling in my gut again, but I tempered the queasiness and tried to make light of it all. I thought you couldn't see me without your glasses. He tried to chuckle, but the effort made him wince.
That could be the reason.
A small smile stretched. My lips cracked with the gesture, chapped and brittle, but mostly because I couldn't remember the last time they'd turned up like that. Silence hovered between us as the mood darkened once again. Matthew watched me from his pole, his eyebrows dipping, a prelude to sadder words I was certain I didn't want to hear.
I'm worried about you.
I'm fine. I wasn't fine. I had never been less fine. My throat stung with leftover bile as I added, "He didn't feed us today." My stomach rolled. After our bathroom break earlier, the man had dragged us back down the stairs without our usual sandwich. Matthew didn't respond, closing his eyes and leaning the back of his head against the pole. He knew there was nothing he could say that would ease my anxiety, because it only meant one thing. The man would be done with us soon. But we'd already survived 2 weeks down there. That had to mean something. He had kept us alive for that long, which meant he could still have a plan for us. We could escape. We could. Matthew, we need to start thinking. We need to figure a way out of here, fast. He blinked his eyes back open, but didn't lift his head, almost like the effort was too great.
You've triggered something in him. You remind him of somebody. His mother. I feel confident about that. Keep going. Keep wearing him down.
I shook my head. We need a new plan, a different plan. This one isn't working, I exclaimed. You've seen how he's been with me. He doesn't care about me at all. I'm nothing but a plaything to him. I watched the slow rise and fall of his chest as he studied me through the darkened room. A few seconds ticked by before he murmured,
I've seen it.
So then you know that this—
I've seen it from a different perspective,
he interjected. Matthew shifted against the pole, hissing with pain. When he caught his breath, he finished.
This bond I've encouraged you to create, it's not working, not in the traditional sense. He's a psychopath. It's impossible to make him fall in love with you, so you need to pivot. Offer him a mother's love instead. Be nurturing.
I gawked at him, stunned. That's absurd. He's been absolutely vile with me, evil and cruel.
He's overcompensating, he stated. He's reminding himself that you're just a toy, nothing of value. He hates that you remind him of Fiona, and he's taking that aggression out on you. But the fact that he's associating you with her, that's hope, Tabitha. That's where I see hope for you.
What? I shook my head. No, you're looking for reason when there is only madness. Look at what he did to you, I insisted. There was no reason for it. It was senseless.
There was a reason. It was because of you.
Swallowing, he let out a raspy breath.
And then he stopped because of you, because of whom he sees when he looks at you.
No, there had to be another way. We were running out of time. Matthew, I think we need to utilize the time we have free of our chains. I know it's risky, but maybe we can think of a plan, some way of getting the best of him, to distract him long enough to grab his gun. He's not superhuman. He's not undefeatable. We can do this. Matthew let out a slow breath.
I'm at my lowest, Tabitha. My weakest. The chance of overpowering him is slim to none at this point. He's armed, he's unpredictable, and he's twice my size.
We have nothing left to lose.
I do,
he gritted out.
I have something left to lose.
My eyes watered. Me. He was referring to me. Please, if we don't try, we'll both die down here. I'm sure of it. His throat worked as he stared at me.
I'm not sure of that yet. I still see another way out, and until that route has been eliminated, I can't risk your life,
he told me, his tone pleading.
The odds of me failing are high, and if I do, you'll never see the other side of these walls.
I threw my head against the pole and slammed my eyes shut. The plan wasn't going to work. There was no logic in the way that monster thought and acted. His mind was black, his soul blacker. His heart was made of nothing but ashes and— Present day. I'm pulled from the interview prematurely by the sound of police sirens blaring right outside the house. I freeze, my words drying up. I realize there are many houses on this street, many houses other than his, and still, my heart beats wildly like a bass drum. No, a snare drum, the rattling, shrieky kind.
Everything okay?
Evan wonders, pausing the recording. His brows furrow with concern as he stares at me across the desk.
You look pale.
The sirens, they sound close. He blinks twice as if just noticing them.
Shit, yeah, you're right.
Pushing away from the desk, he rises to his feet.
I'll check it out.
I follow. I do more than follow, led by the tight knot of dread-filled intuition in my belly, and race ahead of Evan, wrenching open the screen door and poking my head out and to the left. My stomach drops out of me. Multiple squad cars and an ambulance are lined up in front of Gabe's house. Medics are in his driveway, bent over beside his Challenger. A crowd of people watch from the sidewalk. There's a gurney. A gurney! My gasping scream hits the air as I shove my way through the doorway, foregoing my sandals. I run full speed down the sidewalk with bare feet, my heels cutting on stones and rock, tears biting at my eyes. Gabe! I hear Evan calling after me, but I keep going, keep running, keep barreling forward until I'm close enough to discover Gabe sprawled out in the middle of his driveway, spattered in blood. Another scream shreds my lungs. I'm in that basement again. Matthew. Gabe! Both of their bloodied, battered faces stare back at me. I can't breathe.
Miss?
A hand curls around my upper arm, tugging me back when I lunge forward. No! Let me go! I'm fighting, kicking, resisting. He's my fiancé! I shout, holding up the hand with the star ring. I don't care if it's a lie. I need to be near him. I need to get to him, make sure he's okay. Please be okay. The hand releases me. I stumble toward him, my lungs caving in, my heart buried alive. He's still wearing his work vest, the setting sun reflecting off of it and lighting him up. I fall to my knees as EMTs continue to take his vitals. Gabe! His bruised eyelids flutter open at the sound of my voice, and I swear he smiles.
Hey, wifey,
he rasps. Oh my God, I whimper, reaching for his hand. He's talking, he's breathing, he's alive. What happened?
Just some muggers.
He's also wheezing. He's wheezing like Matthew wheezed in the days before he took his final breath right in front of me. It's happening again. I'm losing another man I love. My heart clenches. I squeeze his hand as two EMTs carefully move him onto the gurney. Gabe winces, hissing through his teeth.
Watch the ribs.
His eyes find me, swollen, black and blue.
Rain check on the date,
he murmurs, still holding on to that tiny smile. I'm near hysterics. I feel it climbing up my chest, so I breathe in and out, over and over, trying so hard to keep it at bay. The last thing he needs to do is worry about me, too.
We need to go, miss. You're welcome to meet us at Condo,
a medic tells me. Our fingers drift apart in slow motion as rubble from his driveway digs into my kneecaps and terror digs into my heart. Gabe! I cry out. I can't hear whatever he says as he's taken away and hauled into the back of the ambulance. Evan stands off near the sidewalk, talking to a police officer, giving a statement, telling him he didn't hear anything suspicious. My ears pick up bits and pieces, while my eyes stay locked on the ambulance as it pulls off down the street. 2 men, multiple witnesses, robbery, mugging, ambush. I grip the front of my blouse, calming my rattled chest, keeping my dark thoughts from overtaking me. As my eyes dip down to the driveway, something catches my eye. I frown. A half-smoked cigarette lies snuffed out beside my feet. Chapter 27. Tabitha. I fly through the front door of his raised ranch shortly after Oliver and Sydney drop him off from the hospital the next day. Gabe! My feet trip over each step, my legs unable to catch up to my eager heart. I wanted to be the one to take him home. I wanted to be the one by his side when he was released. But my boss threatened to fire me when I attempted to call in this morning. It's only been a day since using my vacation time, and there was nobody available to cover my shift. Liquid dribbles out of the top of a cup of tea when I reach the top of his staircase, my attention flicking left, then right. I hear water running. The sound of shower jets fuse with loud alternative rock music spilling from the hall bathroom, and I exhale a deep breath, itching to hug him, needing to see him. It's been a 24-hour whirlwind. Gabe was lucky. He only suffered some bruising to his face, a split lip, a concussion, and 2 cracked ribs. They kept him overnight to monitor the concussion, but ultimately decided he was well enough to return home today. Lucky. I'm not sure that's the right word for what he went through, but given my first-hand experience with violent attacks, I know it could have been so much worse. Oliver and Sydney had been at the mall when I called them from the ER, informing them of Gabe's mugging. They dropped everything and met me in his recovery room as police officers, nurses, and doctors filed in and out, checking his vitals and asking Gabe to recount what had happened to him. He was vague, explaining that it had all happened so fast, and he couldn't identify the men who had attacked him. It was strange. He still had his wallet on him, filled with over $100 in cash. According to Gabe, the 2 men were solely interested in something called a quad cortex, a pricey modern-day amp used for music and recording that he recently purchased and had left in his car. I wasn't aware of it and hadn't seen it before, but he claims it was all they took. Trying to calm my worried jitters, I take a seat on his couch and set the beverage beside me. I drop my head in my hands and tug my hair back with my fingers, waiting for the shower to turn off. I ended up canceling my interview with Evan this evening, given the circumstances. It'll be one of my final interviews. Part of me wishes I could delay it indefinitely. A few minutes later, my head pops up when the water shuts off and the music stops. Rising to my feet, I wring my hands together as I wait for the bathroom door to burst open. Gabe steps out wearing only a pair of gym shorts as he dries his hair with a bath towel. My breath hitches. He spins toward me, startled at first, almost jumping back as if he were expecting to see somebody else, someone worse. I understand that feeling all too well. The looking over your shoulder, the notion of being watched, stalked, followed. My arms drop to my sides, my eyes wide and glazed with fresh tears. His body relaxes when recognition settles in, and a smile forms. Tabs. I run to him. Adrenaline and sweet relief carry me down the short hallway, past the kitchen, until I'm leaping into his arms. He stumbles on his feet with a wince, and I jolt backward, cursing myself for being careless with his injuries. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean... He grabs me, kisses me. I moan, sagging helplessly against him, my hands flying out and landing in his hair. His bottom lip is swollen and split, but he doesn't seem to care, his own hands tangling in my loose tresses as he devours my mouth. Our tongues are hungry, needy, aching to taste and feel. He's alive, he's alive, he's alive. But he's not okay. He needs time to heal. I pull back with a sharp gasp, cradling his bruised face between my palms. Gabe, you're hurt. God, look what they did to you. My gaze skims over his black eye, his cuts and scrapes. His torso is also riddled with purple splotches. I dance my fingertips down his collarbone, his chest, his abs. They stop at his waistband, and my eyes drop to the large tent in his shorts. Swallowing, I glance back up. His eyes are hooded, heated. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you. I'm fine, he grinds out. His voice is strained, either from lust or from the pain he's trying to hide from me. Just a few scratches. Gabe, don't worry. He pulls me back to him, wrapping both arms around me and tugging me close. One hand cups the back of my head, the other splays across my spine. He breathes deeply into my hair.
I won't let anything happen to you.
Me? He's worried about me after he was just left for dead in his own driveway? I inch away. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about you. A curious look dances across his expression, causing his eyes to darken. I can't read it, but my instincts tell me he's holding something back. Were you honest with the police? I wonder gently. His hold on me loosens, his eyes dipping to the side.
I was mugged.
That wasn't a direct answer. My body tenses up. Gabe, I whisper, are you hiding something?
Of course not.
He shakes his head, throat tight, then moves past me toward the living room. There's no limp to his step, but he moves slowly, clearly still in pain.
You brought me coffee?
I watch the bare planks of his back ripple, muscles tautening as he strides over to the couch. It's tea. Following behind him, still concerned, I add, I thought it might help you relax. He collapses onto the couch, unable to hold back the hiss. When I move into his line of sight, a crooked smile claims his face, injuries cast aside.
You got me sleepy tea.
Yes, I nod, emotion catching in my throat. Gabe, please,
come here.
I pause in front of him, debating if I should press for more answers, more truths. But my attention snags on the look in his eyes, staring back at me. Something earnest, something filled with yearning. And I drop the questioning for now and pace toward the empty space beside him on the couch. When I'm within arm's reach, he leans forward and captures me around the waist, coaxing me into his lap. I exhale sharply, not expecting it, my knees landing on either side of him, caging him in. I'm brought back to the last time we were in this position on his couch, the night after my first interview, when I told him he didn't need to wait for me. I was afraid he'd be waiting forever. But he's still here, still with me, wanting me, and a wicked, buried part of me doesn't know why. My hands graze up his chest and latch onto his shoulders as I tilt forward, pressing our foreheads together. Gabe. He drags both hands up my thighs, curling them around my waist. Giving me a squeeze, he murmurs on a wrought breath.
You're all I thought about, all I saw.
I close my eyes and swallow. What? His erection presses into me, right between my thighs where I crave him most.
I was lying on my driveway, hardly conscious, and all I could think about was you.
His hips arch up, grinding into me.
I'm so fucking crazy about you.
A groan rumbles through him, through us both.
I'd do anything for you.
I sigh, a blend of a moan and a sob. Why?
Why?
He parrots, the word edged with disbelief, a frown creasing. With all the girls in the world, why me? I need to know. I need answers. He could have anybody, yet it's me he wants. Me and my band of ghosts. Shaking my head, not understanding, I purge my insecurities as I pull away. I'm broken, Gabe. I'm damaged. He grabs my face between his hands, forcing me to look at him.
You've got it all mixed up, Tabs,
he tells me, our eyes locking together as his thumbs stroke the sensitive skin below my ears.
With you in the world, how can there be anyone else?
Tears fill my eyes. Air sticks like cellophane in my throat. I blink at him, lost for words. And when I finally breathe out, when I sigh again, it only sounds like untethered relief. It's a release, a different kind of purging. It's a softening of my hard-bitten edges, a melting of my iron walls. It's a little light, newly emblazed, like a firefly that's been trapped inside my cupped palm, finally flying free. He's shown me 1,000 times, 1,000 different ways that he loves me. But it's these words that break through. It's this look in his eyes that breaches me soul deep. I kiss him hard. My mouth finds his like I'm taking my first breath after only breathing in water for hours, days, years. It's more than hunger, more than thirst, more than basic need. We're a tangle of groans and roaming hands, a flurry of wet kisses and desperate tongues. His mouth opens wide as he angles my face, taking everything I give him. And it's everything. I give him everything. I pull on his hair, graze my nails down his neck, slide my fingers down his body and feel him shudder beneath my touch. Electricity surges. His hands disappear up my yellow sundress, warm skin on mine. My neck arches, offering him more, my long hair spilling down my back.
"You're so beautiful,"
he murmurs, sliding his tongue across my jawline.
"So fucking gorgeous."
I don't fight his words this time because right now I do feel beautiful. I feel untethered and deliciously alive. Gabe's teeth nick down the side of my throat, leaving love bites, before he lifts my dress all the way up and pulls it over my head. My bare breasts meet his eyes, and he dips forward, sucking one into his mouth. Yes. God, yes, this is what I want. This urgency, this need. I moan, my eyes closing, head still tipped backward. I grind myself into his lap, already feeling like I could come from the friction alone. Gabe, God, please, I need you inside me.
"Fuck tabs," he murmurs around my breast, moving to suck on the other. "I want you in my bed, not here."
Taking him by the hand, I scutter off his lap and help him to his feet. He tugs me to his chest, kissing me as he walks me backward down the hallway, but I pull away, panting. "You're hurting. We don't have to." His mouth drags across my cheek as we continue to stumble down the hall.
"The only thing higher than the amount of ibuprofen in my system is my absolute determination to make you come tonight."
A moan slips out, my legs turning to jelly beneath me. Pivoting us both to the right, Gabe guides me into his bedroom, illuminated only by the moon and stars. He spins us around and collapses onto the edge of the mattress, pulling me between his spread knees and taking my breast in his mouth. Another moan slices through the silence as I steady myself, my hands linking at his nape. My head falls back again, lust flooding my veins and revving my pulse. Are you sure? I try once more, still worried I'll hurt him. You're injured. He swirls my nipple with his tongue. Then he grips me by the back of my head and yanks me lower, nipping the shell of my ear as he husks.
"My cock works just fine."
Wet heat pools between my thighs, shivers dancing down the back of my neck. My underwear is soaked through, and almost as if he's fully aware of that, he tugs the fabric down my legs and cups me there, two of his fingers slipping inside. I watch the carnal look that claims his face, twists his expression, has his eyes slamming shut.
"Jesus, you're wet,"
he says, pumping his fingers in and out, then sliding them forward and rubbing my clit.
"Did I do this to you?"
I practically fall against him, weightless, boneless. Yes.
"Do you remember your safe word?"
I nod, swallowing. Tabula rasa.
"Say it and we stop. Say it and it's over."
He kisses my forehead, a touch of tenderness amid the frenzy.
"You never have to worry about me taking more than you're willing to give."
I won't say it. I bend to find his lips and kiss him once, twice. I'll never say that to you. 3 kisses, 4 kisses. I trust you. His hand slides up to lightly grip the column of my throat, a possessive hold that has my spine straightening, my legs clenching around him as I move into his lap and straddle him. Gabe falls back onto the mattress and inches his way up toward the headboard. I crawl over him, pausing at his hips, at the rock-hard erection straining his shorts. My hands tremble as I curl my fingers into his waistband and work the shorts down his thighs. When his cock springs free, I take him in my hand and stroke him, relishing the sounds he makes and the way he tries to watch me fist his thick cock, but can hardly keep his head up, too overcome with pleasure. I lean forward and wrap my lips around the tip. Pre-cum wets my tongue in salty musk, pulling a moan from my throat as I take him further into my mouth and suck. His hips buck up with a sharp hiss. Christ! A hand tangles in my hair, holding me to him. A second hand joins, and he guides my mouth up and down his cock while I swirl my tongue and hollow my cheeks. Fuck, he groans. Come over here and sit on my face. The words drip with something primal. I slowly trail my tongue up his length as I lift my head and release him. My core pulses at his order, at the thought of his mouth on me there. Nerves trickle their way in, too, causing me to hesitate. He lifts his head, our eyes meeting through the dimly lit room as he curls his hands around my waist. Kiss me first, he says, sensing my falter, my trace of jitters. I tilt forward and drape my body across his, my breasts to his chest, holding my lower half up by the knees so I don't apply any pressure to his ribs. I feel his hands trail up my spine, feather-light, reassuring. My lips fall to his, just as light, just as tender, and our tongues meet in a sweet dance. Ribbons of my dark hair curtain us like a veil as the kiss gains wings, causing my courage to take flight. The throbbing between my legs has me breaking the kiss, has me desperate for release, and I quickly crawl up his body, refusing to succumb to insecurities. I position myself over him, my limbs vibrating as I hold onto the headboard. My heart is pounding with anticipation. I'm soaked with need. Gabe groans, gripping my thighs and hauling me down onto his mouth. I cry out, loudly, uncaged. Oh, my God. And then I glance down, my jaw dropped in pleasure, and watch as he eats me out. I realize it was a mistake to look down because it hits me instantly with no warning. Seconds. An orgasm rips through me within seconds of his tongue plunging inside me, my clit grinding against his face. I clutch the headboard with one hand, the other reaching down to fist his hair, my knuckles turning white as I shake and shudder on top of him, shamelessly riding out the waves and moaning his name. He doesn't stop when the tingles peter out, his tongue lapping up my release, his fingers digging into my thighs to keep me steady. His moans sound hungry as his mouth continues to feast on me. When his teeth lightly nip my sensitive clit, I almost collapse. Gabe. His lips and chin are glistening when he pulls back, breathing ragged. Fuck, that was hot. You came so fucking fast. I wiggle my way south, my wet juncture sliding down his chest. I want to taste you again. I want to do that to you. I'm moving down his body when he reaches for my shoulders. Tabs, fuck, wait, he says, sounding desperate. The second you do that, I'm coming in your mouth. The notion arouses me. Knowing that I have that much control, that much power over him, the thought that I can do to him what he just did to me has my thighs clenching with need. Maybe I want you to. His moan sounds tortured as he tugs on my hair, coaxing me back up.
I need to be inside you.
I falter, knowing I need that too. Okay, I breathe out. Gabe twists toward his nightstand, wincing as he moves. Condom, he hisses. I take over, climbing over to the drawer to fetch it instead. Part of me wants to feel him bare inside of me, free of barriers, uncut intimacy. But I'm not on birth control. It wouldn't be responsible. Riffling through the drawer, I pull out a foil packet and hold it up, watching it glint in the moonlight streaming in through the window. I realize I don't even know how to put it on him, having never done it before. Inexperience squeezes my chest. He must not notice, because he takes it from my hand and tears it open with his teeth, pulling out the rubber and sliding it over his cock. I gulp. Gabe kicks his shorts all the way off and wraps an arm around my middle, tugging me back to him.
You'll have to be on top this time.
Climbing back over him, I lean forward for a kiss. I'm nervous. I'm scared to be in control, but I realize he's in no condition to take charge right now.
I'll make it up to you,
he says softly, nibbling my bottom lip.
Next time I'll ride you hard. Fuck you like you want me to.
I dissolve into a puddle above him, plunging my tongue into his mouth as I let the fear fade away. His golden hair is a mess of soft waves, still shower damp between my fingers as I tug on it and grind myself up and down his erection. Arousal ripples through me. His hips jerk, a groan rumbling in his throat while our tongues twist and twine in a wet dance. I lift up, positioning myself over him, inching back and forth and glancing down to watch his thick head glide along with my slickness. The image is erotic, stirring my desire. I let out a whimper as I lower myself, and he slips inside of me by an inch.
Tabs,
he rasps, my name falling out like a guttural plea. My whimper morphs into a moan, feeling him stretch me. I look up and revel in the pure lust glowing in his eyes as he watches. Holding on to his shoulders, I slide lower, taking him all the way inside, throwing my head back with a frayed gasp as his fingers dig into my hip bones and he trembles beneath me. I don't move for a moment, can hardly breathe. Then I lean forward, skin to skin, wriggling my hips as I adjust to his girth. Our foreheads knock together, our breaths unsteady and beating against each other's lips. One of his hands moves to tangle in my hair, to cup the back of my head to keep our faces aligned. I move a little, watch his jaw tick, his teeth clench, eyes still locked. His gaze is heated, engaged, skimming my face like he can't believe he's inside me. My lips part, mewling sounds tickling my throat. I move again, this time with more intent, raising my hips and inching back down. Gabe's eyes close briefly, his head tipping back with a groan.
Fuck,
he whispers. The pleasure hums low in my belly, and I feel him there, filling me deep. He's everywhere. He's everything. Both of his hands sift through my hair, nails scraping my scalp as he gives me control, lets me set the pace. I move faster, lifting higher each time, falling harder. My moans are squeaky and shaky as I grind against him, lifting and falling, drowning in the sensations, in the innate connection I feel.
So gorgeous, watching your body moving above me, in control,
he says, fisting my hair with both hands, his head elevating as our foreheads meld together.
Riding me, taking my cock.
Oh, Gabe, I moan, the waves of heat unfurling as I grind into him harder. My cheeks burn, my heart drums in my chest. I feel powerful, feminine, free. Our noses brush together, our eyes holding tight.
Am I hurting you?
he asks. No, I murmur. You're healing me. He tugs my face down to his, our tongues colliding. The kiss has my hips pumping faster, my pelvis grinding, my internal muscles squeezing and taking. His moans vibrate right through me, telling me he's close. I straighten on top of him. Gabe lifts his knees as his hands fall back down to my waist, guiding my body as it moves up and down. Fuck, baby. That's it. He pants, practically growling as he holds on to me. You're so fucking perfect. So sexy taking my dick. My breasts bounce. My back bows. His words spur me, making me feel like a goddess, beautiful and worshipped. I dig my nails into his kneecap to keep me balanced as my other hand palms my breast. You're gonna make me come, he grits out, lips parted, eyes half-lidded. Another orgasm begins to crest as I watch him come undone, knowing it's because of me, because of what I'm doing to him. I drape myself over him again until we're chest to chest, and my hips are pumping furiously, chasing a second release. When I peak, it's sky-born thunder rolling through me, lightning heat and shimmering rainfall. Spasms seize me from toes to top, my thighs clenching through the pinnacle, my hand stealing one of his as I lace our fingers together and kiss him while I come apart. I'm with you, Gabe. He holds me tight, moaning into my mouth as his body shudders with his own release. I feel his cock jerk inside of me, his muscles tensing, his hand squeezing mine. My movements slow, my skin sheened in sweat. We're both winded, lips still pressed together as we come down from the high. I can't help but smile against his mouth. Hi. His eyelids flutter open as his own grin stretches. Hi. I roll off of him to keep from collapsing on his injured ribs. Are you okay? Gabe twists toward me, pulling me to him until we're lying on our sides, facing each other. Never been better. I didn't hurt you? I'm sure tomorrow will say otherwise, but right now I could fucking fly. Snuggling into him, I press a kiss to the center of his neck, exhaling a tapered sigh. My eyes close with contentment when he strokes my hair, tucking it behind my ear. Be right back, he whispers. I burrow into the bed covers that smell like driftwood and salt breezes, my eyes peeling open to watch him slide off the bed, carefully, slowly, and pull himself up. There's no hiding the flinch or the hiss through his teeth, telling me he's in pain. My heart aches, watching him trudge to the adjoining bathroom and pause in the doorway to grip the frame, catching his breath. Gabe, I'm good, he says quickly, voice strained. Promise. He disappears behind the door and returns moments later, still naked, free of the condom. My skin heats as he climbs back into bed, half-hard and uncaring that he's bare before me. I'm hidden beneath the bed covers, vulnerability sneaking inside now that we're waiting in the aftermath. Gabe scoots closer to me, gathering me in his arms, as one hand drifts under the blankets and trails to my backside. He gives it a squeeze. No regrets? He wonders, lips grazing my forehead. No regrets. My knees curl up, my hands tucked beneath my cheek, as exhaustion settles in and a sense of peace washes over me. I don't need music to lull me to sleep. I don't need anything other than this. His arms around me, his beating heart, his warm breath feathering along my hairline. I've never felt more cherished, more loved, more safe. I'm finally flying.
Chapter 28. Gabe. After a rigorous security screening including metal detectors, pat-downs, and a body scan, as well as providing ample identification, a background check, and my future firstborn child, I'm finally guided to a visitation room by a guy who looks like Lou Ferrigno. The maximum security prison is cold, joyless, and smells like feet. I don't want to be here. Not by a fucking landslide, but I didn't have a choice. I'm out of options at this point. The open table room I'm brought into is even more sterile and depressing. It resembles my old Catholic elementary school cafeteria with its white-paneled ceiling, squeaky checkered flooring, and brassy artificial light. The few windows in the room are barred, and the wide-open space is only furnished with a bunch of tables and metal chairs that even a cadaver would find less than adequate. The odor in the room is a marring of chemicals and disinfectant fused with an overcompensating amount of lemon, pit stains, and, well, still feet, but feet with the makings of a fungal infection. I try not to gag when Ferrigno leads me toward the prison, or I'll have to keep myself from mauling. We wind through a plethora of tables, some housing cuffed inmates and some empty. One of the men looks like he's barely 18, but his eyes are long past dead as he stares with vacancy at the tearful woman across from him. A chill slithers down my back. And then that chill manifests into an ice storm in my veins when my eyes land on the man I once called my father. Good old Pops. Now he's just a rodent who tried to burn my stepbrother and best friend alive. I figured he'd be wearing an orange jumpsuit like they do in the movies, but he's dressed in a khaki-colored uniform instead, with buttons down the front and unhemmed sleeves. His usual shadowing of stubble has grown out to a full beard of gold and silver, and his bronze complexion from days of golfing under the sun has faded to a chalky shade of gray. What makes him look older, though, is the downturn of his shoulders and the haggard expression he wears as he gazes down at his handcuffs. He used to emit confidence, composure, a silent power I once confused with strength. Now, he's nothing but a gangly, dried-up man with hollow eyes and sunken-in cheeks. The extent of his burns, from that same fire he set in motion, are far worse than mine, and the sight of him covered in puckered, blackened scar tissue casing the left side of his face and roping down his neck offers me a small pocket of consolation. He's a nobody now, a waste of oxygen. The correctional officer points me to his table, as if I didn't already recognize the shit stain sitting slumped over in a metal chair, bound by silver chains. Apparently, we have 30 minutes, which sounds like 25 minutes too long. Travis stands slowly, his eyes flaring when he spots me. "Son," he says. I freeze beside the table, my hands balling to stone at my sides. "Don't ever fucking call me that again." Sighing with a touch of resignation, he sits back down. "It kills me that you're seeing me like this." "It kills you?" I yank my own chair out from the table and plop down, a solid few feet away. Breathing the same air as him is making my stomach roll. You have no idea how much I wish it would. "You don't mean that." He dismisses me, eyes drifting to the left, as if he's already bored. "I'm atoning for my missteps. Just look at me." Chains jangle when he raises his arms. I gawk at him, my brows lifting to my hairline. "Missteps? You hired someone to murder my stepbrother because he caught you molesting the neighbor girl. Decades later, he shows back up because, surprise, your plan backfired, and you tie him and his girlfriend to a fucking bedpost and set their bedroom on fire to try and cover up your depraved secrets." He tilts his head to the side, eyeing the room like he has better things to do. "That's the rumor going around, I hear. I'm confident I'll be awarded a fair trial." This is a fucking joke. My legs itch to carry me right back out the door, but unfortunately this meeting matters. It matters because she matters. When all I do is stare at him blankly, Travis leans back in his chair. "I assume you have questions." "A few, yeah. Tell me why you have some prick breathing down my neck demanding over $1 million. He clears his throat, lacing his fingers together atop the table. "Well, there's this loan," he explains. "My intentions were noble. There was a restaurant I'd been in the process of—" "I don't give a shit about the restaurant. Tell me why you have him coming after me." I slap the palm of my hand against my chest. One of his cronies gave me a concussion in my driveway and threatened my girlfriend. Girlfriend? The bear's smirk tilts the corner of his mouth. This is a proud father moment, Gabe. I never thought I'd see the day when you traded in your barbaric bachelor ways for a chance to settle down. My eyes narrow. Answer the question. There was no question, and you didn't say please. I stand from the chair, prepared to bolt. All right. He relents. I'll explain everything. Sit. I don't. I glare at him and fold my arms. Scratching at his graying whiskers with tethered hands, Travis exhales slowly and fumbles for an explanation that I'm certain will only be a partial truth. It was a private loan through a disreputable source, he discloses, glancing down at the table, his jaw ticking. I had every intention of paying it back, of course, but circumstances did not play out the way I'd intended. He holds out his cuffed wrists like visual evidence. The man in charge wants his money back since the restaurant went under. He's not the friendliest. I couldn't tell. He has a frightening amount of power, he continues. Connections with an Irish mafia family in Chicago called the O'Learys. I'm sure you've heard of them. Yeah, I have them, all on speed dial. Anyway, he seems to be the one pulling the strings. He'll do whatever he needs to do to get paid, and he's proficient at making people disappear. Travis shrugs. Since I'm in here and you're out there, you're regrettably in the line of fire. Regrettably, I echo with disdain. Interesting how you've been blowing up my phone recently. You must really have my best interest at hand trying to warn me. Of course I do. This is my mess, and I'd hate for you to fall victim to these vultures. Such a doting dad, I sing song, canting my head. I mean, you're obviously protected in here. There's no way your ass is on the line, too. It would be illogical to think that this jackoff might have someone on the inside threatening your life if he doesn't get his money. Travis's face falls, his eyes thinning as he stares at me. A few quiet beats pass between us, and then a knowing grin blooms on his lips as he squares his shoulders. I see you're not as dense as I thought, Gabe. All those years of excessive marijuana use didn't seem to scramble your brains after all. The smirk broadens. A miscalculation on my part. Perhaps I have raised you well. Everything inside of me wants to fly across the table and throttle him, wrap my fingers around his throat until he turns purple, watch him wheeze and choke on his own pathetic breath. Pretty sure the only thing holding me back is the notion that I might have to share a jail cell with him because of it. I keep my hatred in check by grinding my molars together until they're close to chipping. You and I both know I don't have that kind of money. You would if you managed to listen to even a shred of my advice growing up. Instead, you prioritize partying and hookups over making a prolific life for yourself. It's disappointing. Right, I bite out. I'm deeply shamed that I failed to follow in your felonious footsteps. How silly of me to secure a morally acceptable job and use my money to pay bills and feed myself instead of hiring hitmen and borrowing millions of dollars from crooks. You should write a memoir or something. I'm considering it. Tell me where to get the money, I demand. Tell me how to clean up another one of your fucking messes. His cold eyes rake over the scar along my bicep that peeks out over the collar of my t-shirt, drinking in the consequences of his last mess. A condescending hum skims his lips. I heard you were a real hero that night. Travis snaps his eyes up to mine and leans forward, grazing his tongue along his teeth. You marched right through those flames with little regard for yourself, pulled your brother to safety, along with that burdensome Neville girl. My chest tightens. That blustering Christmas night flashes through my mind like a movie reel of post-traumatic stress. Smoke fills my lungs, flames lick my skin. Sydney's wails of desperation echo in my ears to this day as I yanked her off of Oliver and carried her down the staircase. I hate you, let me go. She didn't know it was me at first. She didn't recognize the arms around her as she kicked and flailed and clawed at me. If Oliver had perished in that fire, she would hate me. That much I know. Sid had planned to die that day, curled up on top of her lover as he lay helpless on the bed, anchored to the headboard with rope, the unforgiving blaze more than eager to swallow them whole. I could hardly breathe as I raced back up the stairs and into the yellow-orange wall of flames. It was 360 degrees of black smoke and terror. I used my pocket knife to cut Oliver loose, hauling him off the bed seconds before the ceiling caved in behind us. He said one word to me as we stumbled down the stairs, coughing and choking. "Brother." I blinked back to the visitation room. I can almost taste the soot in my throat as I stare across the table at the man who nearly killed us, all in a sick attempt to save himself. My fingers dig deep into my kneecaps to keep myself from strangling him. "I'd do it all again if I had to," I murmur, in a heartbeat. He tisks his tongue as if the notion is deplorable. Such empathy. Another sigh falls out, something patronizing. "Clearly, a weakness from your mother's side." My fingernails nearly burrow through my jeans. "How do I get the money?" I hiss out, less of a question and more of a chewed-off demand. I'm done with this little rendezvous. Travis shrugs, non-committally, glancing at his dirty fingernails. "I was hoping we could put our heads together and figure something out. What do you have in your savings account?" "Not enough." "Stocks, investments?" "I don't have shit, okay? I have my house, my car, a bit of money to get by if the furnace blows or my engine kicks out, that's it." The realization that my father doesn't seem to have a simple solution to this monumental problem has my nerves climbing, heart racing. "What about your house in Lake Geneva? That's got to be a cool mill's worth of blood money. Can't you sell it?" "My third ex-wife has it. She divorced me instantly. Took everything." "Savings?" "My accounts were frozen thanks to all these absurd charges." Fuck. His golden hair, peppered with silver, glints beneath the light fixtures. "What about that lovely mother of yours?" He tries. "She was always the responsible type. Surely she can contribute something." "I'm not bringing Mom into this. Not a chance." "You need to work with me here, son. I'm not a magician." I lunge forward, slamming my hands down on the table. "Don't call me son." My tone drips with venom, each word punctuated. A guard immediately grabs me by the arm and hauls me back. "Easy. Take a seat." He clips. "This is your one and only warning." I fall into the metal chair, elbows to knees, head in my hands. Scrubbing my palms over my face, I steeple my fingers and glance up at my father, noting the twinkle in his eyes. The bastard is getting off on watching me sweat. "I'll never forgive you for this. If something happens to her, I'll..." Choking on the thought alone, I lower my voice so only he can hear me. "I'll fucking kill you." "Bold claim. You're too soft to even hurt a fly." "He threatened my fucking girl," I grind out, teeth bared. "You have no idea what I'm capable of doing if she gets hurt. You've never been in love. The only thing you've ever cared about is yourself." My pulse is throttling with fire and brimstone. "I will kill you." "Guard?" Travis lifts his gaze to the beast of a guy pacing our table. "My son is threatening my life. I don't feel safe." "You're disgusting." The correctional officer motions me to stand. "We're done here, kid." He signals another guard over to deal with Travis. "Let's go." I stand from the chair with such force it almost tips over. "I don't have the money," I say to my father. "Looks like your time is ticking." "Unlikely." His ankle chains clank across the white and blue tiles as he's guided away from the table. "Sounds to me like you have just as much to lose here, son. I'm convinced you'll figure something out." I'm hauled away by the bicep, my stomach in knots. "Oh," Travis calls out, glancing back over his shoulder. "Do me a favor and send my regards to Oliver. I certainly hope he's doing well." With a devilish smirk, he disappears around the corner. A feeling of crippling defeat funnels through me as I'm dragged from the visitation room toward the prison exit. My mind is reeling, my skin itchy. Sweat lines my brow as I swipe the back of my hand across my forehead. I have no idea how I'm getting myself out of this with only a few days left. This is impossible. Travis Wellington fooled a lot of people, but I'll never get over the way he fooled me. And now, I need to figure out a way to fool an army of bloodthirsty criminals before they come after the woman I love.
Chapter 29. Tabitha. I stand in Evan's driveway with my eyes on the sky. An airplane flies overhead, and I think about that plane ride we never got to take. I can't help but wonder, if Matthew had made it out of the basement with me, would I have been brave enough to do it? Would I have stepped on that airplane? I don't know. I think what hurts the most is the fact that I never got the chance to find out. A woman walks by with her dog, sending me a happy wave when my attention pulls away from the condensation trail left behind by the aircraft. Her wave feels too happy. I realize it's probably just a normal wave, offered by a regularly happy woman who doesn't know that the person she's waving to is about to relive the unhappiest moment of her life. So I wave back. My hand lifts with half-hearted happiness, and I wonder if she notices. Hey! I jolt in place when Summer calls out to me from the foyer, her foot propping open the screen door. Fiddling with the tungsten ring around my necklace chain, I send her a small smile and step forward, greeting her in the entryway. Hey, Summer, I haven't seen you in a while. I set down my purse and swipe my clammy palms down my thighs. Summer beams at me. She beams because she doesn't know. She beams because she has no idea I'm about to recount the single worst moment of my life, just like the happy waver from the sidewalk. It's funny how life goes on despite it all. The sun shines brightly when your mind is filled with rain and clouds, and music plays even when you can hardly recognize the melodies. Birds fly when you're collapsed and broken, and you don't understand how they can fly so high, so effortlessly, when you can't even find your own footing, let alone your wings. People beam, they wave and they smile, and all you want to do is cry. Tugging on her ponytail, Summer chomps on her bubblegum, oblivious to my plight. Yeah, my friend Raina and I have been spending the summer doing makeup tutorials online. She points to her dark violet eyeshadow and inky winged liner. Not too bad, huh? I clear my throat and force away the bleak thoughts, attempting to beam right back at her. Very impressive. You could probably teach me a thing or two. Tell that to my dad. He thinks I'm too young for makeup.
You're eternally 9. We've talked about this.
Evan appears from the edge of the hallway, pulling a baseball cap off his head and ruffling his hair. A gloom steals the gleam from his eyes when his attention pans from his daughter to me.
Hey, Tabitha, everything is set up.
His words travel over to me, and I can't hold on to the beam just as he can't hold on to the gleam. Everything is set up, ready to go. My heart has been prepped for mass destruction. I give him a nod and inhale a big breath. I'll be right there. Nodding back, he forces a smile and heads back down the hallway while Summer watches him retreat. She glances back toward me with a frown. Are you getting to the third act breakup in the story or something? The mood got weirdly tense. Third act breakup? Yeah, like, in my mom's historical romance books I sneak off to read when I visit her in Tennessee, there's always this tragic turn of events that shakes everything up. I hate that part. My hands feel shaky, so I lace my fingers together in front of me. Something like that, I say, clearing my throat. I think your dad is wrong, by the way. You're far from eternally 9. She grins, smacking her pink gum between her teeth. As her eyes dip lower, they pause on the star ring still circling my finger. Oh, hey, you're wearing that ring I gave you. Her eyes sparkle bright blue. I love it. I hold it up, watch it glint in the sunlight pouring in through the front window. I love it too. Thank you again. It's grown to mean a lot to me. Yeah? What does it mean? A tickle of happiness skips across my chest as I think of Gabe. I fiddle with the ring, recalling the moment he slipped it over my finger in a gas station parking lot. New beginnings, I think. Second chances, I murmur. Hopefully, a little bit of good luck. Ooh, is this about love? She wonders. Then she gasps, noting which finger the ring resides on. Wait, are you engaged? The idea warms me. I think it's always warmed me, even when he said it teasingly, jokingly, not thinking for a second I'd agree to play along. It warmed me last night, the same way his body did while we drifted off to sleep after making love for the first time. His arm was draped around me, one hand locked with mine, both of our palms tucked to my chest. He toyed with the little ring, circling it around my finger. And I think in that moment we both wished that it was real. My gaze floats back to summer as a smile crests. Something like that, I echo softly. After I wave a quick goodbye, I stroll down the hallway and make a pit stop in the bathroom before joining Evan in his office. I take a moment. I just need a few seconds to gather my thoughts, my strength, my energy. My reflection stares back at me as I splash cool water over my face and inhale a shaky breath. For a second, I'm in that bathroom again. The other bathroom. The one with ugly floral wallpaper that peeled from the corners. The one that reeked of mold and mildew. Water-damaged walls. A dirty, cracked mirror. Every time I gulped down water from the faucet, I debated smashing the mirror with my fist and stabbing a shard of glass into my captor's jugular. I pictured his blood spurting out when I severed his artery. I envisioned the way he'd clutch his throat as horror and disbelief stole his expression and clouded his eyes. I imagined him falling at my feet as his life drained out, and I cheered and laughed and celebrated our victory. We win. Regret eats at me that I never did it. Maybe I could have saved him. Maybe I would have stepped on that airplane. I dry off with a hand towel and smooth my hair back, glancing in the mirror one last time as I press forward on the edge of the sink. I can do this, I mutter to myself. I will do this. No more regrets. I make my way out of the bathroom and step into Evan's office, heaving in a deep breath and centering myself as I prepare for what I need to do. It's time to relive the then so I can finally live in the now. I clutch the tungsten ring in my fist, squeezing gently, then glance down at the star ring circled around my finger. My past, my present. I cling to them both because they are each responsible for shaping my future. Evan sends me a welcoming nod from his desk as I step forward, and I close the door behind me.
Chapter 30. Gabe. She's hunched over on her front porch when I saunter up her walkway with a hot cup of tea. It's already nighttime, the moon replacing all remnants of the summer sun, and darkness stealing the light in her eyes I saw less than 24 hours ago. Tabs. Hey. She lifts her head slowly, eyelids puffy and rimmed red. Her lips part, but she doesn't say anything. She just stares at me with those lightless eyes as I pick at the cardboard sleeve on the cup. Swallowing, I pause a few feet away from her and slip my free hand into my pocket. You didn't come over after your interview. I guess I thought she was going to come over, considering she usually does, and also, we had just had sex for the first time. Maybe I was being presumptuous and thinking things would be different now. I waited for you. A few seconds tick by. She offers me a blink. The tree branches shimmy above us, caught up in a breeze that blows through, a breeze that nearly swallows her words. I'm sorry, she murmurs. There's a detachment in her voice that complements the shadows swirling around her. I frown, taking a cautious step forward. Are you okay?
No.
Looking away, she hugs her knees to her chest and shakes her head.
No, I'm not. You should probably go.
You want me to go?
You should,
she says quietly. That's not what I asked. I take another step forward, then one more, until I'm toe-to-toe with her front stoop. She keeps her eyes locked on something across the yard. A squirrel, I think, or maybe nothing.
Tell me what's wrong.
A word falls out with her wobbly breath.
Everything.
Everything is wrong? She nods.
I feel like I should still be down there, in that basement. He never got to leave, so why was I so lucky? It doesn't seem fair that I'm the lucky one and he's the dead one. It's not right.
Her tone is numb, almost deadened. I crouch down until I'm eye level with her, even though her eyes are still aimed at the imaginary squirrel somewhere to the right.
Hey, look at me,
I tell her gently.
Please.
She doesn't. Her lips quiver slightly, so I know she heard me. I know she's intentionally avoiding eye contact.
You weren't lucky,
I say. You were brave. You were strong. You were smart. This causes her head to snap toward me, our faces mere inches apart. Emotion flashes in copper-brown eyes that look a shade darker than midnight in the lack of porch light.
He was braver, stronger, smarter,
she hisses back.
And he's still dead.
She glances down at her knees, but I catch her chin with 2 fingers and pop her head back up. Look at me, Tabs. Don't look down. A tear slips from the corner of her eye, but she holds my gaze. I hand her the tea. Okay, I concur. You were lucky. It wasn't bravery or strength or clever tricks. It was pure luck. Chamomile wafts around us, mingling with the lilac breeze. Her eyes dip to the tea I'm holding out to her, and the sight of it has more tears pooling in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks. She accepts the cup, her hands trembling. The point is, it doesn't matter how you survived. All that matters is that you did. That's what counts. I'm still in a crouching position in front of her, eye to eye, as my hands reach out and graze along her floral printed leggings. Your daughter isn't going to look at you and question the how and why of your existence in her life. She's going to look at you and smile, because you're here, and you're her beautiful, perfect mother, holding her in 2 arms that fought for every second of being with her. Maybe it was luck. Maybe it was cosmic design. Maybe it was something we'll never fully understand. Whatever it was, it doesn't fucking matter, Tabs. I inch closer, giving her thighs a squeeze. You are here. Hope is here. And every life you've changed, every person you've touched because you're here, that's where you find your healing. It's not back there. It's not in that basement. I tell her. It's right now. It's right here. Her eyes flutter closed as tears trickle down her cheeks and lips, dangling from her jaw. I slide my palm to the center of her chest and rest my forehead to her knees, inhaling a tapered breath, savoring the feel of her heartbeats vibrating through me. Ta-thump, ta-thump, ta-thump. But then she's scrambling to her feet, croaking out a tortured sound. Tabitha pulls herself up, unsteady and frantic, shaking her head as she stares down at me. It does matter, Gabe. The why, the how. Inching backward to her front door, she squeezes the cup of tea in her fist, liquid pooling out of the top. It matters. She races inside and I'm on my feet, following her into the house, the screen door slapping behind me. Why didn't you come to me? I call after her as she winds through the foyer, through the living room, placing the tea on her coffee table with her back to me. You always come to me. Why didn't you let me comfort you? Because it's not fair to you. What's not fair? Her arms are wrapped around her middle like a protective shield, a barrier. I move in closer, desperate to break through. You think I'll be forced against my will to hold you, to love you, to kiss away your tears while you break apart in my arms? Jesus, Tabitha, I would do that every minute of every day if it helped bring you one step closer to healing. Shivers rippled through her, causing her body to tremor through her tears. It's not fair that you love me that much, she whispers, that you love me with your whole heart. You think this is easy for me. I hedge, holding my arms out at my sides, my emotions climbing. It kills me to know that you'll never love me back. That you'll never— I do love you, she shouts, severing my words as she whips around to face me, her chest heaving. I love you, but not with my whole heart because my heart is no longer whole. I love you with the chewed up, tattered pieces of it, the shredded remains that have somehow kept me alive for this long. And you don't deserve that, Gabe. You don't deserve to be loved with scraps, with the bloody leftovers. That's not fair. I stare at her, frozen in silence, thunderstruck. Her words sink in, bleeding into my skin, my bones, my marrow, my essence. 3 little words. My question falls out like a stunned whisper. You love me? She blinks, lips parting as she registers and rejects the joyous disbelief in my eyes. Did you not hear me? I said I can't love you like you. You love me. A smile blooms, pulling at my lips, pulling at my heartstrings. I'm smiling so hard, my jaw aches. That's what I heard. She steps away, swinging her head back and forth. No, stop it. You're meant for so much more than what I can offer you. I'm a single mother with a dead-end job and a screwed-up past. No savings, no career, no future. You don't want this. You have so much to live. Nothing. I have nothing. I cut in, stepping forward, closing the gap between us and taking her face between my hands. Our foreheads crash together as I tell her firmly, I have nothing. Gabe, please give me the sun and the moon. I press a kiss to her hairline. Hand me the sea. I kiss to her forehead, to her tear-streaked cheek. Steal every star from the fucking sky, and I still have nothing. Another kiss to her nose, to the perfect bow of her lips. She's still shaking her head like she doesn't believe me, but I need her to believe me. I place a final kiss to her mouth before inching back and whispering, You're my everything, Tabs. Without you, I have nothing. Her face crumples the moment our eyes lock. A tsunami of grief, of mourning, of survivor's guilt. She lets it all fall on me as she collapses against me and becomes dead weight in my arms. I hold her tight, gathering her closer, accepting every weight she hands me as I sprinkle more kisses in her hair. I'll take your leftover pieces. I'll cherish those pieces, and I'll spend my whole damn life doing everything in my power to make your heart whole again. Sobs rip through her. Heart-wrenching, bone-rattling sobs. Her hands fist my t-shirt, her tears soaking through the fabric. My hands cup the back of her head, fingers grazing her scalp. I've got you, baby, I murmur. Always. As her cries fade to whimpers, Tabitha buries her face in my chest and drags her palms up and down my torso, her touch feather light. Her breaths come in deep, heady inhales, morphing into sighs of longing as her fingers dance to the hem of my shirt and sneak underneath. Nuzzling me with her nose, she parts her lips and scatters dozens of kisses across my chest. Her fingers skim along my bare skin, exploring every divot, every muscle, every slow-healing bruise. A moan escapes her, warming me through the fabric of my t-shirt. It feels like she's trying to burrow inside me and tie our hearts together with a tear-soaked ribbon. My eyes fall closed, my footing unsteady as she touches me. The emotions between us shift into something else, something more. Despair is still despair, but it pleads with passion, and I think somewhere between the two is where heaven and hell collide. Fire and serenity, madness and magic, balance. I drag my lips down her temple, then her cheek, and she lifts up on her toes at the same time with her nails digging into my skin and my hands in her hair. Our mouths meet hungrily, tongues winding, moans tangling. She pulls my bottom lip between her teeth, then peppers open mouth kisses down my jaw to my neck, nicking the skin as her hands slide around to my back. Oh, I take jumps, straining against denim. Fuck. I fall to my knees and take her with me, lying her down on the plush white rug in her living room. We don't make it to the bedroom. Eager to be inside her, I wrench the shirt over my head and toss it behind me. My eyes don't leave hers as I unhook my belt buckle, tug at my zipper, and shove my jeans down my hips. Tabitha wriggles her way out of her leggings and underwear, kicking them across the room and spreading her legs for me. Lamplight casts her in a warm glow, brightening her damp cheeks and the desire glistening between her thighs. I drape myself over her and dive back into her kiss as her hands fall across my shoulder blades, holding me close. She reaches lower and grips my bare ass, gouging me with her fingernails. The underside of my erection glides up and down her wetness, and I moan into her mouth, rocking against her. Fuck. I grind out, pulling away and pressing my forehead to hers. You're soaking wet. I keep rocking my hips, and a slippery slide of my cock against her pussy has my neck craning back, a deep groan rumbling in my throat. As I rock forward, she moves her hips and the head of my dick slips inside of her. I almost lose it. Only an inch inside and my body tenses up. Shit. I still for a moment, and manage to get it together before I blow my load in 1.5 seconds like a pent-up teenager. Wait. I rasp, kissing the shell of her ear. Condom. I'm about to ease my way out of her when she squeezes my ass and bucks her hips. No, I want to feel you, she whimpers. All of you. Bear. Christ. I bury my face against her shoulder, propping myself up on my forearms. I always use a condom, every time. So it's safe then, right? Her fingernails dig into my skin, tracing fiery lines along the ridges of my spine. With a firm grip, she pulls me closer, her arms wrapped tightly around me as if she's afraid to let go. Gabe, fuck me. And I'm toast. The animal inside me takes over and I sink into her all the way. A guttural groan falls out of me as I push up on my hands, thrusting once, twice, again, slow but hard. I shove her ivory blouse up past her breast and yank down her bra, sucking a nipple into my mouth as her back bows. Her fingers fisting my hair in a needy grip. Gabe, oh God. Fuck, Tabs. Her thighs are spread wide, knees pushed back toward her chest as I move inside her, my spine arching with each thrust. Both palms are splayed on either side of her head to hold myself up, and my ribs burn and hiss. But I'm too wound with pleasure to slow down. Say it again, I husk, our skin slapping together as I plow into her on her living room rug. Say it, she moans, pushing her hair back from her eyes with one hand while the other clasps the nape of my neck. I love you. My hand slips between us, 2 fingers rubbing her clit as she whimpers, her breasts bouncing below me. Again. I love you. My grunts fuse with her mewls as I thrust into her harder, faster. Say my name as you come on my cock. Her cheeks are flushed bright pink, her hairline damp with sweat. Mouth hanging open on a low moan, she tenses, her legs coiling around my lower back, ankles locking. Gabe. Oh, Jesus. She comes hard, breaking apart, eyes squeezed shut. I've been inside of her for a minute tops, and we're already unraveling. I pump into her a few more times and my head tips back as I groan through the onset of my release. Miraculously, I'm coherent enough to pull out of her as my orgasm peaks. Lifting to my knees, I latch onto her hip and lean over while fisting my cock with my opposite hand. I jerk myself off with a throaty groan, my cum pulling onto her stomach as waves of euphoria ripple through me. She watches, eyes glazed over, her body limp from release. A small Lovelace smile tips her lips as I collapse beside her on the rug with my jeans still caught around my knees. We're both breathing heavily, sweaty and sticky. My abdomen pulses with agony, pissed at me, but I can't help the smile I shoot her as I hike up my jeans and reach behind me toward the ottoman. I snatch up a knitted blanket and swipe it across Tabitha's stomach, cleaning her up. She pulls up on her elbows. My grandmother crocheted that. She'll be thrilled to know that her handiwork is being put to good use. Oh God. She cups a hand over her mouth to hold in the giggles and falls back down to the rug, her dark hair framing her head like an inky halo as she tugs her leggings back up. I ball the blanket between my hands and toss it aside. Propping my head up on my palm, I gaze down at her as she stares at the ceiling with a fading smile, her cheeks still glinting with drying tears. I brush the backs of my fingers along her cheekbone, and her lips quiver, a shadow of pain etched across her face. Tabs, I want you to know. I wait for her eyes to meet mine before I continue because this is important. When her gaze cuts back to me and holds steady, I tell her, I'll never expect you to love him less, okay? She inhales sharply. I can almost feel the way her chest constricts with emotion. Something raw, something potent. I'll never ask you to choose. I'll never tell you to let him go. I cup her cheek, hoping she feels my truth because it is the truth. Love's not a competition, and it's not always singular. I don't care what the books say or what society tells us. Don't ever feel guilty for sharing your heart. You said it like it was a bad thing, but it's not, baby. It's not. It's a beautiful thing. And then she deflates with a long sigh, with a breath she's been holding on to, maybe for months, something like relief. I meant everything I said. Pressing a kiss to her forehead, I murmur, There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Her gaze skims my face, throat working through a tight lump. Just don't leave me, she says. That's all I want. Impossible. Promise me, she whispers, rolling toward me, burrowing into the breadth of my arms. Promise me you won't leave. Tell me you're immortal, superhuman, death-defying. Your love is unshakable. There's desperation in her eyes, and in the way her hand reaches out to grip my bicep. She glances at my scar, taking in the fragile humanity staring back at her in the form of puckered flesh and discolored skin. Promise me. I take her closer until my lips tickle the skin below her ear, and the mess with my father skips across my mind. Stoney's threats, my broken ribs with promises of worse. A clock quickly counting down. Danger lingers at the forefront of my mind as I whisper the only promise I know how to keep. My love is unshakable. Chapter 31. Gabe. Fresh off a job site, the last thing I expect to see when I stroll to my car the next night is Stoney. My hackles rise, insides pitching with anxiety. I slowly pull the hard hat off my head as our eyes meet across the parking lot, and he lifts up from the hood of my Challenger. Chester Stonehawker. After the prison visit with my father, I quickly learned that Jackson Walsh and his right-hand douche, Chester Stoney Stonehawker, are notorious for two things: being the lowliest human beings alive and managing to get away with it. Somehow, these cretins always find a way to escape any real penalty or prison time. Must have something to do with the millions of dollars they acquire from extorting innocent citizens. What the fuck are you doing here? I call out, picking up my pace after a brief hesitation. This stalker act is getting creepy. Not that I'm not flattered by your newfound obsession with me. Pushing past him with a shoulder bump, I reach for my car door handle. I mean, I don't blame you if you need a friend. Your buddy Walsh seems to be as cuddly as a cactus. Stoney reeks of menthol and smoky gunpowder as he parks his hip against the door, blocking me from opening it. I see you've finally spoken with your father. I humored him, yeah. The old man isn't looking so great. I'm sure it's been tough sharing a cell with some dude with a rampant libido. You've come to a solution, I gather. A solution to the bullshit between my father and your skeevy boss that I literally have nothing to do with? My glare is icy. I'm not sure. But let me know how that goes, since I'm unwillingly invested now. I reach for the door handle again, and then I wince when the barrel of a pistol slams into my ribcage. It's like he knows exactly where my bruises hide, where my brutalized ribs cower. I grind my teeth together, breathing out through my nose and trying not to show that I'm weeping on the inside. You're going to shoot me in a parking lot? I bite out, glancing around at the idle cars. One of my coworkers is on his cell phone as he paces around his vehicle. Rogers doesn't really like me, but I think he'd find it in him to be a good Samaritan if you blow me away 20 feet from his Prius. A grin curls on his scarred face as he burrows the barrel deeper. No, Gabe, I'm not going to shoot you. I just wanted to watch you squirm for a moment. His arms rear back and he returns the pistol to his waistband. I tend to avoid getting my hands dirty. My tactics are more subtle. My abdomen throbs as I step away and blink back the pain, refusing to give him the satisfaction of watching me squirm. How honorable of you. I prefer morally flexible. He leans back against my Challenger and folds his arms, pale blue eyes gleaming beneath the underside of his cap. The real question is, how honorable are you? I tense my jaw and tilt my head. I always return my library books on time. I ask my plants for permission before pruning them because I respect their autonomy. I shrug. Oh, this one time I ran into a burning building and pulled 2 people I love to safety. That counts, right? Well then, perhaps this will trigger your righteous reflexes. Stoney bends over and reaches for a manila folder propped up by the wheel of my car. Take a look. The folder is shoved at my chest, and a handful of photographs slip out, fluttering to the pavement. One lands right side up and my eyes dip down. I blanch. It's a photo of Tabitha. At the grocery store. What is this? I breathe out, wondering how I'm even still breathing. My head snaps up, my eyes wide as I stare at him. I can't hide the terror in them. What the fuck is this? There's more. Please take your time. I'll wait. He whistles, glancing at his Rolex before perusing the parking lot and getting comfortable against the side of my car. I realize my hands are shaking as I crouch down and gather up a stack of loose photographs. Flipping through them, my chest seizes with every new image I uncover. Tabitha at work, smiling as she distributes mugs of coffee to customers. Tabitha at her house, bent over a garden bed with a little shovel in her hand. Tabitha in her car at a stoplight. Tabitha and Hope, sitting at the park with another woman, playing with a white and silver husky. Tabitha and Hope. My fucking girls. I'm shell-shocked as I glance back up at him, frozen, stunned. He's been following her. He knows everything about her, her schedule, where she works, where she lives. My entire world has been placed in the hands of a corrupt criminal. Poor thing. He notes, still looking off to the side like he's only marginally engaged. She's had such a hard life already. What with her abduction and witnessing the heinous murder of the man she loved, truly tragic. I can only imagine what it would do to her if more tragedy fell into her lap, especially with that adorable little girl she's single-handedly responsible for protecting. I shake my head, swallowing down my horror. It feels like I'm underwater and he's talking to me just above the surface, his face murky and out of focus, his words garbled. Now, he states, attention drifting back to me, since you're the hero who rescues people he loves from burning buildings, imagine this. His hand waves between us like a grand unveiling. Your lover and her child trapped inside that burning building. The roof collapses, the walls cave in. Flames, smoke, imminent death. Tisking his tongue, he feigns sympathy as he pulls out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. A dire scene, indeed. She's screaming for you. Both of them are screaming for you, begging for their lives. He grins, lights up the charcoal tip. But you can only save one. My heart stops. It peters out and shrivels up. Ashes and decay slithering through my bloodstream. I can't process what he's telling me. Can't blink, can't move, can't breathe. Tell me, Gabe. He finishes, blowing a tapered plume of smoke toward the blue-gray sky. Who would you save? A glimmer brightens his eyes, a spark of depraved thrill. Rhetorically speaking, of course. Everything continues to blur as I gape at him, his words settling like tar-steeped bricks in the pit of my gut. I shake my head back and forth, processing, unable to process. You wouldn't. I choke out. The pictures fall from my hands, scattering at my feet. Panic unfurls in the center of my chest, and I bend over, gripping my knees with white-knuckled hands as I try to keep myself from buckling. You wouldn't do that. I can see how much this scenario is upsetting you. He mutters. Well, no worries. I'm certain you'll do everything you can to avoid it. There's no need for dramatics, as much as I do enjoy them. Please don't hurt them. I straighten back up and tug at my hair with both fists, still struggling for a full breath. Don't you fucking touch them. He squints at me. You seem to be confused, Gabe. I'm not the one holding the cards here. That would be you. I don't know what to do. I confess, bile in my throat. I don't know how to get that kind of money. We're back to that then. He sighs. Shame. My boss was gracious enough to extend your deadline, and all you seem to do is take advantage of his generosity. Do what you want to me. I grit through my teeth. Just leave them out of this. For the love of fuck, leave them out of this. Stoney lunges at me, gripping me by the work vest with knobby fingers as the cigarette dangles between his lips. I'm limp, a rag doll. My fight has been pilfered away by the imaginary screams of Tabitha and Hope perishing in a fiery blaze. He'll make them disappear. He'll take my whole life away from me. Leave them out of this. Now, why would I do that? His grip is firm, but his tone is devil-may-care. They're a part of this little arrangement. You've made them a part of this. You. Releasing me, he takes 2 unhurried steps back and plucks a cigarette from his lips. My words are all dried up. I just stand there, speechless, blank. You have 2 days, 48 hours to fulfill the requirements you've been given. My boss's patience is wearing thin, as is mine. His eyes sparkle as he issues a final salient threat, tilting his head ever so slightly. Her bed sheets smell like lavender, you know. My pulse stutters. Heartbeats misfiring. No. I fist my hair again, fighting for clean air, swinging my head back and forth. They say the scent is calming, soothing. He continues thoughtfully. I wonder if it might bring her a touch of comfort when she awakes in the night to a stranger in her bed prying those pretty thighs wide open. Stretching a smirk, he does a one-footed spin and stalks away from me while muttering over his shoulder. Perhaps we'll find out. Whistling, he traipses out of the parking lot with a staggered limp and leaves me behind in shards and ruins. The moment he's out of sight, I collapse, sinking to the asphalt and falling back on my haunches. When I was a junior in high school, I spent a summer as a lifeguard getting paid minimum wage at the community pool. There was a little girl flailing in the water below me while her mother sat in a chaise lounge with a book shielding her eyes. Panic rippled through me, catapulting me into action. I dove in, hero instincts firing, desperate to save the little girl. And then my head hit the bottom of the pool. Blood stained the water red. My vision blurred, my lungs water-clogged and heavy. I thought I was dead. I truly thought I was meant to die. When my eyes opened, I was sprawled out on the concrete with worried faces looming over me as I coughed and spluttered up chlorine-bitter water. The girl was there, staring at me with wide eyes, wrapped up in a beach towel. She was safe. Someone must have rescued her. Someone must have rescued me. I only suffered a minor concussion and a few stitches, but I often think about what a close call that was. I could have died, and maybe I almost did. As I fall onto my back, I'm sprawled out on the concrete once again, but this time, no one is here to rescue me. Tabitha flashes across my mind, her beautiful porcelain face and broken smile. I picture a monster in her bed, defiling her, stealing that smile away for good. Grief sucker punches me, and I drape my hands over my face and choke down a sob. Ever since that day at the pool, I always wondered what it would take to kill me. Now I know. Her text stares back at me as I sit in my driveway, the window cracked, music shut off. Crickets chirp on the other side of the glass as a sticky breeze filters inside the car, doing nothing for my strangled lungs. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes, just rereading her text, tossing my phone onto the passenger's seat, reaching for it, reading it again. Tabitha, I'm wearing that red lingerie. I feel like it's time you finally saw it in person. Winky face. Call me when you're off work. I'll be waiting. XOXO. I've been off work for over an hour now, but I haven't called her, haven't texted her back. I'm numb, scattered, completely gutted. So I just reread her text. I imagined her in that sexy red lingerie, sprawled out on her white sheets, waiting for my phone call, waiting for me to saunter into her bedroom and tear the lingerie off her curves right before I bury my face between her wet thighs and let my tongue bring her to ecstasy. I imagine a lot of things, but my imagination is comprised by visions of Tabitha and Hope tied to a headboard, locked in opposite rooms as thick smoke envelops them and flame-drenched walls bury them alive. I hear them calling for me, Tabitha begging me to save her baby, Hope wailing for her mother, her tiny screams laced with terror. Both of them doomed to die in a fiery blaze because I don't know which door to run through first. I just stand there, helpless. Then I perish with them, dying a coward. Nausea rolls in my gut as I chuck my phone into the back seat and pound my fists against the steering wheel, growling my agony into the night. This would be easier to ignore if it were only just a vision. A nightmare I'll wake up from the moment the sun paints the sky in splashes of yellow and gold. But it's not. This will be my reality if I don't manage to come up with over $1 million fucking dollars in a couple of days. This will be my fate. This will be their fate. Because of me. Because of my fucking asshole father. My forehead falls to the wheel, my eyes closing as I try to keep myself from irreparably breaking down. When I lift back up, my gaze settles on the raised ranch house sitting in front of me. Honey bricks and dark mocha shutters. The old khaki-colored front door was recently painted over by Sydney and is now a coastal shade of blue. The paint color was called Barbie Dreamhouse, an intentional decision, and a tidbit she was more than eager to share with me while she snorted through her laughter at my disgruntled reaction. I let her do it, though, and it looks good. It reminds me of summers under a similar coastal blue sky. Lemonade stands at the end of the driveway, forts in the trampoline out back, endless games of tag and Red Rover in the front yard. Childhood, innocence. Days when all I had to worry about was making it through the front door before the streetlights turned on and what pajamas I was going to wear to bed that night. My heart pangs as I drink in the house I've called home since the day I was born. Gabe? I startle, blinking away the daydreams as my head pans left. Oliver stands a few feet away on his front lawn, watching me with a furrowed brow, illuminated by my headlights. Clearing my throat, I pull the key from the ignition and kick open the door. Hey, you seem distressed. Rough day at the job site. Misaligned framework. I sniff. Are you busy? Not particularly. Sid is working at the bar establishment tonight. His arms cross, that reflective expression he always wears tinted with worry as I approach. Can I assist with something? Scratching the back of my head, I glance down at the grass as a cricket skips across the toe of my shoe. Just an ear to lend if that's cool. Certainly. We make our way to his front stoop, right in front of a custom-made bird feeder shaped like a cottage that's been carved with Oliver and Sydney's initials. I stare at it for a few minutes while I gather my thoughts. Seeds and shells litter the wooden platform as the house swings gently in the night breeze, waiting for sunrise and black-capped chickadees to liven the sky. Leaning forward on my knees, I think about Tabitha's mockingbirds and about the one that succumbed to her father's firecrackers. It had no idea it was about to be struck down. Then I think about my girl sitting at home in her lingerie, waiting for my text to come through. Vulnerable and unsuspecting. My heart hurts. It hurts so fucking much. That misaligned framework seems to have truly sucked the life out of you, Gabe. Oliver quips to my right, already knowing that something else is bothering me. Luckily for him, he'll never know the true extent of my despair. I refuse to involve the people I love in this mess. Yeah, it's a bitch. We could commiserate over a bottle of bougie blah de blah, if you like. Sydney acquired it at her workplace. I hear it's quite distinctive. I shake my head. I'm not in the mood to drink. It'd only heighten my anxiety and paranoia. Nah, I'm good. Swallowing, I glance at him, taking in his firefly yellow V-neck with navy pinstripes, his hair a mess of chestnut waves. There's a question in his gaze as he stares at me beneath the porch lantern. I heave in a breath. Remember when I came back from the burn unit and you said you owed me big time for saving your life? Oliver blinked slowly through a frown, then nods once. Yes. I assumed it was in jest. You asked me to incorporate you into one of my comic books as a powerful demigod who radiates molten good looks and sexual mastery. A small smile crests. I plan to. I can't manage a smile back. Only pain skates across my face, triggering Oliver's smile to fade. He's always been perceptive. He knows I'm not joking around anymore. Gabe. Concern glimmers in his ruddy brown eyes as he fully faces me. Something tells me you need a favor, and I'm not going to like what this favor entails. My eyes close, my pulse thrumming with resignation. It feels like there's an avalanche in my chest, a landslide of no way outs and impossible choices. I drop my head into my hands and link my fingers behind my neck as I fixate on the cement cracks. I'll do anything, Oliver continues, waiting for more context. You know I will. It takes a few more stifled heartbeats for me to pop my head back up and look him in the eyes. I need you to keep an eye on Tabitha for me. I almost choke on the request, almost suffocate on my own air. I need you to watch over her and Hope. He swallows, allowing my words to process. He's registering my favor and everything it implies. Oliver glances away, blinking into the dark night, then looks back at me. You can't possibly be saying what I think you're saying. I tint my hands to my chin. I know that sounds vague and bleak, but I need you to trust me. Gabe, what is going on? What makes you think you won't be here to watch over them yourself? There's a possibility I'll be here. There's a chance I'll make it out of this with my head still attached and my heart still beating, but that heart won't ever be the same. And she'll never forgive me for what I'm about to do to her. It doesn't matter, I tell him. I just need you to promise me you'll do it. I can't accept this. He shakes his head firmly, words shaded with denial. I will not. Please. I've never asked you for anything serious, not ever. This is my only request, my only wish. I need you to do this for me. My hands are still tented like a prayer as I plead with him. Oliver releases a disbelieving breath, his face clouded with uncertainty. Crickets continue to sing my lament, the rhythmic melodies bleeding with the sound of my heart breaking. This fucking hurts. He looks away again, squaring his jaw as his attention snags on the dormant bird feeder. Elbows pressed to his thighs, he folds his hands between his legs and releases a long exhale. This has to do with that so-called mugging, yes? He murmurs, sparing me a quick glance. I roll my lips and say nothing. Drugs? My head rears back at the assumption. What? No, fuck no. Nothing like that. What then? Why are you getting beaten half to death in your driveway, receiving visits from suspicious strangers, and saying these ominous things to me? If your life is in danger, I won't stand by idle and uninformed. I refuse. The less you know, the better, okay? You have Sid to think about. I tell him, watching his eyes flare with apprehension. I just need to get out of town for a little while. My life isn't in danger. Still shaking his head, he rests his chin on his fists. This isn't right, he says. You've been there for me from the moment I returned home. You never once turned your back on me, so I am more than a little reluctant to turn my back on you. I know. I nod, swallowing down the rubble in my throat. Trust me, I get it. I'll explain everything as soon as I can. And what if something happens to you? What if you're not around to offer that explanation? I glance skyward and blow out a breath. Nothing is going to happen to me. I'm fine. I've been through my fair share of suffering, Gabe, but my circumstances were always out of my control. Regret isn't a burden I've had to carry with me, but this... His voice is strained, tormented, as emotion fills his eyes. This would forever be my greatest regret. I close my eyes, a hopeless shiver sneaking down my spine. All I want to do is confide in my stepbrother, but I can't put him in danger. He's worked too hard to build a new life for himself, for his future with Sydney. I'm out of options, out of alternatives, out of hope. Heavy silence simmers between us as I close my eyes and prepare for what I need to do. Then I turn to him, holding his gaze, praying he can see the apology staring back at him. Praying, one day, he can forgive me. Keep her safe for me, brother. I leave him with those words as I stand from his front stoop, trudge back home, and set my plan in motion with a knife in my heart.
Chapter 32. Tabitha. 2 years earlier. A sharp breeze smacked me in the face, stealing my breath. Gasp, wheeze, swallow. My eyes popped open as my lungs inhaled giant gulps of fresh air for the first time in months. Months. I was outdoors. I wasn't chained to a pole in a dank basement. I knew I should have been grateful for the small miracle, but fear rattled my bones instead, because I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see. Darkness swallowed me whole. I panicked at first, envisioning vacant eye sockets, my eyes gouged out with pliers. Only the pain didn't come. If my eyes had been removed, there would be pain. "Hello?" I rasped. I was shivering, but it wasn't cold outside. It was breezy and balmy. Blinking several times, I deduced that there was some sort of blindfold secured around my eyes. The cool cotton fabric tickled my eyelashes, and the knot was tight and severe against the back of my skull. God, where was I? "Hello?" I repeated, lifting my head. Another sharp breeze whipped through, and it felt like I was still wearing only a ratty t-shirt. My legs trembled, my senses returning one by one, sluggish and delayed. It took me a moment to realize that I was lying down, sprawled out on my side with my knees curled to my chest. Dead leaves and twigs crunched beneath me as I tried to move and lift my body into an upright position, my sore, healing wrist bones hissing against the effort. When I attempted to reach out and steady myself, it finally registered that my hands were bound behind my back, tethered with thick, coarse rope. No. Panic sunk into me again. "Help me!" I cried out, my voice broken and frayed. Help. I needed to find help. A road, a town. Scrambling to my knees, I felt sticks and small stones dig into my kneecaps, causing me to wince. I managed to find my balance, pulling myself to bare feet. My chest heaved in and out as I drank in quick bursts of breath, canting my head in multiple directions, as if that would help me see something through the blindfold. It was so dark. I was so scared. My lips quivered, chafed and dry. "Hello?" I croaked, hoping for a sign of life. Something, anything. "Somebody help me!" The summery breeze was the only thing that answered me as it picked up speed and tried to knock me off my feet. Pine needles, damp moss and bark, and the distinct scent of honeysuckle tickled my nose. All familiar smells I recalled from camping trips with friends. Nature. I was in a forest, the woods. But why? The man must have set me free. He must have let me go. The last thing I remembered was my captor trudging toward me with a syringe in his hand. I'd thought it was over. My veins were going to be poisoned with something lethal, and I would never wake up. That basement would become my coffin. Instead, he'd knocked me out with something, dropped me off somewhere. I itched to extend my arms to help guide me through this blind maze, but I was completely useless. My eyes couldn't see, my arms couldn't move, and even my legs were struggling to hold my weight. More panic unfurled in my chest, mingling with terror and nausea as I began to stalk forward. 1 step, 2 steps. I was practically holding my breath, expecting to bump into a tree or nosedive off the edge of a cliff. The thought had me pausing my feet, tiny whimpers catching in my throat. I was petrified, lost, alone, shaking and queasy. I needed Matthew. I needed his comforting voice and kind words.
"Trust me, I'll always be with you."
Shivering uncontrollably, I collapsed back down to my knees and let out a guttural scream. "Matthew!" I bent over, my forehead pressing into a pile of leaves as tears dampened my blindfold and my hair flew all around me with the breeze. "Why did you leave me here?" There was no lift at the end, no question. The last word was clipped, like it had been bitten off and chewed. Silent sobs poured out. I was hunched over in the middle of nowhere, my belly swollen and cramped, waiting to become dinner for a hungry bear. That was when I heard it. From far away, a muffled echo reached my ears. "Hello?" My head popped up. I stopped breathing, my senses going into overdrive. I wasn't alone. "Help!" I shouted, stumbling back to my feet and making a clumsy trek forward. "I'm over here!" I picked up my pace and ran into a tree. The bark scraped my chin and the tip of my nose, but I bounced back, trying to regroup. Someone was there. I wasn't alone.
"Hold tight, I see you!"
A voice called back. My heart was beating so fast it was about to vaporize between my ribs. I felt the soles of my feet cutting on branches and rock, but I kept going. I kept moving, instinctually jutting my shoulders out in hopes they would take the brunt of any more tree collisions.
"I'll come to you!"
he shouted. He was getting closer. I moved faster, unable to stay still. Bumping into another tree, I squeaked out a cry of pain, then kept going. I kept going. More tears spilled down my cheeks. I still had no hands to touch, no arms to reach, no eyes to see. But I was free. I was free. I was free. My ankle caught around weeds or roots, and I flew forward, face planting into a pile of brushwood. God, I wanted to cry. I wanted to curl up in the thicket and surrender to my grisly fate as I lay there, bruised and helpless, my shoulder nearly dislocated after taking the majority of the impact.
"Where are you, girl? I can't see you."
I'm here, I said, hoping the stranger could hear me. With a mournful cry of both pain and weakness, I twisted my body until my knees were under me and I was able to stand. "I'm here." I sounded feeble and broken, like the world's saddest song. As I gathered my footing, my courage, and my wildly beating heart, I began to move again. That's when I was stopped in my tracks by 2 hands grabbing my shoulders. I screamed, terrified.
"Shh, it's all right, I got you."
The blindfold was yanked from around my eyes. I blinked, my vision adjusting. It wasn't quite nighttime, but the sun was low, the sky gold and dusky. Leafy trees were the first thing I saw, the branches swaying when a breeze blew through. A family of birds soared overhead in a V shape, the only other witnesses to my liberation. And to my right, there was a road. A road! Finally, my head whipped left, and I was eye to eye with a middle-aged man with a sandy beard, wearing red and black plaid and a worried expression. I blinked again, praying he was real. begging for him to be more than a delusion, more than a hopeful dream. I was standing just inside a tree line. There was a rusted white pickup truck pulled off to the side of the road through the branches and leaves, its hazard lights blinking.
Jesus Christ, what happened to you, girl?
The man began untethering my tied wrists.
I thought I saw something through the trees. Dark hair, a white shirt. Who did this to you?
Part of me wondered if I could trust the man. What if it was all a part of some sick game? What if he was only there to play tricks on me? I took a cautious step back the moment my hands were freed.
Oh, hey, I ain't gonna hurt you. Tell me your name. I'll take you to a hospital.
My head shook slightly, my eyes casing my surroundings. I was kidnapped. He let me go, I think. I don't know where I am.
You're in Bristol, Wisconsin.
I glanced back at him, blinking slowly. I wasn't sure where the man had kept us, but that was so far from my apartment in Chicago. 60 miles north, at least. You're not working with him? My kidnapper? It was silly for me to think the man would openly admit it if he had been. His face soured at the question.
Course not, honey. I was just driving by,
he said, his eyes soft and trustful.
Let's get you safe and warm. I've got a blanket in my truck.
The air was mellow, but I couldn't stop shivering. My wrists were sore and barely healed. Chafed, too, the skin rubbed raw. My legs were wobbly, my knees scuffed and stained with dirt. There was a carving in the middle of my ribs, right below my breasts, that stung against the itchy cotton t-shirt. And my heart was nothing like it used to be. Not seeing any other options, I followed the man, holding on to his burly arm for support as we trudged through the sticks and shrubs. He glanced at me every so often as he guided me to his truck a few yards away. My belly cramped. It was a miracle my body hadn't bled out and purged the fragile life from my womb, given the circumstances and months' worth of abuse, terror, and neglect. The baby growing inside of me was a fighter. That much I knew. As we made our way to the vehicle, the Good Samaritan helped me up into the passenger's seat and fetched a ratty quilt from the bed of the truck. It was draped around me when he hopped into the driver's side, and it smelled like mothballs and bonfire smoke. I savored the scent. All I'd breathed in since the day I was taken had been basement mildew, death, and my own vomit. And Matthew. I missed the scent of his skin, cedar, spices, and safety. Even sans a shower, he'd been a breath of fresh air to my clogged lungs.
I'll take you to the nearest emergency room. It's about 8 miles from here.
Thank you, I whispered to the stranger as we pulled out onto the main drag. Trees blurred by as I stared out the window and drank in the dark blue hue of the sky. Blue, just like his eyes. Thank you for finding me. His reply didn't register as I squinted toward the clouds. The fluffy streaks of white were still too far away to touch, but they were closer than they were before. I was free. I was free, and I was no longer alone. Inhaling a shuddering breath, I clasped my hands over my swollen belly and closed my eyes. If it was a boy, I would name him Matthew. If it was a girl, maybe I would name her Hope. Present day. Evan clicks off the tape recorder and stares at me silently. He has that look in his eyes, that questioning, dubious look. I'm already in a dejected mood. All I want to do is get this interview over with and go home, video call my baby, and burrow under my bed covers with a hot cup of tea. Gabe ignored my text all night, leaving me sick with anxiety. The message showed read, but he never replied. Not until early this morning. All he said was, "Gabe."
Sorry, got busy with work. Let me know when you're around so we can talk.
Talk. He wants to talk. There was no mention of my provocative invitation, no reference to the red lingerie I wore all night in hopes that he'd show up and rip it off of me. No flirtation, no playful emojis or silly quips. Zero hint of my Gabe. My instincts tell me something is wrong, but our last encounter was perfectly, beautifully right. Nothing makes sense. Nothing explains his emotionless text, nor the uneasy lump that sits heavy in the pit of my stomach. I cower back in my rolling chair, glancing down at the maple brown desk as I chew on my fingernail. "What is it?" I mutter to Evan. From the corner of my eye, I see the way he rubs a hand over his jaw and scratches at the dark stubble, a humming sound skimming his lips. It's that questioning, dubious humming sound.
Nothing. I just...
Pausing, he waits for me to look at him. When I do, he fills his cheeks with air and blows out a breath.
A few things are feeling a little off to me.
My molars clack together. I don't know what you want me to say. I told you everything. I swallow. Everything up until the police station, anyway. I was about to get to that part. I was questioned by detectives, but all I could give them was a composite sketch. I never knew where I was. It was just a basement. I didn't even know what town I was in, and the man never gave us his name. There wasn't much to go on.
Okay, that part makes sense.
He squints at me like he's trying to uncover hidden words and bitten back secrets.
But some of the earlier details are a bit shaky. Earl Hubbard's motives for letting you go specifically, and Matthew's death.
He was a madman, a psychopath. Some people are just sick, and their motives stem from that sickness.
I get that.
He nods, pulling his bottom lip between his teeth and sliding it left to right.
I've just done a lot of research on serial killers, sociopaths, etc., and I've done a hell of a lot of research on Hubbard.
I twist the hem of my blouse between my hands. Okay. Evan sweeps his fingers through his hair, weighing his words.
You're telling me he developed feelings for you, a bond. He couldn't kill you, so he let you go.
He did let me go. Obviously there was a bond, or he would have killed me, too.
That's not the detail I'm stuck on, he says. It's the why, the nature of the bond.
I remain silent, chewing on my cheek.
Earl Hubbard wasn't capable of falling in love with you, Tabitha. He just wasn't, and Matthew knew that. He advised you to pivot in a new direction, to create a different kind of bond, and I think that's what you did. But there's a reason why you're holding something back. There's more to the story.
A softness reaches his eyes, diluting the heaviness of his words.
Listen, you're not required to tell me everything. Well, anything for that matter. Your mental health is more important than a book deal, please know that. But if you're doing this to move on, to really move forward, it might be worth it to be completely truthful. Maybe that's what's keeping you from healing.
My legs cross, one over the other, as the sounds from the other rooms seep into the office. Summer's giggles, a television show laugh track, a car driving by outside the cracked window. I look down at the metallic ring laced through the chain around my neck before taking it in my hand, cupping it in my palm. Evan leans over the desk to fetch the tape recorder and presses an assortment of buttons, starting it, stopping it, rewinding, again. Eventually he stops at a specific point and lifts his eyes to me.
Listen to this part.
He presses play. My voice filters through the speaker, detailing Matthew's glossed-over death. The knife swung, and Matthew crumpled before me. The light left his eyes as he stared up at me, confessing his love while he bled out. It was over. He was gone, and then the man kept me down in that basement for 6 more weeks, having developed strong feelings for me. He couldn't let me go. I belonged to him now. I was terrified I would become his forever pet. He stops it. Now it's just the residual echo of my words mingling with the various external sounds. I inhale a long breath. Evan hums softly. My throat feels like I swallowed a lump of coal. What's wrong? I stammer. Rubbing his neck, he leans back in the chair with a sigh.
Well, considering all the details you've provided throughout these interviews, the nature of Matthew's murder felt oddly ambiguous, vague. You've been so thorough, but that whole bit was skimmed over, like it was just a minor bullet point in the narrative.
Glancing down at my clasped hands in my lap, I pull my lips between my teeth and swallow. It was a difficult moment to recount.
I know.
Evan squints at me before scooting back and moving to open his desk drawer. He pulls out that news article again and sets it in front of me, pointing at the picture with his middle finger.
Fiona Lee Hubbard, your abductor's mother.
I know who she is.
Hubbard's father was abusive. He beat Fiona while she was 7 months pregnant with Earl's sibling. The beating triggered premature labor. She suffered a subdural hemorrhage and passed away a few hours post-delivery, and the baby died 2 days later.
I know, I repeat. Evan levels me with a long stare.
When Earl Hubbard was 6 years old, he stabbed his father to death. It was calculated, premeditated. His father was passed out drunk on the recliner, and Earl butchered him, stabbed him close to 200 times until the man was hardly identifiable. Hubbard later said that it was punishment for killing his mother, he explains. The cops found him sitting right in the middle of the carnage watching Captain Kangaroo with this photograph of Fiona clutched in his hands. He'd used his father's blood to draw a heart around her pregnant belly.
Uneasiness slithers through me as I imagine the grisly scene. I'm familiar with his history. I saw bits and pieces of that Matchmaker documentary. All I could stomach anyway. It hit too close to home. Seeing photos of the victims flash across the screen had me switching the television off and crying myself to sleep with hope curled around me. Sunlight seeps in through the window behind Evan, backlighting the pensive expression I can barely make out through the shadowy cast. He pulls an ankle up to his opposite knee and leans back in the chair, studying me from across the desk.
You said you were vomiting regularly shortly before Matthew died.
They were traumatic circumstances. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it.
The last time I brought up Hubbard's mother, you got fidgety. I could tell the topic made you uncomfortable, so I let it go.
His smile is sincere as he tilts his head.
I don't want to make you uncomfortable, Tabitha, but I do want to do your story justice. And that last interview has me scratching my head a little. It feels like I'm missing something.
My heart rate quickens, my hands clamming up as I continue to twist the hem of my blouse into a sweaty ball of linen. He's right. I'm fidgety. Evan picks up a pen and clicks it with his thumb, his foot bobbing atop his knee.
Why did you gloss over Matthew's death?
He wonders curiously.
What are you protecting?
Instinct has my hands clasping over my stomach as my eyes close, my mind spiraling back in time, reliving those last 2 months, reliving the moment that triggered them. It's time. It's time to explain what really happened on Matthew's last day. I was protecting Matthew, I finally whisper, the words catching on a small sob. Evan inches forward, steeples his hands, stares at me and waits. I suck in a deep breath and finish. I was protecting the truth about our baby. Chapter 33. Tabitha. 2 years earlier. The drippy sounds echoed off the cement walls, the stars bringing little light to our barren quarters. We hadn't eaten in 2 days. We'd only been given brief bathroom breaks after the man told us that he didn't want to breathe in any mess we might make down there. It wasn't because he cared. It wasn't because he felt anything other than pure evil. With only handfuls of water in our bodies and hollowness seeping into our bones, it was getting harder to hold on to any semblance of hope. Drip, drip, drip. I was so thirsty. My dreams had been filled with images of breaking free of my chains and guzzling down dirty water from the dripping pipe. It felt like my body was shriveling away to dust. Matthew and I had spent the day telling stories, finding sweet memories and pockets of laughter within the hopelessness. There was a heaviness hanging between us, an ominous breath of finality, so we made the most of what little time we likely had left. When the night sky twinkled at me through the narrow window, I squinted at the stars before glancing across the way at Matthew, who was borrowed by shadow. "The stars," I said softly. "You tell me to look at them when I'm scared. Why is that?" I could tell he wasn't asleep by the way his shoulders stirred slightly and by the way his head gently tilted.
"I've always had a fascination with stars. They're boundless, limitless. I could get lost in them."
His voice trailed off for a handful of seconds.
"Whenever I was at a crossroads, I would stare up at the constellations for a long time. They gave me peace and direction."
"Stars always made me nervous when I was a kid," I admitted. "They were so high up, and I was scared of heights. My friends would tell me that falling stars were a magical thing, but all I could do was imagine myself falling from that great height." I felt his eyes on me as I shook my head. "It was silly, but it's why I can't fly on an airplane."
"We'll have to change that one day."
I smiled with melancholy. "Do you believe stars are more than what they are? You know, like dreams?" I wasn't sure if that had made any sense, or what I was hoping to gain from his answer, so I just waited for him to laugh at the strange question. There was no laughter or amusement, even though I pictured his mouth tipping with a little grin. Maybe it didn't do that at all, and maybe it only remained in a flat, hopeless line, but I pictured it anyway because the image had my own mouth tipping.
"Yes,"
he said.
"I do."
"What do you think they are?"
"I don't know, but I think it does us a disservice to look at the stars and believe that they are only stars. There is too much we don't understand and too much we can't see to remain boxed into simplicities. That feels too easy, I suppose. Human beings are complex creatures, and the world created for us is no different. Exactly like dreams."
His response fascinated me. Matthew Gleason was a psychology professor with a brain steeped in sound logic and facts. It seemed odd that he'd believe in whimsy and mystical design. "No offense, but you strike me as a man too smart to believe in fantastical things like that." And there it was, a soft burst of laughter, telling me his mouth was tipped up with that smile my eyes longed to see.
"I believe that the sharpest minds find logic in the notion that logic cannot be found in everything. The smartest people know that they can't possibly know all,"
he told me, an air of fluidity in his tone.
"The universe is too vast, too mysterious. Coincidence, fate, luck, dreams, those things can't be discredited. Those things add another layer to the human connection and are just as important as science."
My attention dipped to the old watch secured around his wrist. The way his body was perched against the pole allowed me to catch sight of the glass face whenever he shifted, and when a trickling of moonlight hit it just right. "Luck," I whispered. "You told me that you wear your wristwatch for good luck."
"Mm-hmm,"
he acknowledged.
"It's a Vulcane cricket my grandfather acquired in the 50s. It's worth a pretty penny these days, but I could never part with it."
I swallowed, looking down at my bare legs that seemed to blend in with the gray floor. It was all a muddle of shadows. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but it doesn't seem to be bringing you much luck."
"No?"
He went quiet for a few beats, my words hanging heavy in the air.
"I disagree. I used to keep it in my nightstand, too afraid to wear something that was so valuable. I didn't want to break it or lose it," he explained. "Honestly, I'm not sure what compelled me to put it on that day, but I did."
I waited. I waited in the shadows, hoping his next words brought me light.
"I put it on, and then you walked into my classroom."
My heart shriveled. I fisted the ring he gave me, and my sweat slicked hand, squeezing it tight. "Meeting me was the unluckiest thing of all," I croaked out. Tears blurred what little I could see of him. "Look at where that got you."
"That's one way of looking at it," he stated. "But I'm here with you, bringing you a little bit of joy and happiness when you could be entirely alone. Maybe that's my purpose. Maybe I was always meant to be here, to give you the strength to make it out of this alive."
No, that was an awful purpose. That was an absurd, twisted way of looking at his entire existence. I shook my head adamantly, clenching my jaw. "If that's the case, then I don't believe in the stars. I don't believe in cosmic design or fate," I shot back. "It seems too cruel." Silence infected us as my heart pounded. It pounded like every heartbeat was rejecting his every word. And then he said,
"Maybe you'll see it differently when you're lying in your warm bed one day with the man you love, with a child sleeping peacefully down the hall, with a thriving, beautiful life filled with beautiful things."
I gasped, and I choked on that gasp. "No!" I cried, still swinging my head back and forth. "No!"
"Tell me, Tabitha,"
he continued, his voice fused with new emotion.
"If I told you that my dying wish was for you to live that life, would you fight for it?
"Matthew, don't!"
Would you hold on to that wish and let it push you into survival mode? Let it fuel you into escaping to the other side of these walls, no matter the cost, no matter the heartache or how hard that might seem, even if I'm gone?"
My head dropped back against the pole with a sob as my body shook and shivered, tears streaming down my cheeks in rivulets of pure grief. I wanted to tell him no. I wanted to tell him no, 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 I wouldn't do that at all, because promising him those things would make him complacent and willing to surrender all the more. But a dying wish was a dying wish, and that was really all a dying man had left. So I told him with everything I had left, with every piece of my broken, broken heart, yes. Matthew's sigh of relief carried over to me as he responded in a choked whisper.
"Then I would consider myself a lucky man."
My sobs nearly buckled me over as I pulled my knees to my chest and trembled against the pole. I would like to say the moment was fractured by the sound of Matthew's laughter or by another noble, hopeful word tumbling from his lips. But instead, it was shattered by the sound of that goddamn door bursting open and steely boots stomping down the stair steps. Our captor approached me first, his gaze trailing me up and down, drinking me in. He paused in front of me. The black look in his eyes faded slightly as he stared, something softer infecting the shadows. It was strange to see. It didn't fit into his cruel features. It didn't blend with his thin lips and angry jawline. But it did give me a jolt of hopefulness, a shot of prospect, because it wasn't a look I was familiar with. He lumbered toward me, his eyes fixed on my own pop-eyed gaze. And then he just stared. An uncomfortable amount of time passed as he zoned out, slightly teetering back and forth, swaying, almost like something had taken possession of him. I watched his face scrunch up. "What?" I whispered. He shook his head, features contorting with distress.
"You didn't deserve that, Fiona."
There was a fog around him, rain clouds and gray mist. My attention drifted to Matthew as he stood there staring at me before nodding with encouragement, almost as if to say,
"Go with it, Tabitha. Go with it and pretend. This is the way out."
I fisted the ring in my hand, my nerves on edge. You're right. I didn't deserve it."
"What he did to you,"
he frowned.
"That bastard should have been swallowed."
Yes. His dark eyes were still clouded, blackened with memories.
"I did it for you, you know. Thought you'd be proud of me."
"I was," I rasped. "I was so proud." He stared for another handful of beats, and then he blinked. It was a blink and a head shake, and the haze dissipated. The cloud cover cleared, leaving him looking confused. He scrubbed both hands over his face, then swiped them across the top of his head. Pivoting back to Matthew, he stormed over to him.
"What are you waiting for? Let's go, get up."
Disappointment filtered through me. The moment had passed, and we were back in the basement. I tuned out through the standard routine, making myself numb to it. Our captor unchained Matthew, sing-songing his sick motives as he forced him in my direction for what the man considered another assault. It wasn't an assault. Not by Matthew. It was my only salvation. Longing trumped the disappointment when Matthew reached for me, cupping my face between his palms. A look came over him the moment our faces were inches apart. It was that same look that sparkled in the blue of his eyes every time he was close enough to see me clearly. "You can see me?" I asked softly. He smiled, his index finger grazing down the curve of my jaw.
"I see you."
Matthew's buckle unhooked, his jeans falling to the cement. As always, he kissed me instantly, and I fell forward, pulling toward him as much as my cuffs would allow. And then, a pocket of restoration. As soon as he was inside me, I felt renewed. It was magic, sweet relief. It was a nagging tug of hope, and it felt too cruel to let myself get lost in it. Matthew cradled my face and brushed away the tears stuck to my cheeks.
"I'm getting you out of here," he whispered. "You know that, right?"
Mindlessly, I nodded. I trusted him. I trusted him with everything I had left. Everything felt so pure for a few heartbeats. Everything felt like it would be okay. Soon, it would be okay. He was kissing me again, twining his fingers through my crusty, matted tresses and peppering kisses to my cheeks, throat, ear. A moan slipped out, laced with sorrow, while he held on to me like a trove of priceless treasure. But, just like that, something in the air shifted, and a growl polluted the tenderness. I was vaguely aware of the man breaching our bubble. I panicked. It couldn't be over, not yet, not now. "Keep kissing me," I whimpered. "Don't stop." Matthew glanced to his right as our captor hauled his pants up his hips and started pacing in aimless circles, muttering gibberish under his breath. Swallowing, Matthew slammed his lips to mine. Our mouths collided. And for a moment, I forgot about everything. The plan, the ruse, the chains, the rats, the leaky pipe, the stars. I even forgot about the man still growling and pacing, sounding closer than he was before and mumbling incoherently. Matthew's lips caressed mine, warm and alive, seeking and needy. I savored it. It was a perfect moment. A final, perfect moment.
No, the monster seethed. Get the fuck away from her. No, this ain't right. Get back. Stop fucking touching her.
Matthew stilled and pulled back, obeying the command. He tucked himself into his pants and stared at me with a look I couldn't decipher as he stepped away. I glanced at the man, then back to Matthew, frazzled, unsure. You're unchained, I whispered. There's a chance. Maybe now's your chance. He shook his head, remaining silent. His navy eyes appeared black as they glistened, telling me things I didn't want to know, showing me things I didn't want to see. Matthew. He returned his attention to the unraveling man. Our captor jabbed the pistol toward the ceiling a few times, pacing around. Then he smacked the butt against his forehead and chanted, I killed him. He's dead. That fucker can't hurt her anymore. I killed him. I watched something in Matthew's expression change as he studied him. A flicker. It was both a light bulb moment and a dark shadow, fused as one. Anxiety inched its way between my ribs. My heart teetered. The man continued to spout madness, waving his pistol around. No, he rambled, sweat glistening on his partially bald head. Fuck. This is wrong. I killed him. He's fucking dead. He can't touch her. Matthew's eyes glassed over, his throat moving with a deep swallow as some sort of revelation washed over him. He looked back at me, and it was brief, fleeting, the span of a single second. But I saw it. It was a look of finality. He reached for me quickly, leaned in, and whispered against my ear, Pretend to be Fiona. I sucked in a sharp breath, feeling it stall in my throat. My heartbeats quickened with rising panic. Do it, he said, dragging his lips down the side of my neck as he choked back what sounded like a sob. Play along. My eyes closed, lashes damp with grief. Please, I don't...
That's enough, Fiona,
Matthew said suddenly, tone stern. I swung my head back and forth, inching away, tucking my lips between my teeth. Matthew, don't! I was terrified he'd trigger the man. I was petrified he'd be beaten again and with little hope of ever waking up. Please don't. Matthew buried his face in my shoulder and inhaled the scent of my skin. I probably smelled like dirty hair and weeks-old body odor, but he breathed me in like fresh air on a midsummer day. Trust me, he whispered again, and it hit the air like a goodbye. I love you. The hairs on my arms stood straight up. I squeaked out a little sound of despair and lurched forward, reaching for him the only way I could, desperate for more kisses, for one last kiss before he was shackled again, too far away for me to make out the blue of his eyes. Matthew?
Stop, Fiona. Stop running your mouth.
His voice cracked on the last syllable, face twisting with apology.
You never fucking listen to me.
The words punctured me like sharp tacks, but they punctured me with awareness, not pain. I was starting to understand. Matthew was playing into a madman's delusions, taking on a role. But there was a problem with that. The role he'd taken on would be his death sentence. No, I gritted out through bared teeth. Don't you dare do this! He grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Matthew, this isn't the way. No, don't you.
Hey! The man blasted, rushing toward us. I said get the fuck away from her! His eyes flicked between us, wild and unhinged. He can't hurt you. I killed him, he said to me, before looking right at Matthew. I killed you. The two men locked eyes. And then I gasped when Matthew raised his hand to me, his expression tortured, tears streaking down his cheeks. He faltered, though. He wavered, and I knew he couldn't do it. He couldn't hit me. He couldn't pretend. But he didn't get the chance. His wrist was snatched midair when the man lunged at him, and I caught a glint of shiny metal whipping by in my periphery. Thwump! Matthew grunted. A wheeze. With a sharp breath, his lips parted, mere inches from mine. He stared at me, and the world stopped. Shock glazed his eyes and dilated his pupils as he pulled away, a frown wrinkling his brow. Delayed realization creased his forehead when he glanced down at the red stain blooming on his sweater. He staggered and looked back up at me, clutching his abdomen. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. No, I murmured. It was just a frayed whisper at first because it couldn't be real. This wasn't happening. The knife sliced through the air again before I could process it. I watched the blade plunge into Matthew's gut, and my whisper became a wail because it was happening. It was happening. It was happening. No! Another stab, another, and then another. It was happening so fast I could hardly register the swing of the knife, the sound of tearing flesh, the sensation of warm liquid dribbling onto the tops of my bare feet. You fucking piece of garbage, the man snarled, still swinging the blade. You killed her, so I kill you. That's how this works, you worthless motherfucker. You killed that baby. You killed them both. You stole from me. Fuck you. Fuck you! Matthew wrenched forward with a piercing exhale, and a spattering of blood misted my face. I flinched. I held my breath as I blinked through the shock. One of his hands landed on the pole above my head, as his other arm draped across his stomach. He stared at me as the light drained from his eyes, and he croaked out, Tabitha. And then he buckled at my feet in a slow-motion collapse. His knees hit first, one of his hands curling around the hem of my t-shirt like he was unwilling to let me go. I gazed down at him, dumbstruck, numb. When I was 7 years old, I'd watched a car accident unfold before my eyes. My mother had been fiddling with the radio, preoccupied, missing that the light had turned green. A car had honked from behind. That was when metal collided into metal right in front of us, right in the middle of the intersection, just as her foot had pressed the accelerator. She'd slammed on the brakes, narrowly missing the collision that had ended up taking a young woman's life. That same feeling pierced me now. The disbelief, the horror, the mind's refusal to comprehend what the eyes were seeing. It was a delay, a denial, as if we weren't capable of understanding something so heinous in mere seconds. Life-altering moments took time to sink in. You monster! You baby killer! How does it feel, huh? The man growled, kicking Matthew onto his side as he adjusted his waistband. My mind caught up. Reality sank its jagged teeth into my heart, and I blurted out, I'm still pregnant! Stop! The baby didn't die! I'm still pregnant! I shook my chains, twisted and writhed, shrieked at the top of my lungs. Stop! A beastly, inhuman sound ripped through me, but it didn't rip me open. I wished it would. I wished it would incinerate me from the inside out until I was nothing but dust and confetti being carried over to the man I loved, bleeding out on the cement. We could be together that way. Please, stop. I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant, I wailed. Our captor paused, sweat gleaming on his brow. He turned to me, eyes narrowed and glassed over.
Liar. He killed the baby.
No, I swear it. I promise. Let me take a test and you'll see that I'm pregnant. I was before you took us, I confessed. And it was finally out there. It was finally real. And it was too late. Matthew groaned beside my feet, blood gushing from his stab wounds and sputtering from his lips. He gazed up at me, shell-shocked in every way. I nodded with confirmation, tears spilling down my cheeks. I'd suspected it. My period was late in the days leading up to our abduction. I knew. I should have told him. I knew I should have, but I thought we were going to die down there. He didn't need to know there could have been one more life to lose, a life that was growing inside me. Everything would have become 1,000 times more tragic. The man blinked at me, his gaze trailing down to my belly. We had only been down there 2 weeks, far too soon for me to know I was pregnant, so dubiety clouded his expression.
Fuck it, he's a dead man anyway,
our captor mumbled. Then, grunting and huffing, he bent over and gripped Matthew by the collar of his sweater and started dragging his bleeding body back to the pole, away from me. The man I loved wasn't even allowed to die beside me. No! I didn't recognize my own voice. There was nothing familiar in it. It belonged to the darkness now, where music forgot its melodies and the sun forgot how to shine and stars forgot that they were made for granting wishes. Don't touch him! Leave him alone! Matthew fought back with the little strength he had, his feet stumbling along the floor, sliding through the bloodstains left behind. He reached for the man's arms, scratching and twisting, wheezing through his meager attempts to break free. It was no use. There was never any hope for us. I screamed, and I couldn't stop screaming. The bone-rattling cries depleted my lungs, shredded my throat raw, and it was all I could do. There was nothing else I could do. The man heaved and puffed as he tinkered with Matthew's cuffs, securing him to the pipe, positioning him in his final resting place. He kicked him one more time before he hobbled back toward the staircase, tugging at his hair, still rambling under his breath.
He's a dead man. He's a dead man. It's all right. I took care of it.
He glanced at me one more time as he spun around.
You'll be all right. It's okay now. I saved you.
The doors slammed shut. He left us down there. He left me a screaming, hollering, hopeless mess, while Matthew choked and spluttered on his own blood. "Matthew!" I shrieked, lunging forward. "No, no, no!" He was riddled in holes, at least a dozen. Blood pooled out from the stab wounds, leaving puddles of crimson beneath his body. They grew in size, a grisly stream traveling at a downward trajectory right where the floor dipped.
"Tabitha,"
he gasped, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His throat worked as he struggled to spit out more words. A single question. Yes, it's true," I cried, confirming. "It's true. I was going to take a test that night after you drove me home. I was late and oh, God, please stay with me. Stay with me. Please, please." I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even breathe. I wanted to die with him and break my promise. I just wanted it to be over.
"Our baby,"
he stuttered, his breathing shallow. I didn't say anything because I didn't know for sure, and I thought we were going to die. I didn't want to give you another loss to grieve, another heartache to carry. I'm so sorry, Matthew. I should have told you sooner. Because maybe you wouldn't have done that. God, why did you do that? Why did you do that? I screeched, violently jerking my chains. We'd only had one night together. One reckless night that was never supposed to be more. It had been foolish, spontaneous. I'd run into him at a bar with Corbin and 2 other friends a few weeks before the abduction. A conversation over billiards turned into him offering to drive me home, which turned into making out in his car, which turned into a cheap motel room where we'd spent one passionate, blissful hour together before reality had set in. We hadn't used protection. He was my teacher. It had been a mistake, a lapse in judgment, and we never spoke of it again. But it happened. It was real. It was everything, and now there was a life growing inside me. I was certain of it. Matthew, please, you have to fight. You have to, I pled. Fight for me. Fight for our child. He was sprawled out on his back, arms twisted behind him. His bent knee fell flat as he murmured, "Remember your promise. Live. Fight. Tell her about me." All I could do was howl, beg, bleed with him. I pulled on my chains so hard my wrist bones broke. I felt them crumble, nothing but useless brittle inside of me. The pain didn't compare to what I was feeling, to what I was witnessing. "I'll always be with you." His breathing became shallower with every syllable. "I love." My vision blurred as a blanket of tears coated my eyes, and my mind dizzied. I felt myself shutting down. Something in me died right along with him, and I fell to the cement, repeating his name through my awful sobbing moans. "Matthew! Matthew! Matthew!" I cried. "Don't leave me here! Don't you leave us!" I slammed my chains against the pipe, ignoring the pain that shot through both broken arms. I relished in it. I welcomed it. "We're in this together. We're in this together. You can't leave. You can't go. Please, please, we need you. I love you. You're all I have. I can't do this without you." He didn't say anything. He was hardly breathing anymore. "Matthew!" I shrieked. Finally, he coughed, a splintered, frail cough. Matthew twitched, his eyes fluttering closed, and he whispered raggedly, "To rank the effort above the prize may be called." The words trailed off. They just faded into nothingness as his chest heaved a final time, then went still. I stared at him in horror, in awful realization. Matthew, this couldn't be it. This couldn't be goodbye. 2 weeks ago, we'd been discussing cognitive psychology and the study of attention and its role in perception and memory, while Professor Gleason had paced the classroom, his dark blue eyes trailing to me every so often through black-rimmed glasses. I wanted to be that bright-eyed psychology student again, just a college girl who'd been carrying around a scandalous secret. "Matthew," I repeated. No response. Not a cough, not a wheeze. Not even the barest breath. "No," I whimpered. "Matthew, please." Panic jolted through me as I blinked, trying to clear the fog from my eyes, trying to see something that wasn't there. Nothing. He didn't move. "Matthew! Matthew! Matthew!" I wasn't sure how many times I yelled his name. I shouted it, cried it, whispered it. An assortment of different pitches, lilts, and timbres. I said it 1,000 times, 1,000 different ways. He never responded. Those were his last words. And then I flinched, jumped in place, when a grating sound rang out through the basement. An alarm. A shrieky, buzzing alarm bell. It sounded like a dying symphony of cicadas. I yearned to slam my hands over my ears to block it out, but I couldn't. I couldn't do anything but sit there and listen to that high-pitched ringing while Matthew lay lifeless before me. The sound was coming from his watch.
His lucky watch. Tears racked my body, blending with the sound of the misfiring watch until the noise eventually stopped. It stopped just like his heart had stopped, just like my will to live had stopped along with the swing of a knife. The monster left me alone with Matthew's body for 2 days, nearly 48 hours. It wasn't enough to lose him. It wasn't even enough to watch him die in front of me. No, I was forced to share my cell with his cold, lifeless body for 2 days while his blood still stained my skin. The sun rose and the sun set, telling me I was still alive. The stars twinkled on the other side of the glass window, immune to my suffering, and the moon served as a weak nightlight in my darkest hours when sleep failed to give me the smallest reprieve. On the second day, insomnia spurred a bout of madness, and I'd convinced myself that Matthew was faking it, that it was part of the plan. I'd watched his chest fall up and down through the shadows and counted his breaths out loud. I'd made it to 732 before losing track and starting all over again. When the rats had come sniffing around him, I'd cursed them away, shouting that he was still alive. He was still alive. He was still alive. He was just pretending. I'd told him stories and shared my secrets as I laid sideways on the cement, my legs tucked to my chest, my wrists painfully fractured. One of my secrets was that I talked to my houseplants like they were people. I'd never told anyone that before. I named them, too. I talked to my plants like they were people, and I talked to a dead man like he was still alive. I felt myself going mad. I was wrought with delirium, just like my captor, as I told Matthew that he was going to be a wonderful father to our baby. Matthew had thought it would be a girl. Then, as the sun set that second night, I realized for absolute certain that Matthew was gone. He wasn't coming back. I was ripped from the hallucinations when the man returned with food and water. There was a brown paper bag of groceries under his armpit and a bowl of noodles in one hand, a cup of water in the other. The cup was a muddy shade of brownish red, the ramen most likely chicken. It was hard to say for sure because it tasted like ashes on my tongue as I let the noodles slide down my throat unchewed. The man jabbed a glass of water at my lips, forcing my teeth to unclench. Liquid dribbled down my chin as I gulped and sputtered. I choked on it, sobbing my grief and denial. He continued to feed me, telling me it would be okay and that Matthew couldn't hurt us any longer. Whistling, he sauntered backward and emptied the paper bag. The contents spilled around my legs. Fruit, crackers, granola bars, and a box of pregnancy tests. I swallowed, blinking slowly, feeling numb as my chains were untethered, and I was hauled up the stairs to the dingy bathroom. When I stepped out, I had a used pregnancy test tucked inside my fist. Positive. The man grinned when I showed him the result.
"I'll take care of you now," he said. "No need to be afraid."
He told me he'd protect us and keep us safe. And I bent over and heaved, retching all over his disgusting boots.
"Ah, fuck,"
he cursed. Minutes later, I was chained to the pole again, my broken wrists hissing with pain as they were cuffed behind my back. The man finally left, taking Matthew's body with him. He wrapped it in a blue tarp and hauled it up the staircase with thick ropes, sweating and muttering fuck under his breath hundreds of times. At one point, he stumbled halfway up the steps and fell on his ass, grunting something about a goddamn corpse before kicking the human-shaped tarp and trying again. It took him 12 minutes to make it through the door, and then he was gone. They were both gone, and I was entirely alone. And it was so quiet. It was just me and the rats, me and the useless stars, Me and a fatherless baby who would be born inside the pits of hell. Me and that leaky fucking pipe. Drip, drip, drip. Present day. Evan catches me as I collapse. He's on his feet and around the desk in a flash, just as I crumble and my body slides from the chair, my knees hitting the floor. I slump against his chest with my face buried in my palms.
Whoa, it's okay, he tells me, patting my back. You did good. Let it out. Take a breath. You're okay. You're fine.
I'm so sorry, I croak out, quivering and breaking down. I didn't mean to hide anything from you.
It doesn't matter. This isn't about me.
I wanted to protect him.
I know.
I was afraid people would think less of him, and he was so much. He saved me. He saved us. I'm choking on my sniffles and cries, purging and releasing. I've never told anybody.
It's okay. I'll leave that part out of the book. You have my word.
Evan assures me, still patting my back like he's soothing his young daughter.
I won't say anything. Your secret is safe.
My face lifts from my hands as I drop back on my haunches, my eyes flaring. Everything else was true, I swear. Every detail. I don't want you to think...
No, hey, don't worry. I believe you. I understand your reasoning for keeping that detail private. And the timing of the pregnancy was so close, nobody questioned it. They assumed you got pregnant in the basement, given the circumstances. I just happened to be obnoxiously thorough. It's a curse.
A small grin lifts as he settles across from me on the floor, flicking a hand through his hair.
I hope I didn't back you into a corner. I just thought that maybe being completely forthcoming would give you some kind of breakthrough, another step toward healing.
I nod, swallowing the burning knot in my throat. He's right. Even though I'm a broken-down mess right now, after reliving the single worst moment of my life, I feel like a weight has been lifted. A smothering boulder has been pushed off my heart. My hair is stuck to the tear stains on my cheeks. I swipe the damp strands out of my eyes, inhaling a shuddery breath. He was a good man, Evan. An incredible man. He had a moment of weakness that night we were together, but that didn't make him weak. I hope you believe that.
Of course I do. The picture you painted was of a selfless, noble man. A hero. I never once questioned that.
I let a smile slip, wiping the heels of my hands along my cheekbones.
He was brave and smart. He saw a crack in Hubbard, and then he saw a way in, he says. That way in was a way out for you.
And my way out was his demise. I shake my head, my eyes welling with more tears. He knew that, and he did it anyway. Evan scratches at his cheek.
Hubbard was mentally ill. That doesn't excuse anything he did, not by a long shot. But he suffered delusions, psychotic breaks. He was a very sick individual, and 11 people lost their lives because of it. Matthew sensed that Hubbard was correlating you with his dead mother, so he took on the role of his abusive father who ended her life. He believed that if Hubbard felt like he was protecting you, or in his mind, protecting Fiona, you stood a chance at getting out of there.
Glancing over my shoulder, he rubs his jaw and sighs.
Turns out he was right.
My eyes feel dry and bloodshot as I scrub away more tears and rise to my feet. It's been easier to tell people that my captor fell in love with me. No one really questioned it, you know? I was worried that if I gave away too many details, more details would spill out and people would start to connect the dots, suspect things. I was scared they would learn the truth about my relationship with Matthew, and then the world would crucify him, punish him, taint his beautiful memory. I couldn't stomach that. People can be cruel. Evan stands and leans back on the desk, his arms crossing.
Yeah, I get that.
I was down there 6 more weeks, I continue, returning to the rolling chair. The man, Hubbard, kept one of my wrists unchained, so I was free to eat and drink at will. He'd come down once a day to take me to the bathroom, and he'd rub my belly, calling the baby Wilson. A shiver rolls through me. I played into the illusion. I kept my promise to Matthew because it wasn't just me I was fighting for. It was hope, too. So I played the part. He never raped me again, never raised his hand to me, never called me kitten or degraded me. In his mind, I was his mother, and the baby was his sibling. Evan cants his head, eyes squinting.
And then he let you go.
My throat stings as I bob my head. Yes. I don't know why. I truly thought he'd keep me forever and that my baby would be born in that basement.
Yeah,
He muses, nodding.
that surprises me. Given that you saw his face and that he associated you with his mother, one would assume that he'd be unwilling to ever let you go. On the contrary, he wasn't playing with a full deck. We'll probably never know what triggered him to release you that day. He was careful about it, too. There was self-preservation there, drugging you, blindfolding you, and dropping you far enough away from his property.
Evan's lips twist with thought.
It's bizarre, but I guess it doesn't matter in the end. You made it out. And Hubbard is dead, so he can't hurt anybody anymore.
Yes, I mutter. Matthew's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Evan sends me a tender smile laced with pride, like he's happy to have been a part of a really good thing. We say our goodbyes, and I stand from the chair, giving him a hug before I leave the interview room for the last time. The click of the tape recorder shutting off sounds like a burden being cut loose, chipped away. My traumatic past attached itself to me like a tumor, and while I'll never be fully free from it, it somehow feels less heavy, less terminal. My story has been told, and the crippling weight of my secret has been shared. I did it. I'm finally in recovery. Chapter 34. Tabitha. I reread his latest text message as I twist the key into the lock and push open my front door. Gabe.
I'm working late, but I'll stop by your place around 8 if that's cool. Just want to talk.
My heart pounds. All he wants to do is talk? No lovemaking? No candlelit dinner? No drifting off to sleep tangled in each other's arms? Something doesn't feel right, but I try not to overthink. I try to keep my thoughts from twisting into dark, heartbreaking premonitions, even though my intuition is stabbing at me like a dull dagger between my ribs. After my breakthrough with Evan today, I'm feeling free. My secret has been purged and a weight has been lifted off me. I'm going to tell Gabe tonight. I realize it's not a groundbreaking confession, and it doesn't change anything between us, but it's a piece of me I haven't allowed him access to, and that feels wrong. Our relationship was built on trust, so keeping anything from him feels like a tiny betrayal to everything we are. I glance at the grandfather clock in the corner of the room, tick-tocking through the silent house. It's a little past 7, and my heart is restless. Normally, I'd relish in the ticking minute hands because they sever the quiet I've grown to hate. But tonight, they sound like a countdown to something ominous. Shaking off the goosebumps, I busy myself in the kitchen by whipping together a salad, cleaning the countertops, and organizing my spice rack alphabetically just to keep my thoughts from spiraling. The lettuce slides down my throat in slimy lumps. The cucumbers are bitter. The dressing tastes like acrid bile on my tongue. I toss it in the trash and stare at the clock. Tick, tick, tick. 5 minutes past 8, there's a soft knock at my front door, and the sound has me jolting in place. It's fine, I tell myself. Everything is fine. But when I whip open the door and meet Gabe's shadowy eyes and slumped posture, the knot in my belly tells me it's not fine. Gabe.
Hey.
He swallows and looks away.
Can I come in?
Of course. I step aside and watch him enter. His gait is sluggish, his disposition closed off. He doesn't touch me, doesn't hug me, and just quickly moves past me and stares at the wall. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just...
Clearing his throat, he scratches at his shaggy, uncombed hair and shakes his head.
I think I'm coming down with something. The flu, maybe.
Relief sinks into me. I feel guilty for that because I don't want him to be sick, but at least it's an explanation. It's a reason for his sudden shift in mood. Oh, well, I'll make you soup. I have chicken noodle. Another head shake. His back is still turned on me, chin dipped downward.
No thanks. Not hungry.
I force a smile and pace forward. Okay, we can go lie down then. You should rest. When I reach him in the center of the living room, I curl my hand around his bicep. I wanted to tell you something. It's about my interview with Evan today. I confessed some things that... My voice trails off when Gabe doesn't acknowledge me. He's like a stone wall. Gabe. A slight pause. Then his head twists in my direction, his eyes still aimed at my white rug.
What did you confess?
I blink, hating the nothingness in his tone. It's just a mess of words with no meaning, no life. I move in front of him, facing him, my hand still latched around his arm as the other reaches for his palm. It's stiff and clammy. My fingers lace with his, but he doesn't hold me back, doesn't squeeze. Let's go to my room, I suggest, my nerves heightening. I force the little smile back onto my face and sprinkle flirtation into my voice. We can have a repeat of the other night, somewhere more comfortable than my living room floor. I can help you wind down, if you know what I mean. He slams his eyes shut, jaw clenched tight, looking like what I just said was tragic. My cheeky grin fades. He does look sick. He looks positively ill. I keep trying, desperation clawing through me. Gabe, please, touch me. Hold my hand, will you? I squeeze his fingers, but his grip is loose and limp. He won't even look at me. What's wrong? Did something happen? Silence. It's like he's shut down, somewhere else, unreachable. Hey, please, talk to me. I raise both hands to cup his face, forcing eye contact. You're freaking me out. He shrugs me off him, his body vibrating with tension. Don't. Rejection burns me. My cheeks feel hot, my chest tight. Gabe. Anguish climbs my throat as I lift up on my toes. I try to kiss him, but the moment before our lips meet, he turns his head away. He dodges my kiss. And then he utters 2 words that slaughter the remaining tatters of my heart.
Tabula rasa.
I freeze on my tiptoes, my nails digging into his arms to keep me from buckling.
Say it and we stop. Say it and it's over.
It's a slow-motion collapse to the soles of my feet. My hands fall from his arms, and I inch backward, farther, putting more distance between me and the bloody remnants of my heart that plunged to the living room rug. Gabe stands there, statue still, his eyes on the floor. I stare at him in shock, shaking from head to toe, because I can't believe he just said that. I can't believe he used my safe word against me. And I suppose it's as they say, what goes up must come down. But it's a shame they don't tell you about the crash. They don't mention how hard you'll hit or how much it will hurt. There's no talk of the bones cracking, the lungs wheezing, the heart bleeding and bruised. Even worse, The look in your lover's eyes when he watches you plummet to the pavement and rupture into 1,000 grisly pieces at his feet. It's a bloodbath, a massacre, a catastrophe. It's inevitable, though. There's always a crash. And I think if I'd have known, I never would have tried to fly.
Chapter 35. Gabe. My father always used to tell me, never look those fuckers in the eyes before you kill them. Not exactly the sage wisdom a child would expect from a parent. While other kids my age were being told to never go swimming on a full stomach and to stay away from strangers in white vans, I was being taught how to kill without hesitation. Hesitation was a gateway to empathy, he'd tell me, and empathy made a man weak. He was talking about hunting, of course. Deer, rabbits, and even turkeys in late fall when we'd bundle up before the sun crested and chase longbeards through the grass. Funny enough, I never cared much for hunting. There was nothing rewarding or satisfying about watching an animal bleed out in the dirt. My father told me I was pathetic one day while a 12-gauge shotgun trembled in my grip and my shoes sunk into spongy earth. I begged the ground to turn into quicksand just so I wouldn't have to pull that trigger. You're pathetic, Gabe. An embarrassment to the Wellington name. He spat, hucking a mouthful of tobacco near my shoes. Shoot the damn thing, son. A stunning deer stood frozen a few feet away, looking right at me. I stared into its eyes as my gut rolled with dread and my heart raced with indecision. Christ, give me that. My father yanked the weapon from my hands and put a bullet in the deer's head without even blinking. I didn't eat the venison that night. All I could think about was that look in the animal's eyes when I'd pointed my gun at it, marking it for death. As I stand here now, those words swim through me, settling in my chest like bricks. Never look your kill in the eyes before you pull the trigger. I took his advice this time. I kept my eyes on the floor as the ashes of my words sprinkled around us like black confetti, and the lingering smoke made her choke. Only then, I looked up. And here's the thing. My father told me about the before, but he never once warned me about the after. He didn't tell me about the look I'd see staring back at me after the bullet had met its target. Stunned shock, glazed over disbelief, annihilation. He failed to mention that it would feel like I had just turned the gun on myself. My heart shatters while I do everything in my power to keep the wretched torment out of my eyes, to keep my limbs from trembling, to keep my arms from reaching for her and telling her how much I don't want to do this. But I have to do this. It's the only way to keep her safe. It's the only way to keep her alive. Tabitha's hands ball at her sides, her legs wobbling beneath her. What? She whispers the word like she didn't hear me. My throat burns with shame. I'm sorry. I wanted to make this quick and painless. Quick and painless? Her neck tilts back, emotions bubbling, roiling. What are you saying? I'm saying it's over. Confusion and incredulity shine back at me as she swings her head from side to side. You're ending things? I grind my teeth together. Yeah, I am. She barks a laugh, and it's a humorless, disbelieving laugh. Then she goes dead silent, as if she's waiting for the punchline. You're lying. I don't want to hurt you, I mutter, forcing my tone to stay level, impassive. But this isn't working for me anymore. I don't believe you. She has to believe me. If she doesn't believe me, she'll fight for this. She'll peel back every lie-drenched layer until she uncovers the truth, and then she'll fight some more. She'll fight because that's what she does. She fights. She'll fight until it kills her. And they will kill her. Every muscle twitches, tightens, as I fold my arms across my chest to keep them from trembling at my sides. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you it's over. Why? Her features harden with outrage, with denial. Tell me why. Because it's too much. I can't do these ups and downs with you, this emotional fucking roller coaster. My brows bend, a sickly coil of guilt curling its way inside. I can't do it. There's a crack in my voice, and she notices. She stomps toward me, cheeks red, eyes furious. I hear your words, but I don't believe a single one of them. I believe what you've shown me. And it's not this. It's not even close. I spin around, turning my back to her while I attempt to scrub away the evidence of my heartbreak. Heaving in a breath, I cup a hand over my jaw and exhale slowly. That's because I was trying, okay? I was really fucking trying to make this work, but it's pointless. We were doomed from the start because you're still in love with another man. You're living in your past, and I'm living in his shadow. It's hopeless, Tabitha. You were right. I deserve more than that. My heart bleeds. Everything bleeds. I deserve better. Liar! She hisses at my back. At least have the goddamn decency to look me in the eyes while you lie to me. I don't move. I can't. Look at me. Angry fingers snatch my elbow, whipping me back around, and I stare at her, my bottom lip quivering. It's impossible to keep my expression indifferent as I watch the tears stream down her face. I'm causing her pain when all I've ever wanted to do was take it away. You're barely holding it together, she croaks out, taking a step toward me as she assesses the unmistakable misery in my eyes. Why are you saying this? You don't mean it. I know you don't. Tabitha, goddammit, it's over. I grit through my teeth. Let it go. It's done. No. No, this is crazy. Something is wrong. Something happened. She closes the gap between us and reaches for me again. Her warm palms frame my face as she begs for the truth. Please. Please. Explain to me what is going on, because I refuse to believe that the man who made love to me 2 nights ago, who held me in his arms until dawn, who told me his love was unshakable, is capable of saying these awful things to me. It doesn't make any sense. I lower her hands from my face and step back, barely containing the strangled cry in the back of my throat. Believe it. Accept it. She gapes at me, wide-eyed and wounded. Fury flashes across her face again, the little jade flecks in her irises fusing with copper and igniting into green flames. I watched a man I loved die in front of me, and I couldn't fight for him. She seethes, teeth bared, cheeks wet. I was shackled to a pole with his blood on my skin, and I watched him take his last breath. I couldn't fight. I couldn't do a damn thing. Her words breathe fire as she relives the horror. How dare you not let me fight for you? Fuck. All I can do is shake my head, my nostrils flaring. Some fights aren't worth it. There's a hole in my chest, and it hurts so fucking bad. Some fights are worth it all. Tabitha lets out another huff of disbelief and crosses her arms, looking dazed, looking lost. And then she hesitates. She falters. And there's almost joking in her tone as she mutters, It's not like there's someone else. Her words trail off when I don't respond. She blinks up at me, waiting for me to say, no, of course not. Of course not. But I don't say that. I swallow as a new wave of pain floods me, and I latch onto the implication with more silence. The notion hits her like a sledgehammer, and her pupils dilate to giant ink blots. No, there's not. Her voice breaks under the weight of everything I'm not saying. There's no one else. When I just stand there, frozen and mute, she lets out a breathless gasp, her face crumpling. Oh, my God. My world spins, tilts, implodes, as my heart dismantles piece by piece. I still don't reply. Is there another woman? She demands, her breathing growing more erratic, more unhinged. She looks like she's about to be sick. Did you sleep with someone? Answer me, Gaber, I swear. Yes, I blurt out, the word escaping before I can stop it. I fuck someone. I know I can't hide the horror that sweeps across my face when the insidious lie falls out of me, just like she can't hide her own horror that extinguishes the light from her eyes. Nausea churns in my stomach and my legs shake as they fight to keep me upright. Last night, I continue, voice splintering. That's why I didn't reply to your text. I went out to the bar after work, had too much to drink, ran into a girl I used to date, and we went back to her place. And we had sex. The false admission pours out of me like jagged bullet points. Sweat slicks my skin and I run a hand over my face. I'm sorry. I've just been overwhelmed with this back and forth with you, and I needed something easy. She buys it. I watch it wash over her like a bucket of ice water. She buys it. She fucking buys it. She believes that I could actually do something like that to her. As if she wasn't my whole goddamn world. My everything. I hate you so much. She utters the words like little paper cuts, hardly noticeable but enough to sting. I can't believe you would do that to me. After everything. Panicked whimpers crawl up her throat as she drags her fingers through her hair and pushes it off her face. I hate you. I hate you. I blink rapidly, forcing the tears from leaking from my eyes. Good. It's easier if you do. A sob tears through her, and she lunges forward, shoving at my chest with both hands. You asshole. You asshole, she growls. You're disgusting. A coward, a cheater, a joke. I stumble back. Panic seizes me, poisoning my blood with regret as I fully grasp the gravity of what I've made her believe. Fuck, baby, I whisper. I'm sorry. I'm not your baby. I'm not your anything. Just go. Get out. Get out of my house. She pushes me again, then again, and again. Go! I'm sorry. I reach for her shoulders, my hands refusing to believe that she is no longer mine to hold. This hurts too much. This is killing me. Tabs, don't touch me! She shrieks, twisting out of my grasp. Go, go, go! I hate you! Never speak to me again. I wish I never met you. She keeps shoving me, pushing me, driving me backward, until my shoulder blades slam against her front door. Stay the hell away from me, Gabe. You make me sick. She spits out. I should have known you were no better than your father. Her words get me. They hollow me out. I nod slowly, knowing I deserve it, knowing this is what I set in motion. My fingers rake through my hair, tears biting at my sides and slipping down my cheeks. I want to tell her the truth. I want to confess everything. That no, there's no one else. There's only her. I'm doing this for her daughter, my girls. But I can't because then she'll pry. She'll poke. She'll march right onto the battlefield with no weapon, no armor, no protection, and those monsters will strike her down. It's better this way. I whip around and wrench open the front door, not bothering to close it behind me as I flee from the devastation left in my wake. My legs stumble and my feet trip as I stagger through her lawn and throw myself into the driver's seat of my car. Shoving the key in the ignition, I waver, choking on a sob, and I make the grave mistake of glancing up. She's there, watching me run away from her, on her knees, collapsed on the front stoop, clutching her chest and crying her heart out. With a guttural wail, she rips a star ring off her finger and flings it across the front yard. It dings as it bounces off the side of my car. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. She howls before buckling forward and burying her face in her hands, her body shaking with betrayal. Fuck, 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 fuck. My foot slams on the accelerator. I fly out of her driveway, my fists pounding the steering wheel, tears pouring down my face and growls of regret shredding my throat as I disintegrate, as I plummet, break, fucking die. I only make it a mile before I pull off to the side of the road, lean out of my car, and vomit onto the highway.
Chapter 36. Tabitha.
You look tired, Tabitha. Are you getting enough sleep?
I blink dazedly, my head lifting in slow motion. Martha Gleason studies me with worried eyes as the graphite sky prepares for imminent storms. My chin tips higher, gaze squinting skyward. It looks like rain, I murmur.
Yes, I think a thunderstorm is about to come through, she sighs. The sky was crystal clear only moments ago. Funny how quickly the weather can change.
Yeah, funny. Hope tugs at the skirt of my dress, her fist sticky with remnants of a strawberry ice cream cone. Swing, she says. The playground begins to empty as parents and children flee to their vehicles, the forbidding sky acting as a ticking time bomb. Forcing a smile, I bend over on the bench and scoop my baby into my arms, plopping her on my lap. We need to get going, Pumpkin. It's about to rain. She smooshes her thumbs and fingers together, then wiggles them around. Spider song. We sing the itsy-bitsy spider song, while Martha watches from her place beside us, warmth glimmering in dark blue eyes. There's a leather leash coiled around her hand, as Echo sprawls contentedly near her feet, licking at the grass blades where dollops of ice cream had fallen. It's the second time she's come to visit me. Last week, we found ourselves at the same park, watching Hope play on the swings and in the sandbox after a visit to the nearby ice cream parlor. It was a good day. It was a better day than today, with a storm brewing overhead and this hurricane in my chest. Hope giggles when I tickle her and pretend that my fingers are squirmy little spiders crawling under her armpits. Her laughter keeps my heart from pinwheeling out of control.
You avoided my question,
Martha states, a soft smile tipping her muted berry lips.
How are you feeling?
I freeze, my throat lodging with debris. How am I feeling? I'd tell her I have nothing to compare this hollow, heart-sinking feeling to, but that would be a lie. It feels like I've been knocked out, my veins poisoned, then tossed into the woods with my hands tied behind my back and a blindfold over my eyes. I can't see anything in front of me. I'm panicked, bruised, dizzy. Everything is muddled as I crawl my way through dirt and splintered branches, my skin scraping, my stomach in knots. I'm screaming for help, hoping someone will find me and rip this blindfold off my eyes while carrying me to safety and telling me everything will be okay. Yes, I'm more than familiar with this feeling. Only this time, there is no good Samaritan coming to my rescue. It's just me, alone, broken, and painfully lost, wandering through the woods with a knife in my back. But I don't want to erase the smile from her lips, so I offer her a shrug as I bounce Hope up and down on my knees. You're right, I haven't been sleeping well. My work schedule has been crazy, and I've been picking up extra shifts.
You're such a hard worker,
she muses, reaching over to squeeze my forearm.
A wonderful role model for Hope. She's truly blessed.
I miss her. My eyes mist. I miss her so much, especially now. I have no more anchors, no arms around me holding my fractured pieces together, no one there to puncture the awful quiet with a joke or a kind word.
You don't have to save yourself this time. You're not alone anymore.
So many lies, so many broken promises. I'm always alone. I'm forever hopelessly alone. I heave in a rattled breath and look away.
Oh, Tabitha,
she says gently, rubbing her palm up and down my arm.
You have no idea how grateful we are that you've allowed us this special time with our granddaughter. I know it hasn't been easy for you. I know you miss her terribly.
A tear slips. I nod, my lashes fluttering. I do, but I understand. You needed this time with her. I can't imagine how hard the distance has been.
We plan to move closer. The summer home we bought in Galena will eventually become our primary residence.
The transition is just taking more time than we had hoped. It will be so nice having you closer. I pick absently at the frayed fringe of my coral-hued dress, the one I wore to the boardwalk, the one that snagged on a bolt when I stepped off the roller coaster. I hadn't noticed at the time, too caught up in being indelibly happy. I appreciate all the text updates and video chats, and these visits. They really help. The sky cracks with thunder. I fist the metallic ring in my hand as it dangles between my breasts while ignoring the greenish stain on my finger where another ring once resided. That finger is empty now, the ring long gone, likely buried in my driveway cracks with the rubble and dirt where it belongs. Rain starts to fall, and a light drizzle dampens our hair and clothes.
"All right, we should get going,"
Martha says to me, hauling Hope into her arms.
"We'll bring her back home in 2 weeks. Let me know what days you have off and we can meet up for lunch. Pat and I head back to BC the first week of September."
Okay, I'll take a look at my work schedule. It feels wrong to hand over my child, to give her away to a practical stranger, to trust. My heart pounds with doubt and worry as I watch them stand from the beach, drizzle morphing into steady rainfall. Echo rises beside them, her fur soggy and soaked. When she shakes, the droplets go flying. I lean in to kiss Hope's chubby cheek before they depart. "Mama loves you, Pumpkin. I miss you so much." "Bye-bye, Mama," she babbles, slapping a sweet kiss on my lips. We both giggle, and I run my fingers through her dark tufts of hair that are curling and frizzing from the rainwater. Just as I see them off, with tears in my eyes and a lump in my throat, Hope calls out, "Gab?" The lump grows tenfold, morphing into a boulder. I choke out a response. He says hi, baby. Have fun with Grandma and Grandpa. I'll see you next week. Bye." Her hand flaps with a clunky wave as Martha throws me a beaming smile. They race for cover, hopping into a rental car and pulling out of the playground parking lot. I just stand there, staring at the empty lot with empty eyes and empty arms. The rain pours down in buckets, sluicing me in shivers. My teeth chatter. My hair mats across my forehead. I should head home, but my legs remain idle as my sandals sink into the mud. All I do is stand there and tilt my chin up to the sky, blinking through the raindrops as they splash across my face. My months of rebuilding have collapsed into rubble and ruin after trying so hard to build a new home for myself. 4 walls, a roof, a yard to run free, tall windows to let the sunshine in, a fireplace to keep me warm. And it kills me because I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. I don't know why. I'll never know why he couldn't live here too. When devastation sinks its teeth into you, you either hide yourself away and tend to the bite marks alone, or you surround yourself with laughter and good people and let them help you bandage the wounds. Normally, I'm the hiding kind, but tonight, I need my friends. Dean steals a handful of popcorn from Cora's lap as she swipes the bowl away, trying to keep it out of his reach. She giggles.
"Greedy? You're greedy, Corabelle. Holding popcorn hostage is cruel and probably illegal."
She stuffs a handful into her mouth.
"Your face is illegal."
An eyebrow arcs before a smirk stretches.
"Nice."
He lunges for the bowl again, then freezes when it tips over, the popcorn sprinkling onto the couch in a mess of greasy yellow kernels. Whoops. A smile lifts on my mouth as I lean back and shake my head. I watch as they pluck stray popcorn pieces out of my sofa cushions, occasionally tossing one at each other, then leaning in for a buttery kiss. The image is both adorable and heartrending. Cora sets the half-eaten bowl between them and addresses me as she chews.
Okay, so this is clearly one of those emergency friendship get-togethers. Tell me what's going on.
She pivots toward me on the couch, drawing her feet up and picking at her sock that's patterned in Yorkshire Terriers wearing pink nightcaps.
It's Gabe, isn't it?
My heartbeats flounder, skidding erratically at the mention of his name. How did you know?
I'm kind of an expert on relationship-specific heartache.
She throws Dean an apologetic glance.
No offense.
He winces a little. I clear my throat and settle back into the cushions. Yes, it's about Gabe. I'm not sure how to get the words out. They're jumbled in my throat like twisted, overgrown roots. He, slept with someone, I admit as another vital organ shrivels up inside me. Someone who wasn't me. Dean leans forward, looking at me around Cora with a stunned expression.
Whoa, are you serious?
Yes, I think so. I don't know. I've always been good at reading people. My instincts are strong and well taught. Something about that night hasn't added up, hasn't sat right with me. But no other scenario makes an ounce of sense. I didn't believe him when he told me it was over between us after listening to his flimsy reasoning. And then it was almost like he was piggybacking off my lethal train of thought as I tried to work through what it could have been. It's like I handed him a make-believe scenario on a silver platter, and he slammed that platter right in my face. The look in his eyes, though. That look has haunted me day in and day out. He was crying, heartbroken, hardly holding himself together. What could have easily been explained away as guilt for sleeping with another woman, for betraying me in the worst way, felt like something else. It felt like something else because I know him. I thought I knew him. Swallowing the ashes in my throat, I shrug lightly. I guess that's what he told me.
You don't believe him?
Cora wonders, her expression aghast.
Holy crap, Tabitha. I'm so sorry. Why would he lie about something like that?
I don't know. Maybe he wasn't lying. Maybe I'm just drowning in denial. Leaning forward on his thighs, Dean rubs a hand over his jaw.
How were things in the days leading up to it? Was he acting weird or suspicious?
My mind explodes with sweet, perfect memories. The way he touched me, the way he held me, the words he said. God, those beautiful words. They're the only words that have managed to ring louder than the bomb he dropped at my feet that night, the blast I can't unhear.
Yes, I fucked someone.
Hot pressure burns behind my eyes. Things were incredible. I don't trust easily, but I never once doubted my trust in him. Never. It was just effortless. He was my rock, my anchor. I felt his love deep in my bones. You know? They share a glance with each other. Of course they know. They know better than anyone else. Cora's hand slides over to Dean's lap and cups his knee, and he places his hand atop hers. She returns her attention to me, nibbling her bottom lip.
That's strange. Has he made any contact with you since? Any attempts to apologize? Grovel?
No, nothing. It's been radio silence. A frown creases between Dean's eyes as he squeezes Cora's hand.
I'm not going to pretend like I know the guy, or that I fully understand what kind of dynamic you two shared, but I do know a thing or two about being a martyr.
He looks down at his feet.
About doing something hard for the greater good.
I watch Cora tense, her chin dropping to her chest as she continues to pick at a string on her sock, while her other hand moves to tinker with the heart pendant around her neck. My breath falls out shaky. Ruffling his dark hair, Dean shifts on the couch.
I don't know. Maybe there's something going on behind the scenes, something he was trying to protect you from. Maybe he's going through some kind of crisis and he doesn't want you involved. You've been through a lot, Tabitha. He knows that. It's possible he doesn't want to put you through any more trauma.
I swallow. I can't imagine anything being worse than what he just put me through. And then I falter, my skin itching. I think about the mugging, about the way he was acting that night, about how I was convinced he was hiding something from me. Were you honest with the police?
I was mugged.
He wouldn't look me in the eyes, just like he wouldn't look at me that night in my living room when he used my safe word against me. My thoughts continue to reel back in time.
I thought I was going to lose you. I won't let anything happen to you.
Me? He was concerned about me. My heart kicks up speed as I try to shove the pieces together, but too many pieces are missing. Nothing makes sense. Nothing fits. I pull up my cell phone and open up my social media app, scrolling through his feed, looking for any indication of what could be going on. There's nothing. He hasn't posted in weeks. The last activity on his timeline is the live video I tagged him in from the roller coaster in Atlantic City. My stomach pitches at the still photo attached to the video. It's an image of the precise second following when our lips brushed together. The unshakable love in his eyes, the tortured, suppressed love in mine, the barest smile on his lips, like he couldn't believe our mouths had just touched, even for the tiniest moment. I can hardly catch my breath as tears threaten to spill. Cora peers over my shoulder while the phone quakes in my grip.
I watched that video, she murmurs. You were so brave.
I was brave. I was proud of myself. So proud, so happy, on the precipice of falling headfirst into soul-shattering love. Yes, I croak out. Heavy silence settles in for a few beats before Cora straightens beside me.
I've an idea. Let's do a video together.
I blink. What?
A live video. We all have a ton of followers. It could be fun, she suggests, glancing at Dean for confirmation.
He shrugs, nodding.
I mean, maybe it will distract you for a little while. Take your mind off things.
The notion is mildly tempting. I'm not sure I'm prepared to be seen by thousands of viewers with my rain-limp hair and bloodshot eyes, but I wouldn't be doing it alone. Cora and Dean are here. Rolling my lips together, I nod lightly. Okay, we can do that. Cora scoots closer to me, smoothing down her waves of golden hair and adjusting her ivory blouse. She snatches my phone and fiddles with the buttons, typing in a caption that reads, Survivor Chronicles Part 1. Shenanigans and popcorn fights likely. Bring your questions. A grin brightens her mouth.
Ready?
Ready or not, she presses the live button and holds the phone out in front of her until all three of us are visible. Viewers pour into the stream by the hundreds as I attempt to cower out of frame. Dean looks like a deer in headlights, while Cora radiates courage and enthusiasm.
Hey, guys! We just wanted to pop in and say hello. Dean and I have never done this before and generally try to avoid interviews and media attention, but Tabitha had me seeing this opportunity to connect with you all in a different light. Maybe we can bring a smile to someone who needs it. I think there's healing and growth to be found in watching other people overcome their own suffering.
The viewers reach 5,000 in less than a minute. Cora gulps, then gouges Dean with her elbow.
Hey.
His smile is strained. Questions start rolling in, faster than my eyes can keep up. The first question I notice has my face heating, and I wrinkle my nose. You guys look great. Dean, why were you with Cora's sister for so many years when Cora is clearly your one true love? Yikes. Cora lets out a trembly laugh and clears her throat. Dean averts his eyes and shovels a handful of popcorn into his mouth.
I love that you three are friends. Who made the first effort?
Cora speaks up.
I did, actually.
I wasn't sure it was the right move at the time because I didn't want to intrude on her privacy, but something compelled me to reach out, and I'm so glad I did. Tabitha is truly the most resilient person I've ever met. She's an angel. My heart flutters with affection as I bop her with my shoulder, smiling into the screen. I thought about reaching out to Cora after her news story broke, but I wanted to give her space, time to heal and process.
What was it like in that basement?
A moment of harrowing silence sweeps between us. I answer first, the response falling out freely. Eye-opening, I reply. It's easy to say it was terrifying, awful, painful, horrific. It was all of those things, definitely, but mostly, it was eye-opening. It makes you appreciate the tiny blessings in day-to-day life. Dew on the grass at dawn, every unique color of the sunset, the bridge of a song you love that had always been outshined by the chorus, butterflies, hot tea, the smell of fresh lavender in the summer. My eyes water and I blink away the sentiment. People, too, I add. People especially. You don't take anybody for granted anymore. You cherish your friendships, your connections. Life is so beautifully fragile. Cora tips her head to the side, resting her temple on my shoulder.
That was a perfect answer.
More questions fly in, too many to cover. Our favorite foods, a vivid memory, a book recommendation. Some questions are too personal, too raw, and a lot of them pertain to our abductor. We avoid those. We pretend like he never existed, because existing was more than he deserved. Eventually, the mood turns silly, and a new popcorn fight commences, and there's laughter and joy and so much love. Cora shrieks a giggle through her final send-off to the camera when Dean tickles her ribs, and she clicks off the video, all of us waving goodbye as the phone topples to the floor. He pulls her in for a kiss, but he's still tickling her, and she's still laughing. And I want that. I want that. But I don't have that. So I laugh with them, living vicariously through their love. And when Cora accidentally kicks me with her ridiculous Yorkie socks, more laughter pours out of me in backbending, tear-inducing giggles. I laugh, and I laugh, and I laugh. My belly aches, my cheeks are wet, streaked with glee. Then, slowly, progressively, that laughter takes on a different sound. The pitch changes with an unmistakable crack, and the cadence swings left, taking a sharp turn into devastation. I buckle. Both arms drape across my stomach as if to keep my insides from spilling out of me, and I lurch forward, my universe tilting, its axis askew. The sobs take on a life of their own like a vicious possession, and my body slides off the edge of the couch and onto the floor with a bruising plunk. I tip sideways, arms still curled around my middle, knees tucked to my chest. I'm vaguely aware of Cora and Dean joining me on the floor as I cry my heart out. The slow beating tatters of the organ wither like a dying rose, the petals slipping to the dirt one by one, until there's nothing left but a thorn-studded stem. Dragging me into her lap, Cora strokes my hair off my cheeks as she shushes my tears, whispering words of solace against my forehead. Dean sits back on his haunches, rubbing Cora's back, comforting her while she comforts me. And there is comfort in that. There is beauty in knowing that sometimes love does prevail. Trust, though fragile, exists. Loyalty, though hard-fought, is out there. It's funny how quickly the weather can change. But I know deep down that rain doesn't last forever.
Chapter 37. Gabe. It's fascinating how the non-existence of something can feel like the most prominent thing of all. The hum of nothingness rings the loudest, echoing in every room. A gaping hole is a back-breaking weight. That missing piece is the heaviest piece. All I can see, feel, and breathe is the fucking loss of her as I watch the playbook dozens of times. So many times I've lost count. Life is so beautifully fragile, she says into the camera, her eyes unblinking as if her mind were somewhere else. Maybe she was in that basement again, watching her lover bleed out before her eyes. Maybe she was in her living room again, as I bled her out. Tied and hung, upside down, a slash to her jugular vein. Still alive to feel every drop drain out. Rewind, rewind, rewind. I wish I could rewind. I'm not sure what I'd do differently, or which moment I'd rewind back to. But anywhere is better than here, trudging through this post-apocalyptic emotional hell. I'd probably go back to our trip to Delaware, to the music-infused car ride with the wind in her hair, a smile on her rosy lips, and a little star ring on her finger. Or the boardwalk where we slow danced amid tourists and street performers. Maybe the guest bedroom, while lavender-scented candles watered her eyes and cool sheets tangled with her nightdress. Stolen kisses, rhubarb pie, and sunburned cheeks. Life is so beautifully fragile. It is. It really is. But love? No. Love is not fragile at all. It's long-lasting, bone-burrowing, and unshakable. Real love doesn't snap or fizzle out because of circumstances and tough decisions. It doesn't just dissolve because you want it to, because you beg it to. Those things only make it hurt. Those things only make it sink deeper until you're choking on that love, suffocating, bleeding out while still breathing. Love latches onto you, consumes, and then it haunts you. Forever. Love isn't fragile. It's fucking shatterproof. Unfortunately, our hearts are not. I lean back against the moving truck in my driveway, checking the time as the late summer sun heats my skin. Like clockwork, Stoney strolls up to me from the sidewalk like he materialized out of the shadows. My lips purse with disdain. I expect good news. He drawls, a cigarette between his fingers. He scratches at his cheek, gaze briefly landing on the moving truck stuffed full of boxes and furniture. Did my buyer come through? Pushing up from the side of the truck, I saunter over to him, feeling numb. He could gut me right here in my driveway and I wouldn't feel a thing. Yeah, he took the house. I tell him. He'll have the cash in 10 days. I sold my car too, so I'll have your fucking money. I just need until then. Show me the contract. Jaw clenched tight, I pull up the contract on my phone and tilt the screen toward him. His eyes narrow as he snaps a photo of the evidence. This shows a sale price of $405,000, a drop in the bucket. My stare is cold and dead as I shove the phone back into my pocket. I'll have the money. I won't have the money, but I'll have something. And I'm going to negotiate the rest. Turns out banks aren't too keen on allowing giant six-figure cash withdrawals. Even if I did find a non-shady buyer for my house, there's no telling when we would officially close, and it would be next to impossible to get my hands on that cash. A wire transfer was off the table because criminals prefer their thievery to be untraceable. Stoney hooked me up with one of his dodgy comrades who snatches up houses and flips them for a profit. Luckily for me, my house is a solid fixer-upper in a prime location, so we locked in an under-the-table deal. If that avenue had fallen through, I have no idea what I would have done. Probably forced Tabitha into witness protection. Stoney clicks his tongue. I'm supposed to believe that you'll magically come up with over $500,000 in 2 weeks. Oh, Gabe, you underestimate my intelligence. That is never wise. I don't give a fuck what you believe. I bite back. Feel free to kill me, but then you won't get paid. I sold everything, drained my bank accounts. I have nothing to my name now, so congratulations. I'm penniless, homeless, and heartbroken. His head cocks to the side, arms crossing as he slips a sly grin. I wouldn't say you have nothing, no. After all, you still have her. I bark out a derisive laugh. No, I don't. She's no longer in the picture. She fucking hates me. Another head tilt. Another grin. How tragic. He has no goddamn idea. My teeth clack together as I glare at him and say nothing. Stoney rolls his lips, studying me. He's mentally assessing my terms, weighing his options. When his phone dings, he spares it a quick glance and straightens with an airy sigh. Very well, then. He tucks his phone away. 10 days. Bring the full payment to the address I'll provide you. Show up promptly and unarmed. No tricks, no stunts. The sun brightens the joyless gleam in his eyes. While I'm apt to believe that your lovely lady friend holds little affection for you these days, I'm confident your feelings for her have not changed. I encourage you not to be stupid, considering the consequences have not changed either. That's all he says before whistling as he walks away, half limping down the sidewalk and disappearing around the corner. The threat doesn't rattle me this time because I'm confident Jackson Walsh will accept my terms. For as cold and callous as these cockroaches are, they're businessmen, first and foremost. As I bend over to pick up a box of meager belongings, I catch Sydney's Jeep careening into her driveway with a Smash Mouth song blaring through the open window. Great. Time for more lies and deception. What the hell is going on? She leaps out of the Jeep and storms over to me wearing a messy bun and a painted, splattered t-shirt of a Nirvana album cover. Why is there a moving truck in your driveway? I deflate, dropping the box at my feet. I'm shacking up with Darius for a while, I say, keeping my tone void, expression blank. It's nothing. She stares at me, unblinking, waiting for the rest of the story while squeezing her car keys. Too bad she'll be waiting forever. What? I turn away from her and hop into the back of the truck, pushing my dresser to the far end until it smashes up against a bookcase. I asked you what the hell was going on. You haven't answered me yet. I answered you. You just didn't like my answer. Gabe. Sid. Both fists slam against her hips and her stare turns deadly. You're being a nosy neighbor. Lorna is a nosy neighbor. I'm the concerned best friend, she snaps. I swear to God, I'll sick my raccoon on you if you don't tell me what the fuck is happening right now. Pretending to be absorbed in shuffling boxes around, I make a humming sound and avoid eye contact. Athena would never betray me like that. She remembers that time when I let her live in my spare bedroom and she managed to escape her cage. She had free reign of the house for hours, ate through multiple sofas, a dining room set, and 5 bananas. We have an unbreakable bond now. I'll make her eat you. You can try. A huff leaves her as she continues to stare up at me and wait. There's no way she's walking away without some kind of explanation. Sighing my surrender, I finally face her and drop to a sitting position, my legs dangling over the ledge of the truck. I needed the money to start up a new business. What business? Music recording. Darius has a soundproof studio in his basement. We're going for it. Darius lives in a 2-bedroom condo with his on and off again girlfriend and 5 African gray parrots and couldn't tell an amp from a speaker. But she doesn't know that. Don't worry, they'll still be coming around so as long as Oliver keeps making that lasagna with the white sauce. Bechamel, she mutters faintly. Her lips vibrate as she blows out another breath and crosses her arms across her chest. This seems fishy. Why didn't you mention you were thinking about selling your house? Does Oliver know? I shake my head. You've been here your whole life, Gabe. We have so many memories in this place. Crystal blue eyes glaze over as she stares at the brick-raised ranch just beyond the moving truck. I thought we'd always be neighbors. Me too, Sid. Me fucking too. I also thought I'd be engaged by the end of the year. Actually engaged. Maybe even a father soon, or at the very least, a father figure to hope. Knowing that my dreams have been viciously ripped away from me has bile crawling up my throat. Tamping it down, I roll my jaw. I don't know. It was kind of a spur-of-the-moment decision. You know me. I've always been reckless and spontaneous. Honestly, I didn't think it would sell this fast. Lies, lies, lies. I've gotten so fucking good at lying I'm starting to scare myself. What about Tabitha? Both of my legs jerk like she just tapped my kneecaps with a reflex hammer. My muscles lock up, and I duck my chin to my chest. What about her? Why didn't you just move in with her? Because I fucked somebody else and broke her heart. The practiced piece of fiction falls out way too easily. Sydney's eyes bulge through her cat eyeglasses as her head whips toward me. You what? I cheated on her, it's over. Heart palpitations have my breathing quickening and my skin sweating, but I try to hide my inner turmoil. I'm an asshole. She gawks at me as her jaw unhinges, blinking a million times in a row like she has some sort of tic, and then she bursts out laughing. I frown at her. Why is that funny? Because you're joking, and I laugh at jokes. I'm not joking. I went to the bar the other night and got shit-faced, then went home with some blonde chick. I'm a prick and a cheater. Tabitha hates me. She's laughing so hard she's practically wheezing. My eyes narrow. You're the worst liar I've ever seen. I have secondhand embarrassment right now. Come on, dude. Do you really think I'm going to believe that? Holding up 4 fingers on her right hand, she starts to count them down. 1. You go for brunettes. Your sister's not a brunette. That was temporary insanity and a whole mess of psychological issues coming to a head, so I'm not counting it. I scoff at her, scrubbing both hands over my face as I prop my elbows on my knees and wait for more of her pointless logic. 2. I've known you since you were in your potty training era and pissing your Super Mario undies. I know you would never cheat on anybody. Luigi, I correct. 3. No, and 4, just no. She finishes slamming her index finger to her pinky. Tell me the truth. That is the truth. Let it go, Sid. A legitimate growl leaves her as she charges at me, and I swear there are tears in her eyes. My armor slides out of place for a minute. I blink at her, knowing I can't hide the flash of despair that infects me, that washes over me like a bone-chilling rain. She knows me too well. She sees right through the bullshit. But I can't bring her into this. I can't. Look, I need to finish up here. I say, voice hitching as I hop down from the bed of the truck. Let's grab Mexican food later this week. Text me when you're free. Cabe. I ignore her. I have to ignore her before she whittles me down and I confess everything, and there is another person I care about caught in the crossfire. Turning my back to her, I send her a half-hearted wave and flee toward the front of my house as her words follow. The man I know runs into burning buildings, she calls after me. There's an awful fracture in her voice, a breakage that has my gait slowing. I come to a full stop, listening, waiting, dying inside. He would never, ever run back out without the one thing he loves most. The sound of her sandals slapping against the asphalt tells me she's walking away. The way my heart twists painfully in my chest tells me she's right. And the way the sky dims, darkening to gray, tells me a storm is coming. I collapse onto my front stoop while the rain untethers, and I watch the clouds break with me.
Chapter 38. Tabitha. 10 whole days pass me by. 10 days of gray clouds and long work shifts. The only music floating to my ears has come from Hope's sweet giggles during our twice-a-day video chats. 4 more days. 4 more days and my baby will be home. My arms will be fuller, my home will be louder, and my heart will have one less gaping hole in it. I pad across my bedroom floor, sweeping and organizing, fluffing my duvet cover that still smells like him, nautical and clean. I should probably wash it, but I haven't even been sleeping in my bed since the last time we were in it together. Right now, there's a pile of blankets and a single pillow bunched up on my living room couch, telling anyone who comes over that the sofa has become my sleeping quarters for the time being. I can't sleep in my bed. Not now. Not when the wounds are still so fresh and raw. All I can think about is the last time Gabe was mine, curled around me like a perfect lover, spinning the star ring on my finger and whispering promises into my ear as I drifted off to sleep with a smile on my face.
Maybe you'll see it differently when you're lying in your warm bed one day with the man you love, with a child sleeping peacefully down the hall, with a thriving, beautiful life filled with beautiful things. He died for this. He died for my hollow, lonely existence. And I wish so badly I could take it all back. I'd never promise him what I promised.
I'd tell him that, no, we are getting out of here together. You and me, Matthew. You and me and the baby you so desperately wanted. Maybe then he would have fought a little bit harder to live. Tears cloud my eyes as I move around the bedroom, sniffling when the emotion swells. I dust off my dresser and wipe down the mirror. But before I turn away, I pause for a moment, my eyes dipping to the cracked open dresser drawer, the clutter drawer, the drawer that holds both nothingness and everything. I swallow. Slowly, carefully, I pull the drawer open all the way and peer down inside until the vintage watch stares up at me, the glass face full of tiny scratches and scuffs. A ring for love and a watch for luck. Matthew believed in luck. He believed in luck and stars and cosmic design. His death had me believing in none of those things. And still, for some reason, I reach inside the dresser drawer for the first time and my fingers graze over the white face. I'm not sure why I pluck the wristwatch from the pile of knickknacks. I'll never know why I unbuckle the dark leather and fasten it around my wrist. I just do. I just want to. Maybe it's because I miss him, or maybe it's because I miss them both. Maybe some buried part of me wants to believe in luck. Sighing, I tilt my arm from side to side, admiring the trinket he adored. Even at the tightest notch, it still hangs loose, dangling at the edge of my hand. I've had it since his funeral. I've had it tucked away in this drawer ever since the day Pat Gleason placed it in my shaking palm, moments after Matthew's body was lowered into the ground. His body had been recovered from Earl Hubbard's property, and this Vulcan Cricket watch was found with his remains, scratched, tarnished, and covered in dirt. It doesn't work anymore, but it meant something to him. It meant so much to him. That's why his father wanted me to have it, as a token, a memory. I don't think he knew that I already held on to Matthew's tungsten ring, and on some nights, when the stars shined far too brightly, I'd tuck it underneath my pillow to will the nightmares away. A little piece of me wanted to reject the offering. The wristwatch belonged to Matthew's grandfather, so it made sense that his father hold on to it instead of me, instead of the woman who could do nothing for his son but watch him die. But he refused.
He'd want you to have it,
Pat told me as the sun blazed overhead. It was so sunny that day, painfully sunny, cruelly warm.
Please, Tabitha, take it. It's something to remember him by.
As if my mind were capable of forgetting anything about him, from the upturn of his lips to the deep blue of his eyes, to the way his voice cracked on his dying words. As if I didn't already have something far more precious to remember him by, bundled inside of a baby stroller, fast asleep, unaware that her father was now buried in soil soaked with her mother's tears. Still, I took it. I took it through my shaking sobs and ran as fast as I could away from the burial grounds before stuffing it in my dresser drawer so I didn't have to look at such an unlucky thing ever again. I didn't want to look at it and remember that awful shrieking alarm sound it made as Matthew took his final breath. The noise still haunts me. He still haunts me. The knot in my throat tightens as I hold out my arm, the watch heavy on my wrist and weighing it down. Then I swallow and get back to cleaning. I suppose that as long as he haunts me, it means he's still here. And I'll take any part of him I can get, even his ghost. Sydney sits beside me in a lounge chair, her skin bronzed and shimmery underneath the late August sky, as my skin makes a valiant effort to not turn lobster red. She's engrossed in her cell phone, singing along to a Better Than Ezra song blaring from a poolside speaker. The music plays, but I hardly hear it. It's a muddle of chords and notes that hold no harmony. The midday sun reflects off the blue pool water, making it glitter. I think about the last time I was here, the time I almost drowned. Not in the water, of course, but in the residual trauma eating away at me like a parasite. Gabe had followed me out of the pool and comforted me, holding me in his arms as he chased away the blood-sucking memories with just his voice and soft touch.
You're flying. You're free. You're safe. Don't look down, okay? Don't look down.
I fold my arms across my chest as a chill creeps across my skin, despite the 80-degree heat. My eyes land on the wristwatch as a sunbeam reflects off the scuffed face and makes it light up. Sydney invited me over for a swim this afternoon. Today was my day off, and my empty, quiet house was driving me mad, so I agreed to come by for a little while. She brought out a platter of store-bought snacks and 2 glasses of iced tea. Hers is the Long Island variety. So, she mutters, flipping her sunglasses up to the top of her head, eyes still narrowed at her cell phone screen.
Operation Save Gabe is officially underway.
I blink. What? She glances at me, turning the volume down on the music through her phone app.
I have good news and bad news.
Okay.
The bad news is he found the AirTag tracker I slipped into his shoe.
Her lips pursed to the side.
He was pissed. Told me that my best friend's status had been decreased to subpar acquaintance.
You're tracking him?
Yep. Want to hear the good news?
Sure.
I'm happy to report that he did not find the AirTag I hid underneath the front seat of his rental car.
Snapping her bubblegum, she pulses her eyebrows at me. My heart revs. Wait, you really think he's in trouble?
It's the only thing that makes sense,
she says, lifting one knee as she opens the tracker app on her phone.
He sold his house, sold his car, and dumped his girlfriend all within a week. That plus the mugging and weird secrecy, something is going on.
Anxiety stabs at my chest because her theory rings true. I texted him a few days ago, unable to sleep, hardly able to breathe. Me. At least let me know that you're okay and that you're not in any real danger. Please, you owe me that much. My message went unanswered. He never even opened it.
Oliver and I tried to stage an intervention today, but he ghosted me. I wonder if he has a gambling addiction. It can happen.
Taking a sip of her cocktail, she glances down at the tracker app, though Gabe's location remains idle.
Why else would he need that kind of cash? It doesn't add up.
Gambling. I guess it's possible, but I hadn't suspected such a thing. He's never once mentioned gambling, and he's been responsible with his money since I've known him. It doesn't sound right, but then again, nothing sounds right.
You guys went to Atlantic City, right?
Sydney wonders.
The boardwalk is notorious for its casinos.
I frown. Yes, but we didn't go gambling, not even the penny slots.
Did he ever go anywhere without you?
Chewing on my cheek, I think back to that last day in Delaware. And then I remember that, yes, he did. After the white-hot kiss I managed to bungle, and after I threw myself at him and made him believe I was only using him, he told me he was going to visit his grandmother. I stayed behind, wallowing in my poor choices and nursing my battered heart with too many helpings of Janie's rhubarb pie, a fiction novel, and songbird melodies that serenaded me from the deck. I wring my hands together and lower my eyes. He did, actually. I hardly saw him that last day. My fingers pluck at the fringe along my jean shorts. But we'd had a small fight, so I didn't question it. He told me he was visiting his grandmother in hospice. Her eyes flare as she straightens on the chaise.
Bingo! He was at the casinos, she chimes, pointing a finger at me.
Gamblers are good at being sneaky and covering their tracks. You never would have suspected anything. Blinking rapidly, I nod, processing her words. She could be right. It makes sense, I think. But something still seems off. My skin feels itchy and my instincts are dinging with uncertainty. Tabitha, I know this is bad, but... Sydney extends her hand to squeeze my forearm. But he's not cheating on you, and that I am 1,000% sure of. He's a good person who just lost his way. We're going to help him, okay? We'll dig him out of this mess because that's what friends do. He has a lot of people who care about him. A melancholic smile touches her lips. Trust me, he loves you so much. You guys will come back from this. I continue to nod slowly, working through Sydney's speculations, knowing that it's not the right angle. We're missing something. I just don't know what. Pulling her hand away, she guzzles down the rest of her drink and scoots off the chair. I have to pee real quick, she proclaims. When I get back, we'll start brainstorming. Oliver is working at the library, but he should be home in an hour or so. Did you need anything? I shake my head, my focus foggy. Sydney sets her phone down on the little patio table between us, and I eye it as my stomach pitches and churns. I slide my bottom lip between my teeth when she saunters away from the pool and swerves toward the front of her house. No, I shouldn't. I need to let this go. I need to let him go. Whatever he's involved in, it didn't include me. Regardless of his reasons, regardless of whether or not those reasons were fused with lies and deception, it doesn't matter. He ended it. He ended us. And yet, I can't shake this feeling. I can't rid myself of the awful intuition that Gabe is in serious trouble. And if I sit around idle, wallowing in my indignation, something is going to happen to him. Then it will be too late. Then I will never forgive myself. I glance at the house as Sydney slips inside before shifting my attention back to the phone. My throat tightens. My chest squeezes. I have to. Heart racing, I snatch it up from the table and slide it into my back pocket before rising from the patio chair. I pace beside the edge of the pool for a few minutes before traipsing through the grass and making my way to Sydney's front door. Poking my head inside, I call out, I need to go. An emergency came up. The toilet flushes and Sydney appears from down the hallway a few seconds later. Really? Everything okay? Yep, it's nothing major. A non-emergency emergency? She squints at me and wrinkles her nose. Is it Gabe? No, it's just... I clear my throat, picking at the hemming of my tunic as her cell phone weighs heavily in the pocket of my shorts. Well, the Gleasons are in town with Hope. They wanted to meet up for ice cream. She suspects nothing. Her head bobs through an easy smile. Gotcha. Go love your baby. I get it. I'll text you later and we can figure out this Gabe thing. Great. I swallow hard. Thanks for inviting me over today. I think I needed it. Anytime. Giving me a salute, she adjusts her bikini and waves me off. See ya. I smile back. And then I book it. My hair whips across my face as I race through her front lawn to my car and jump inside, pulling out her cell phone as I start the engine. I stare at the tracker app, noting that Gabe's location bubble is still inactive. It says he's currently 5 miles away at what looks to be a job site. So that's where I go. That's where I sit, parked in front of the construction site for an hour, feeling like a total creeper. I could march over to him, talk to him, demand that he give me answers. Real answers, not those half-hearted, force-fed lies he threw at me. But deep down, I know that he won't. When he stood in my living room that night and broke my heart, he had no intention of ever piecing it back together with the truth. Whatever is going on with him, it's big. It's big enough that he was willing to destroy me in the process. He was willing to walk away from the one thing he promised he'd wait forever for. But here's the thing about forever. Forever is a measure of time, and time, I've learned, is painfully fickle. It's fleeting, unpredictable. I don't believe in forever. I believe in right now. And right now, I'm going to save the man who saved me. Chapter 39. Tabitha. As raindrops break free of the clouds and day turns to dusk, I find myself at an abandoned parking lot 15 miles north of Gabe's job site. I've been following him since he left work. He pulled the hard hat off his flattened head of hair, shook the sheetrock and sawdust from his clothes, and strolled to his rental car while slipping out of his neon vest. There was a falter in his gait as he approached an older model Kia sedan, a car I could only imagine he loathed. He paused with his hand on the door latch, then pressed his forehead to the metal as if needing to catch his breath after a long, arduous day. But I knew it wasn't the day itself. It was the days past all catching up to him. Whatever he's doing, whatever it is, I intend to find out. I'm no longer tied to a pole with my wrists locked behind my back. I'm not helpless anymore. I refuse to watch another man I love wither away to nothing before my eyes. I'd parked my car across the street from his job site, where a new-build subdivision came to life with custom houses. He didn't notice me when I slunk lower in my seat as he pulled out onto the main road, or as I started up the engine and followed him, trailing a few car lengths back. Guilt gnaws at my bones, but no greater than the anxiety I feel as I've watched Gabe go about his day. He made a pit stop at a condominium complex I didn't recognize, jogging inside, then returning to his car a few minutes later with a black duffel bag. My instincts peaked. And so I continued to follow him to his next stop, 15 miles away, to a town I'd never been to before. The splashes of color left the sky during my trek over, consumed by shades of gray. Rain clouds rolled in along with dusk, darkening my route. With a lump in my throat, I sit idle for a moment and watch him, moments after driving past where he pulled in, and then turning around, just so he didn't think anything was amiss. Gabe parks his rental car in the empty industrial lot, hopping out of the driver's side and slinging the strap of the duffel bag over his shoulder. He moves farther into the shadows, glancing behind him 2 separate times as I kill the engine. I'm watching from a part of the street that's shrouded by a lush tree line, so he doesn't notice me. Heaving in a breath, I decide to follow, slipping both cell phones into my back pockets as I traipse through the gravel with quiet footfalls. I follow him, and I trail him, and I feel like a crazed stalker, but I follow and trail until his duffel bag swings out of sight as he curves around a beat-up building at the far end of the lot. I glance around, left to right, still shielded from his view as I creep up along the tree line. Rain drizzles down, wetting my loose hair. I step on a branch, but he doesn't seem to hear the snap of it. There's hardly any illumination thanks to the gray sky and unlit lot, but I still see him. I can still see the way he paces around in circles, tapping his cell phone against his thigh. What is he doing here? Part of me wondered if I'd find him meeting up with a woman, but the bigger part of me knew I wouldn't find that at all. The bigger part of me feared it would be much worse. The air is an anxious swirl of raindrops, mimicking the knot in my belly. My hair mats to my forehead and cheeks as I peer around the trunk of a tree and watch as Gabe fidgets, checks the time on his phone, pockets his phone, then repeats the steps. A bubbling of hysteria blooms inside of me. I need to know what's going on. I need answers. I don't allow myself to think before I stomp forward through the damp leaves and branches, making my presence known. I charge at Gabe, my eyes locked on his profile, questions and need-to-knows fueling my quickening gait. His head pops up briefly, and he does a double take when his mind catches up to what his eyes are seeing. And then those eyes flare with a glaze of fear I've never quite seen before. The color drains from his face. Even in the dim lighting, I see it. I see the way he pales before me. After all, my eyes adjusted to the darkness a long time ago. His mouth hitches, words stuck like glue on his tongue. Then I ambush him. Tell me what's going on. Tell me right now what the hell is going on with you. And don't lie to me, Gabe. Don't you dare lie to me again. My demands rush out as quickly as I rush toward him, my arms swinging in opposite time, front to back, my sneakers slapping the parking lot pavement. The clenching of his jaw looks painful, but not nearly as painful as the bone-deep fear dimming the emerald of his eyes. Tabs. He chokes out my name like that was painful, too. I haven't even reached him when he drops the duffel bag and storms at me. There's a crazed, desperate look in his eyes mingling with the fear. He looks wild, terrified. When we meet, he doesn't hold me or hug me or pull me into the arms I miss so much. Instead, he grabs me by the shoulders and starts walking me backward, back toward the tree line that I appeared from. You need to go, he says through gritted teeth. Now, right now. No, stop! I try to shove him away, but his grip is unyielding. Gabe, please, stop this! You're scaring me. You can't be here. Well, here I am, and I'm not leaving until you talk to me. I manage to twist myself free, watching his ashen expression morph into a mask of frenzy. When he reaches for me again, I dodge him, flipping my ropes of wet hair off my face as my body shivers. Tell me what's going on, and don't say you're cheating on me because we both know that's bullshit. His gaze skips over my shoulder, then back to me, then back to the entrance of the lot. Both palms scrub across his face, forehead to chin, as he whips his head back and forth and meets my eyes with a look of pure distress. Tabitha, you need to get the fuck out of here. I'm meeting a woman. You don't need to see that. Stop lying. He tilts his head up, staring up at the sky as a long exhale leaves him. A jittery hand sweeps through his waves of hair, and he closes his eyes, the lump in his throat bobbing when he swallows. Please, just go. I'm begging you to go. Right now. Don't look back. Don't follow me again, and just pretend you never fucking met me. Impossible. I lurch forward, my fingers curling around the damp fabric of his t-shirt. My grip is tight, my knuckles bleaching white to match his shirt. You know I can't do that. I love you. You love me. You need to explain what's going on because I will never stop fighting for the truth. A tortured sound slips past his lips as his hands fly out to cup my face. He pulls our foreheads together and squeezes his eyes shut, his fingers digging into me. Tabs. The sound of an engine rumbles in the distance, and his eyes pop. More color leaves him, turning him bloodless. Practically choking, he drags me off to the left as my feet trip over themselves, and headlights illuminate the lot. Gabe, what is— Go! It's a growl, a desperate, ragged growl. You need to hide, right now. He shoves me behind a stone retaining wall where the ground dips, just as the headlights beam brighter, and he jogs away, pulling out his cell phone and attempting to look nonchalant as his rushed movements morph into an unhurried pacing. I clamp my hand over my mouth to hold in the strangled cry as I curl my body behind the half wall. My heart dizzies out of control, my legs shaky when they crouch to half sitting, and I twist around the edge of the wall, hoping to see whoever is pulling in, desperate to catch sight of whoever it is that has made Gabe believe I am better off without him. A black SUV rolls up to Gabe, and my heart skips. He doesn't look at me. He pretends I'm not here, but his eyes still look tortured and clouded with fear as two well-dressed men exit the vehicle, their faces obscured by shadows when the headlights die out. I stretch my ear, the voices barely audible over the sound of rain pounding against the old building's metal roof. One man moves toward Gabe with a newsboy cap hiding his eyes from me. Only, I've seen him before. I recognize him. And so I know that his eyes are ice blue and that the left side of his face is scarred and puckered. It's the stranger from the restaurant the day Gabe got mugged. What is this? What is happening? Holding my hand over my mouth, I lift up until only my eyes are peeking over the wall. As long as I can keep this cry in my throat, and as long as I can keep my heart from fleeing from my chest, they won't know I'm here. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to get my breathing under control. The parking lot is dark and dank, with only a sliver of low light seeping out from the sky. Memories of the basement whirl through my mind as the air thickens with the smell of musty concrete, and the sound of dripping rainwater echoes in my ears. Drip, drip, drip. Panic threatens to sink me, but I hold it together. I have to hold it together. Beside the scarred stranger, a brick wall of a man marches forward wearing a black duster, his expression flat and indifferent. On instinct, my hand clenches tighter around my mouth to keep the cry from spilling out, to keep my broken, confused heart from climbing up my chest and making a daring escape. My legs want to run to Gabe, uncaring of the guns on display tucked into both of their waistbands as their backs face me. Oh, God. Shivers race down my spine like a cluster of spiders. Cobwebs catch in my throat.
Mr. Wellington,
a voice says, a voice that spills from the man in the hat.
Always a pleasure. You're prompt, at least.
Gabe swipes a hand down his face and bends over to retrieve the duffel.
Here.
He tosses it at them. The driver of the SUV catches it and hands it to the man in the newsboy cap. Then he pats Gabe down from shoulders to shoes, searching for a weapon. Shaking his head, Gabe extends both arms at his sides and glances up at the falling rain, his jaw ticking.
I'm not that stupid, he clips. All clear, Stoney.
Stoney is the man in the newsboy cap. He moves to unzip the duffel bag. Money fills the inside of it, and both men glance at the crisp stacks of bills before they are pulled out and counted by quick fingers. What the hell? My heart races. Sickness rolls through me as my wet hair drapes across my eyes in tangles. I need to do something. I need to stop this, distract them, do something. Mind spinning, I dig into my pocket for my cell phone as I sit crouched behind the retaining wall. I should call the police, but they'll hear me. They'll hear my shaking, petrified voice, and the police will never get here in time before I'm riddled with bullets, or before Gabe is shot down in front of me and I'm forced to watch another man I love die as he chokes on his own blood. Oh, God, oh, God. I have no weapons. I have nothing. My eyes lift, landing on Gabe as my cell phone trembles in both hands. His gaze cuts to me just for a moment, just for the quickest, briefest moment before his attention slides back to the two men. I watch the way his throat works as the money is counted, the way his skin glistens with sweat and rain. I have to help him. No weapons, no time, no hope. And then I pause. Words from years past skip across my memory, and I heave in a sharp breath.
We do have a weapon,
Matthew said to me, slumped against his pole with chained wrists and hollow eyes. An idea unfurls, springing to life between my ribs. My stomach pitches with action, with the only weapon I have. It's the weapon that saved me once before. It couldn't save Matthew, but maybe it can save Gabe. Thinking fast, I swipe open my social media app. My fingers are shaking so badly I tap numerous wrong buttons before I type a caption that reads, SOS! Abandoned parking lot off Adams Ave in Melrose, and click the live video prompt. The camera is angled at the grass before I tilt it up, holding it just beyond the wall until the scene is visible through my phone screen. I type more words into the comment box as the viewers pour in. Send police to the abandoned lot off Adams Ave in Melrose. Guns. Man in danger. Hurry. My hand slaps across my mouth again, holding in my cries, suppressing my ragged breathing. I don't have an exact address. I'm lucky I even noticed the street name. At the thought of my luck, I glanced down at the rain-laden watch hanging off my wrist.
All there!
From the black SUV, a window rolls down halfway, and an unfamiliar voice echoes through the lot. There's another man in the car. I try to pop my head up far enough to identify him through tinted windows, but all I see is a human-shaped shadow in the back seat. Stoney continues to flip through the stacks of bills. Then he offers a quick head shake as if telling him, no, it's not all there. Zipping the duffel closed, he drops it to the pavement and eyes Gabe with a look of irritation.
This is barely 600,000. Do you think I'm a fool? Were my instructions unclear?
He lets out a long sigh, then tips his head at the driver. It's only a quick tilt of his chin before a gun is pulled from the driver's waistband. I freeze. I crumble. I stop breathing. The man with the gun grabs Gabe by the back of the neck. Gabe's hands fly up, palms forward as he struggles out of the man's grip.
Listen, he says quickly, inching backward. I tried, but you'd be amazed by how challenging it is to come up with $1.2 million on the fly. Sold my house, sold my car, sold my soul. Still came up short.
Stoney's jaw tightens.
This is disappointing, Gabe.
The driver with the gun remains silent, awaiting instruction. My breath lodges in my throat, and I glance at the video stream, the screen speckled in raindrops. Thousands of viewers are watching. I don't have time to read through the endless comments flashing across the screen, but my eyes skim over a few of them.
Holy shit, is this for real?
OMG.
I called the cops, hope this is legit.
Police have been called, stay safe.
This is wild.
Urgency slams into me with every heartbeat as tears slide down my cheeks. I lean forward on my knees, peeking around the wall. The muscle man reaches for Gabe again with his unarmed hand, hauling him toward the SUV. I'm about to scream. I'm about to leap out from behind the wall. But then, the wristwatch starts shrieking its grating alarm sound, the same alarm that started ringing the moment Matthew died in front of me. My eyes bug out as my body turns to stone. I stuff the phone into my back pocket and smack the watch with the heel of my palm, begging it to shut up. No. The alarm rings out as an awful, grating echo. And then it stops. My hand is over my mouth again as I drop down to my butt and squeeze my eyes shut. There's no way they didn't hear that. Stoney barks an order to his associate.
Check that.
Gabe cuts in, sounding frantic.
Wait, I have a proposal for you, for your boss.
He rushes out. His voice pitches higher, as if speaking directly to the boss, who is presumably in the back seat of the SUV.
Let me work for you. I'll work off the rest of the debt, every penny of it. I'll do whatever you want, whatever you ask me.
Heavy footfalls thump nearer, so I begin to crawl my way down the ledge of the wall as fast as I can, begging for police officers to storm the lot before Gabe gets hurt. Sweat trickles down my temple. My legs won't stop shaking. Before I can take another breath, still scampering away on my hands and knees, a meaty hand flies out and rips me up by my hair. I scream. I'm yanked to my feet. My phone slips out of my pocket, my shoes skidding and slipping across the wet grass as the man in the leather duster drags me out from behind the wall. I struggle against the sting of my hair being pulled from the roots, wishing I could grab my phone and record this. No! My gaze pans to Gabe's horrified expression as he stands there, hands still raised in surrender. Eyes wide, skin slick and sallow, he shakes his head back and forth.
Wait, I'll go with you. Do whatever you want to me. Kill me, I don't fucking care.
Stoney's gun is aimed at Gabe's chest.
What do we have here? He sneers, sparing me a glance. A stowaway. No, Gabe croaks. The man drags me up over the small hill as I fight and try to kick myself free. Taking one step back, Stoney cocks his gun and points it directly between Gabe's eyes. I don't appreciate plot twists. He grins. Unless I'm the cause of them. A meaty hand slams over my mouth to hold in my scream. Stoney looks over his shoulder at the SUV. How would you like me to handle this, boss? My eyes pan to the back door of the vehicle as it starts to open, and a leg tapered with a gray pantsuit steps out. Take care of him, the voice orders. A shriek of despair bursts out of me, stifled by the thick hand over my mouth. And then the watch goes off again. The alarm screeches loud over the terror lodged in my throat. Stoney's attention is stolen by the sound, and he glances at me, distracted, a look of confusion marring his brow. Gabe lunges at him. It happens so fast, just a flash of motion and quick feet, as Gabe grapples for the gun and Stoney's balance teeters and his arm flies back. A shot rings out. A shot rings out through the night, followed by a shattering of glass from the back window of the SUV. The alarm silences. Oh my God. Stoney stares at the broken window, his normally impassive expression twisted with rage. He pauses, lowering the pistol before nodding his chin at the other man to do the same. Grab her phone, he says. Destroy it. The man's hold on me tightens as he snatches Sydney's phone from my back pocket, then drops it to the cement and smashes it under his heavy boot. In an instant, I'm shoved forward, collapsing onto my hands and knees as the barrel of a pistol slams between my shoulder blades. Get her in the fucking car, Stoney blares. She probably called the cops. We're not doing this here. My tears fall freely. Gabe tries to rush at me, uncaring of the loaded gun that has returned to his head, uncaring he could be executed with a single flick of Stoney's finger. Don't. Fuck, please, leave her alone. Take me with you, kill me, bury me where no one will find me, fucking please. Just leave her out of this. I have nothing else to give you. His prior words sink into me. Without you, I have nothing. I sob, hunched over on the pavement with a gun to my back. It's over. The police will be too late. These monsters are going to kill us. I cry out when a thick hand fists my hair again, and the gun bruises my spine, and I'm lifted off the ground and hauled to my feet like I weigh nothing. No! Gabe is dragged toward the vehicle by Stoney, who jabs the pistol against his temple, but he still resists. He tries to get to me, to reach for me, to hold me one last time as I'm hauled away with an angry hand in my hair, and another locked around both of my wrists. Our eyes meet. I'm sorry, baby, he rasps. His eyes fill with sorrow, with desperation, with love. I'm so sorry. None of it was true. I love you. I love you so much. I know, I cry out. I know. These are his last words. I'm chained to a pole again, hands tied, bones breaking as I listen to a man's final words. I love you. I'll always be with you. Tell her about me. They were words to me, words for me. Except I'm not cuffed and shackled this time. I'm not trapped and helpless. There's a gun pressed to my back, yes, but the trigger hasn't been pulled. Before I'm wrenched around the trunk of the vehicle, I lean over and dig my teeth into the man's hand as it uncurls from my wrists. He lets out a snarl of pain and releases me long enough for me to yank myself free and scamper away to the retaining wall where the still recording phone had fallen, the screen facing the sky. I grab it, raise it up and brandish it between the two men, back and forth, trembling terribly. I tilt the camera toward them and shout, "Stop! I'm live recording you!
Everyone is watching. Terror races through me, but it's trumped by power. I have the power now. Still struggling with Gabe, Stoney glances at the man who stalls mid-reach for me. My video recording glimmers on full display. I approach cautiously.
You're bluffing.
Stoney's throat moves with a trace of nerves. I'm not bluffing. Swallowing my own fear, I hold it up to his face, standing just out of reach. It's been live streaming since you pulled up. I have a large following, so tens of thousands of people are watching you right now. I look over at Gabe, my chest heaving, my limbs shaking. I'm documenting a crime for a live audience. If you shoot us or force us into that vehicle, you'll never be able to talk your way out of the consequences. You'll rot in a jail cell, hopefully for life. Even if you delete it, it'll be too late. Screenshots and screen recordings have already been made. My heart pounds almost painfully. I turn the camera to the shattered window of the SUV, my gut rolling with nausea when I finally capture what's behind the partially opened door. Carnage. The man in the back seat is dead, his head half blown off, his dress suit smattered in blood and brain matter. My free hand flies to my mouth, holding back the bile that crawls up my throat. Stoney's jaw clenches as he releases Gabe. I lower my hand, still shaking, still on the verge of vomiting. This, I point the camera toward the back seat, was an accident. I swerve it back to Stoney's narrowed eyes and ticking jaw. Whatever you do next will not be an accident. I hold my breath, the tension in the air palpable. Our fate rests in their hands, and the world is watching. The driver moves first, knowing it's too risky to call my bluff. He shoves the lifeless leg back inside the vehicle, then darts toward the driver's side, rips open the door, and revs the engine. I almost think he's about to pull out without Stoney, but Stoney levels me with a hard glare. Fuck, he mutters with reluctant surrender. He glances at the duffel bag full of money resting a few feet away, and then moves around to the passenger's side of the SUV. The doors slam shut. Tires screech as they reverse out of the lot. The moment the headlights fade into the mist, the cell phone slips from my shaking fingers. It clatters to the pavement amid a splattering of bloodshed, and a panic attack squeezes my chest as my eyes meet with Gabe's. My throat burns. My legs quake, nearly giving out. We both move at the same time. I let out a cry of soul-shattering relief and race toward Gabe just as he races toward me, and I fling myself at him, my arms encircling his neck. We collapse to our knees, holding each other. My face is buried in his collar, his hands fisting my rain-soaked hair, and we're both crying, both shaking, both squeezing each other tight. He kisses me, then kisses me again, over and over. My hair, my forehead, my cheeks, my lips.
So brave, he murmurs, tears dampening his cheeks. So stupid, baby, but so fucking brave.
Shivering and trembling, I nuzzle my face into his neck and breathe him in, sobbing and boneless in his arms. He's alive. He's not bleeding out in front of me, croaking my name on his last breath. My hands are in his hair, cupping his face, and I pepper his throat with kisses, whispering through my tears. I love you. Don't you ever do that again. I beg. Don't you dare. He pulls our foreheads together, blowing out a long breath.
I'll explain everything. I'm so fucking sorry. I never wanted you involved in this.
Involve me, I murmur back. Always, forever. I'm with you. We're in this together now. Sirens ring out in the distance as we sit collapsed in the vacant lot, rain falling down and mingling with tears. Gabe pulls back and stares at me for a long while, his thumbs dusting over the skin beneath my ears. Swallowing, he glances at the watch along my wrist as my fingers curl around the front of his shirt.
What is this?
He asks me, taking my hand in his and studying the piece as it glitters with raindrops. My heart clenches.
Another little sob breaking free, and I whisper softly, a good luck charm. Half of his mouth quirks up with a smile, and he pulls me back to his chest. I glance up over his shoulder. I glance up and up and up, wishing I could see through the clouds, wishing I could fly right through them, wishing I could thank the stars.
Chapter 40. Gabe. 48 hours after one of the worst days of my life, I'm standing on Tabitha's doorstep, much like I did 2 weeks ago when I thrust a dagger through her heart. I recall exactly how I felt that night, idling on her front stoop, wishing I could delay the inevitable. The sound of her footfalls padding through the foyer sounded like lead bullets tearing through my chest. Might as well have been. She opens the door with a similar expression, akin to cautious hope. The last time I stood on the other side of it, I shredded her trust with a handful of words, a trust I'd built from the ground up, a trust that was precious to me. It's sprinkled at her feet now, and all I can do is pray it doesn't get carried away with the wind before I can start reassembling the pieces. "Come in," she tells me, dressed in white denim shorts and a peachy blouse. The barrette in her hair is shaped like a dinosaur, which is strange and quirky, and doesn't match the ordinary outfit she dons, but feels perfectly paired nonetheless. The door cracks wider. My heart pounds like I've been smacked with some sort of post-traumatic stress trigger. Still, my feet manage to move, finding the courage to push forward through the threshold. Thanks. Thanks. Thanks for letting me into your home again after I burned it to the ground the last time I was here. I swallow, shoving my hands into my pockets as I stared down at the olive green tiles in her foyer. I, made us dinner. Blinking, I raise my chin slowly. She made us dinner. She's feeding me after I fed her bullshit and watched her choke on it. A single word slips out. Why? 2 heartbeats pass before her eyes narrow through the dim lighting. There's a burned-out light bulb in her dated chandelier, and she tried to make up for it by scattering flameless candles throughout the space. The home smells like lavender, and I can't help but wonder if she's grown to enjoy the scent after our sleepover in Mom's guest room, or if she just gravitates toward things that made her sad. Things like me. I thought we could talk over a meal. I don't know, after everything that happened, I just thought. Her arms lift and fold across her chest, like she's putting up a defensive shield, newly uncertain of my intentions. Maybe I was being presumptuous. That's not. I shake my head quickly. I didn't mean it like that. I want to have dinner with you. I'm just surprised you want to have dinner with me. She throws my one word back at me. Why? Because the last time I was standing in your living room, I broke your heart, and you told me you hated me. It smells like lavender, but it also smells like something savory, some sort of garlicky marinade. My gaze shifts to the small table sitting in the middle of her kitchen that's plated with chicken, biscuits, and a bowl filled with tongs and lettuce. I blink back to her. A lot has happened since then, she murmurs. We can talk about it. Her eyes look glazed, as if she's moments away from tears. I nod once, then toe off my sneakers. We spend the better part of the last 48 hours at the police station, giving our statements to detectives. It's no surprise her video went viral, instantly. Millions of viewers tuned into the live streaming of events that, when I watched it back, looked like some kind of low-budget action movie made for social media clout. It's hard to believe it was real. And if the cops hadn't tracked down Stoney and his henchmen and arrested them on the spot, moments after the SUV careened out of that parking lot, I wonder if the authorities would have questioned the legitimacy too. But there was a dead guy in the back seat. It was hard to write that off as make-believe. Tabitha gnaws on her lip as she leads me toward the kitchen. The guy that was shot? She begins, pulling out one of the dining chairs. He was their boss, apparently. It was all over the news. He was a prominent business guru known for sketchy transactions and mafia ties. I stop just short of the table and run a hand through my hair. Yeah. While we waited at the police station that night, soaked to the bone and shivering with our respective post-adrenaline spikes, I told her everything. My father, the threats, the pictures they had of her and Hope. It felt like I didn't have a choice. There was nothing I wouldn't do to keep her safe. She'd broken down with her head in her hands as I held her and apologized over and over again, and then we were whisked away to separate rooms. This is the first alone time we've had together since it happened, and I'm so far out of my element, so torn on how to make this right, that all I can do is press forward on the back of the chair with my jaw ticking and my chest tight. Do I hug her? Touch her? Hold her? I want to. I want to so fucking badly. But what I did to her still hovers over me like a black cloud. I hear the sharp ding of her star rings smacking against the side of my car, a little clank of betrayal. That thread of trust snapping in two. I'm not even sure if I should sit down, or if I should run back out the door like I did that night. It's the image of her collapsed on her front stoop again that has me collapsing into the chair. Tabitha takes a seat across from me, the chair legs squeaking against the old tile floor. Candlelight flickers around us, and all of this feels romantic. A romantic tragedy. Gabe, she whispers. I'm zoned out, staring at the plate of chicken breast. Gabe, look at me. My chin lifts, my eyes meeting hers over the table. Can she see how sorry I am? Doesn't matter. My throat lodges with a burning ball of shame. Tabs, you don't have to pretend like everything is okay. You don't have to cook for me and act like I'm just waltzing in after a long day at work. I fucking hurt you. She's tense, her features pinched, shoulders squared. Why do you assume I'm pretending? Why can't everything just be okay? Because it's not. I wrecked you. I ruined everything I fought so hard to build. And I'm telling you it's not ruined. Swallowing, I glance back down at the tablecloth. It's ivory and lace, patterned with a simple cherry design. A few seconds pass in silence, and I'm vaguely aware of her rising from the chair and moving over to me, the scent of her skin matching the cherries on the tablecloth. She's standing so close that her blouse grazes my shoulder, and even that small contact has my heart doing cartwheels. My teeth grind together, but I can't look at her. I keep my eyes trained on the tablecloth like a coward. I almost watched you die, she says softly. I slam my eyes shut. There was a pistol aimed at your head. I thought you were going to be shot right in front of me. I thought I was going to lose you before I ever truly had you. Tabitha, look at me. I blow a breath through my nose because my jaw is locked, my molars close to chipping. Finally, I look up at her, and she's staring down at me with such tortured desperation. I'm on my feet in an instant. Our chests graze as my hands ball to fists at my sides. Did you cheat on me? She asks. She asks it with little emotion because she already knows the answer. There's no terror or trepidation in her tone. Closing my eyes again, I shake my head. No. Then what are we doing? This time, there's a small crack in her voice, a hitch. Why are you standing there not touching me? Why are you acting like it's over when just 2 days ago it could have been? Somehow, she steps closer. Her arms are at her sides and mine are at my sides, but the tip of her nose skims the front of my shirt. You don't need to grovel. You don't need to beg for my forgiveness. This isn't that. You just need to love me. To promise me you'll never put yourself in that kind of danger again. You just need to hold me, Gabe. Please hold me. Because the thought of you never holding me again was the only thing that truly wrecked me. A groan catches in my throat, a mix between torment and yearning. I'm not sure if it's too soon to touch her, too soon to hold her or kiss her like I used to. All I know is that it's been too long since I've done any of those things. I reach out with one hand and cup her jaw, tugging her to me. Hungry. I'm starving for her as I pull her face to mine and feel her soft, full lips open without hesitation, only with longing. My tongue thrusts inside like her mouth is a fundamental need. She falls against me, weightless, boneless, moaning through our tangle of tongues. Urgent, aching, fucking dire. I walk her backward toward the counter, and my hand raises to sift through her hair, moving it over her shoulder as I bend down and press a light kiss to her collarbone. She stills, lets out a soft gasp. Goosebumps prickle her skin. My other arm reaches around her to grip the edge of the countertop, caging her in as I pepper more kisses up along the column of her throat. Her breathing grows unsteady as she sways, leaning into me. If this is too much, I understand. I whisper near her ear, my lips grazing the shell as my eyes flutter closed. Cherry blossoms fuse with jasmine as I breathe her in. I can't stop. I can't stay with Darius tonight. Tabitha doesn't pull away, only presses closer. I sigh, the breath falling out shaky. I want to earn your trust again. I know it'll take time. I can... Inching back, she reaches down and curls her fingers around the hem of her blouse, then tugs it up over her head until her hair falls back down in dark waves. Pearly skin, black lace bra, slender curves. The swell of her breasts heave up and down as my eyes rake down her body. I trust you, she murmurs. My throat works. My heart thunders, my dick hardening as her words heat up just as much as the image of her silky skin bare before me. She glitters against the ambient kitchen light and flameless candles, her eyes flickering brown and green. My free hand trails up her flat belly and palms her breast sheathed in lace, while my other hand cradles her cheek, my fingers braiding in her hair. I'm sorry. I know. I love you. I know. Blinding relief sweeps through me. Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe it's too soon, but I fall to my knees in front of her, my lips trailing down her skin as I drop. Everything becomes a flurry of movement, a fast-paced tumble toward ecstasy. Her hands grip my shoulders as I unbutton her shorts and tug the denim down her hips. She arches into me, her back bowing against the countertop, her fingernails digging into my skin. I inch her matching lace panties down her legs until they spill at her ankles. Then I hook one leg over my shoulder before burying my face between her thighs. Fuck. She's perfect. So goddamn perfect. Something between a cry and moan rip past her lips as one hand latches onto my hair and squeezes. Trembling, she bucks forward against my mouth when my tongue plunges inside of her. She whimpers, thrusting her hips against me. Gabe. The last time I ate her out, she came on my face within seconds. It was the hottest fucking thing. One hand continues to palm her breast, yanking down the lace and pinching her nipple, while the other holds her to me by the hip. She's soaking wet, musky, and sweet. Rocking against my mouth, she pulls at my hair as my tongue slides in and out of her, hard and fast. I feel her trembling, hardly able to stay upright, only making her hold on me tighten while her nails burrow into my scalp. She rides my face and I work her clit with perfect pressure and rapid sucks, sensing she's so close, knowing she's going to come fast again. My erection strains and throbs as I carry her to the pinnacle with my tongue, mouth, teeth, nipping and sucking, growling while I eat her out, desperate for her to break apart. Gabe, I'm close. Keep doing that. She thrusts against me as I suck on her clit and use my tongue to take her over the edge. A sharp cry falls out of her as she tenses up and arches her back. Her body tremors with shuddery waves, squeaky little mules meeting my ears while she comes, her thighs clamped around my face. She collapses, breathless, her grip loosening on me. That's it, baby, I murmur against her. That's it. Then I inch away with a smile I can't contain and glance up at her, reveling in the warm flush of her cheeks and messy hair. Unhooking her leg from my shoulder, she tugs at my hair, coaxing me back to my feet. There's still dark hunger in her eyes. As I straighten out in front of her, she leaps at me, her arm slinging around my neck and her leg raising again to coil around my hip. Our mouths meet, tongue sliding together, hands everywhere. I lift her up and carry her a few feet away into the living room until her spine hits the back of the couch. Her legs uncurl from my waist as she falls back down and my mouth smashes against hers. The kiss is only broken when she yanks my shirt over my head and tosses it across the room. You want my cock, don't you? I husk into her ear, flipping her around until her stomach is pressed to the back of the couch and she's half hunched over the edge. That's what you need. I'm already fumbling with my belt buckle, desperation sinking into my bones. You want me to fuck you hard, rough, like you asked me to. She just juts her ass backward, offering herself to me through a low moan. I tear off my belt and shove my jeans and boxers down my legs until my cock is fisted in my hand, the head pressing between her thighs from behind. Groaning, I grab her by the hair and tug her to me until her back is flush with my bare chest, my teeth nicking her ear, nibbling her neck. I thrust into her, my grip on her hair tightening, my mouth latched around the soft skin of her throat. Oh, fuck, baby. Part of me truly believed I'd never feel this again. Our bodies twisted and joined, her wet warmth bringing me to my knees. I stilled for a moment, savoring the feel of her clenching around me before I pull out halfway and shove back in. When I let go of her hair, she bends forward and grips the edge of the couch as I grab her by the hips with both hands and ram back into her. Our bodies slap together. She whimpers, then moans, then whimpers again. My hand crawls up her spine and curls around the front of her throat with a loose hold while I slam into her. The slippery sounds of our bodies fusing together echo through the room as I pull out and push back in. Unlatching her bra, it slips forward down her arms, and I palm her breasts as they bounce beneath her. Oh, so sweet. So tight. I grit out, my eyes glassy and half-lidded as I gaze down between us where my cock disappears inside her. You're going to come again. I drag my hand down her body until I'm rubbing her clit, this close to losing it as I watch my dick move in and out of her while I get her off. My hips pump hard and fast, my movements turning jerky as I feel the orgasm crest. Fuck, Tabs. I'm already close. Her knuckles go white as she clutches the back of the sofa, red fingernails digging into the orange flowery print. Oh, I'm coming, she moans, dropping her forehead to the couch and crumbling, her internal walls fluttering around me. 3 more pumps, and a third has me buried to the hilt, bent over her back with my hand squeezing her breast and my cock jerking and emptying inside her. My face twists with a tapered groan as my release tops out and my body shudders, my lips pressed to her tangled mess of hair. We float back to reality together, both breathing heavily, slicked in sweat. I lift my weight off of her as my cock slides out. Still hard, still wanting her. I blink down at the slickness between her legs, where my release coats her thighs. Fuck, I came inside her. Tabitha pulls herself up and turns back to face me, her cheekbones tinged with a blush pink glow and her hair in disarray. I just started on the pill, she says, reading the look in my eyes. We're okay. Bending for my jeans, I can't help but wonder if she would have stopped me if she wasn't on the pill. The thought of putting a baby in her and starting a family one day warms my chest. Not yet. Not right away. Someday. Someday I want that. I want that so fucking much. Tabitha cleans herself up in the hall bathroom, then strolls back out to the living room wearing one of those see-through nightgowns I've seen her in more times than I probably should have. My jeans tighten at the image of her dusky nipples poking through the satin as I lean back against the couch and watch her move toward me. Her cheeks are still rosy, but her hair is freshly combed. A smile paints her mouth, soft and sweet, a little shy. Come here, I tell her, holding out my hand. She crawls into my lap and straddles me, just like she did less than 2 months ago in my living room when she told me not to wait for her, as if I had a choice in the matter. As if the stars hadn't already aligned in a way that wrote our names out side by side, the letters twinkling against a midnight sky. Her gown inches up to her hips as her thighs cage me in. My hands glide up her waist and hang on tight, our eyes meeting through the dim candlelight. She sighs, pressing her forehead to mine. You should have gone to the police, she murmurs. That was so dangerous. I shake my head. Too risky. He threatened your life if I involved the cops. Maybe a smarter man would have done it differently, but I was a man deeply in love, so it was my heart calling the shots. I wouldn't do a thing differently. I almost lost you. I thought he was going to shoot you, she whispers, the words frayed and brimming with tragedy. My eyes close. If I'm being honest, I thought that day was going to be my last day. And I thought about Tabitha's words to me at my mother's house, her fears about her last day not being perfect and memorable, but I knew with absolute certainty that any last day without her in it was doomed from the start. So I did nothing spectacular on that day. My mind was blank as I woke up, showered, clocked in a long shift at work, ate a mediocre sack lunch, and thought about never seeing her beautiful eyes again. There was no point in doing anything else. I thought I'd lost the one thing worth living for. I wrap my arms around her and pull her to me, trailing my fingers through her hair as her face burrows into the crook of my neck. I'm here, Tabs. I'm right here. A shaky breath skims her lips, warming my skin. You could have been killed. Nah, I murmur, a smile hinting. I'm immortal, superhuman, death-defying. She sighs, shaking her head. Besides, I definitely would have killed him first. I had a plan. I had no plan. My only plan was believing in the fact that Oliver would keep Tabitha and Hope safe once I was gone. A shiver rolls through me as she sniffles against my shoulder. By the way, I whisper, smoothing back her hair. I would, you know. She lifts up. Her gaze darts across my face before she blinks out at me. You would what? Die for you. Something flashes in her eyes, a thin line between epiphany and horror. She knows I'm not lying. Her face crumbles a little, her eyes glossing over with tears, her bottom lip shaky. Gabe, she says, hardly keeping the sob in her throat. I don't want someone who kills for me. I don't want someone who dies for me. Swallowing the emotion, she raises both palms and clasps my face. I just want someone who will live for me. My heart stutters. I squeeze her so goddamn tight, peppering kisses into her sweet-smelling hair. And then I realize, that's really what it's all about, isn't it? Living. Truly living. That's what love is. It's finding that perfectly imperfect person that complements your heart, that brightens your shadows, that sees your broken, mismatched parts and wants to spend the rest of their life piecing them into place. And even if those pieces never fully fit, they love you anyway. They love you more. And I think we forget sometimes the whole point of it all. We forget the beauty of living while we're still alive. And there is no better way to live than to love. Silence settles in as I hold on to her, both of us entangled and content. Then my lips dip into her ear and a single question falls out. Music? I can almost feel her smile. Sure.
Chapter 41. Tabitha. September rolls into October, and I stand outside on my tiny back deck, watching the birds while Hope pulls blades of grass from the lawn. Tabitha, did you want to help me make this pie? I turn, glancing at the cracked patio door as Janie pokes her head out with a smile. Gabe's mother is here. She flew in shortly after his grandmother passed away, and is staying at a nearby hotel since my house is hardly big enough for the three of us, let alone a guest. I'd love to, I tell her, eager to assist with the baking and cooking. I've never had a chance to do those things while growing up or during adulthood. It's always just been me. I've never had a real relationship with my own mother, so I'm grateful the universe made up for it by giving me Janie Kent and Martha Gleason. Now I have two incredible women in my life, two maternal figures who are filling that hole tenfold, two women I can bake with, cook with, go on shopping dates with, and maybe someday pick out a wedding dress with. The future feels just as bright as the early October sunshine painting the sky in an orange glow. I traipse through the lawn and gather Hope, holding her hand as we head back inside the kitchen. Gabe is munching on a celery stick from the veggie board spread out on the table. His green eyes light up when we enter, as if he didn't just have his arms around me 10 minutes ago with his lips pressed to my temple. My grin stretches at the same time his does. He moved his belongings over from Darius's condo the week after I invited him over for that dinner we never got around to eating, far too preoccupied with lovemaking and heart-mending. His furniture is in my garage while we figure out our next step. Gabe inches toward me, cupping his hand behind my head and pulling me in for a forehead kiss.
I missed you.
We were only outside for a few minutes, I tease, leaning up on my tiptoes to find his lips.
I still missed you.
He reaches for my hand, lifting it up and twirling the star ring around my finger. It glints against the sunshine streaming in through the patio door. I've been wearing it since the morning I saw Gabe off after our emotional night together. It was sitting there on the cream-colored pavement, twinkling under the sun, right among the weeds that were sprouting from the driveway cracks. I didn't think twice before slipping it back over my ring finger. It hasn't left my hand since, and I hope it never will. Gabe tucks my hand to his lips and presses a kiss to my knuckles, then to the ring. Gab! Hope bounces beside us, pulling at his pant leg. Tickles.
Tickles, huh?
The smile doesn't leave him as he turns to Hope and bends down, scooping her up like she weighs as much as a flower petal in the wind. He situates her on his shoulders and waggles his eyebrows at me.
I've been summoned for a tickle fight. If you don't hear from me in roughly 10 minutes, send the troops. It's possible I've been defeated.
Hope's tiny fingers dance along his neck as she tries to tickle him. Giggling, I watch them go. Janie chuckles beside me, turning her attention to the dough she's laid out and prepped for the pie. Her hair is pulled back into a short ponytail as her bangs fall loose and float into her eyes. It's finally persimmon season, she says to me before tipping over a brown paper bag and letting the fruits tumble onto the counter. You'll have to let me know what you think. It's Gabe's favorite pie. I'm distracted as my eyes track Gabe carrying Hope into the living room on his shoulders. They collapse onto the couch, a heap of happiness. Her words hardly register. Tabitha? I'm still zoned out as I murmur aloud. He forgot the money. Janie pauses right before she leans in to knead the dough. She glances at me, frowning with confusion. My eyes mist as I stare into the living room, watching as Gabe bounces Hope on his lap and blows raspberries against her chubby neck. She giggles, hardly able to catch her breath. The genuine smile he wears tugs at my heart to the point where my chest physically aches. In the parking lot, I continue, still staring at them, still watching through the beautiful ache. He had his whole life in that duffel bag. His house, his car, every penny from his savings account. And he just left it there. It didn't even cross his mind to take it. I blink back the tears before they spill. He held me in his arms as the cops drove us to the station, as if I were the only thing that mattered. A police officer gave the money back to him that night, and I saw the look that flashed across his face. It was like he'd completely forgotten that it existed. When I finally pull my eyes away from the living room, I see that Janie is now leaning back against the counter with a similar misty-eyed expression. That doesn't surprise me, she says. His life isn't defined by anything that can fit into a duffel bag, and he's always been like that. Gabe is the exact opposite of his father in every way. She looks into the other room, just as Hope smacks both hands to Gabe's face and squeals with delight when he blows another raspberry. You know that saying, they would give the shirt off their back for anyone? Blinking at her, I nod. He did one time. During one of my visitations with him when he was young, maybe 7 or 8, there was a dog chained to a street post, shivering in the rain.
He pulled off his t-shirt and draped it over the dog, worried that the animal was too cold. She laughed slightly, shaking her head. When we met back up with his father, Travis scolded him, told him he was foolish and that now he was going to be freezing all night. Gabe just shrugged and shot back, "Yeah, but the dog isn't." I've tried to hold the tears in, but the story makes me break. It makes me cry. It makes me so excited for a future with this man. A future I never thought was meant for me. It makes me feel like the stars have finally aligned. And that thought only makes me cry harder. "Oh, Tabitha," Janie says, stepping toward me and running a warm hand up and down my spine. "You both are so very lucky. And that makes me feel lucky, too." I sniffle, swiping at my cheeks. "Do you believe in luck?" Gabe told me once that his mother was always the logical one, a no-nonsense type. I stare at her, curious for her answer. I never used to believe in luck, but everything changed in that parking lot. Everything changed when Matthew's watch went off, twice, both times right before Gabe was about to be shot. It could have been coincidence. It could have been a broken watch with a broken alarm mechanism doing what broken things do. But it could have been something else. My heart pounds. Janie glances down at the floor for a moment before looking back up at me. "I don't think it matters what I believe, Tabitha. All that matters is what you believe." Twisting back toward the counter, she reaches for a persimmon and tosses it my way. I catch it, fisting the ripe fruit as Matthew's words sweep through me.
"I think it does us a disservice to look at the stars and believe that they are only stars. There is too much we don't understand, and too much we can't see to remain boxed into simplicities."
Do I believe in luck, fate, cosmic design? Do I believe that the people we love, the ones we lose along the way, are never really lost? I don't know. All I really know is that it does me a disservice to reject the possibility. I want to believe in them because the idea of those things brings me peace. It brings me hope that perhaps in some way the stars are more than just stars, and that maybe, those stars really are on our side. Strolling back to the counter, I place the fruit on a cutting board and reach for a knife, while the sound of Gabe reading Hope a board book echoes from behind me and pulls a smile to my lips. My ring twinkles in the window light as I cut into the persimmon. And when I pull the two pieces apart, my heart skips. My eyes water. I gasp. There, etched into the fleshy side of the fruit, a little star design shines back at me. 2 days after Janie heads back to Delaware, and while Gabe is at work, I clock out of my shift at the restaurant to meet up with Cora and Mandy at a nearby park. Hope is in her stroller, fresh from daycare, eating an ice cream cone as the pink treat dribbles down her hand. Mandy throws me a Mandy smile, her teeth flashing white as she swallows down the rest of her own cone. "You have no idea how deprived I've been without this little munchkin in my life," she says. She reaches into the stroller and ruffles Hope's dark curls as they flutter in the breeze. "I know you have Gabe these days, but you better not promote him to lead babysitter. I'll never forgive you." I smile. He works full-time. In fact, I'll probably be calling you more often, considering I have a dating life now. Gah, look at us. Mandy beams, glancing up at the shimmying treetops. We've been through some real shit, you know? And here we are, on the other side of it, happy and in love. We slow to a stop in front of the playground, and Cora and I watch as Mandy reaches into Hope's stroller and hauls her out with promises of swings and slides. She's so good with her, Cora muses, her eyes trailing her sister as Mandy plops Hope into the toddler swing. She's always saying she's too busy to be a mom now that she's managing the hair salon she works at, but I think that's what she really wants. I know that's what Reed wants. I smile thoughtfully. She'll make a great mother. There was a time when I didn't think that because Mandy was always all about Mandy, and it was hard for me to picture her with those nurturing instincts. That sounds terrible, but it's true. Nibbling her lip, she sighs. Just goes to show you that people are always changing, always growing. Who we are at one point in time isn't necessarily who we'll always be. It's just a starting point, and it's up to us to pick a direction. Taking a seat on a park bench, I move the stroller to the side as Cora sits next to me. Her dark blonde hair shimmers 2 shades lighter when the sun beats down on her. You and I know that better than anyone, don't we? Yeah, she murmurs, floating away for a moment. Just for a moment. We do. Something tells me we're both heading in the right direction. I turn to face her, watching her eyes sparkle as she ducks her chin. Dean got the job transfer, she says, unable to tamp down the beaming grin that tips her lips. He's finally moving back. She glances at Mandy a few feet away, almost like she's worried about her sister overhearing her, but Mandy is completely engrossed in pushing Hope on the swing. Oh my God, that's amazing! Finally! I know, it felt like it was never going to happen. I was even considering quitting my teaching job and moving to Bloomington just to be with him. It didn't feel right being apart for so long. The weekends kept feeling shorter, the weekdays longer. I understand that all too well. Those 10 days in Gabe's absence felt like a tortuous eternity. Cora glances my way, her eyes dipping to the star ring on my finger. What about you? Things seem pretty serious with Gabe? Now it's my turn to beam. I fiddle with the ring, knowing there is no official engagement, while still feeling like there is, like this little ring on my finger is a promise of forever. Yes, it's serious. He moved in with me last month. We're going to look for a bigger place soon. My attention turns to Hope, who laughs as the wind carries her back and forth on the swing, with Mandy pushing her gleefully from behind. He's so good with her, Cora. Hope just adores him. Smiling wide, she reaches for my hand and laces our fingers together. We found our heroes, she whispers. Our lifelines. As her words settle into my heart, a flock of birds swoop overhead, chirping and singing, flying free across the clouds. A sense of peace washes over me, a feeling of purpose. I'm making it to the other side, one baby step at a time. Don't look back. Keep going. Don't look down. Keep flying. With my head tipped toward the sky and the sun on my face, I squeeze Cora's hand and smile.
Chapter 42. Gabe. We are being terribly irresponsible. Tabitha's wrists are tied above her head with a pair of pantyhose, and her eyes are blindfolded with a silk tie. My swim trunks are pulled at my ankles, and I stand at the edge of the bed and thrust into her, her legs hooked over my shoulders. Music and laughter from the backyard barbecue across the street mingles with her moans through the cracked window. Oh, Gabe, she cries out as she comes, back bowing off the bed, her bikini strings untied, breasts bouncing as I slam in and out of her. Fuck. Yes. I groan, bucking my hips 2 more times until I spill into her, my release causing my legs to nearly buckle from under me. Breathing hard, I untangle her legs from around my shoulders as drowsy smiles claim both of our faces. I lean over, freeing her wrists and pulling the blindfold off her eyes. She's grinning wide, her cheeks pink with sunburn and a post-quickie flush. Sitting up on the bed, Tabitha tugs her bikini top back up and ties it into place. That was hot as fuck. Kind of rude of us. But hot as fuck. We booked it from Sydney and Oliver's backyard 10 minutes ago, claiming Tabitha's chili was burning. It wasn't. But now it probably is. Giggling, she scoots off the mattress and pulls her bikini bottoms up her legs until they're secured around her hips. She's wearing a bikini. She never used to wear bikinis or crop tops. Too self-conscious of the initials carved into her skin, leaving little jagged scars behind. The sight of her traipsing around the pool area in that itty-bitty two-piece had me embarrassingly hard, and everyone knows that swim trunks paired with a raging erection is never a good look. There were no other options. I glance at the pantyhose strewn across the sheets as I adjust my trunks into place. When Tabitha asked me to tie her up one night a few weeks ago, I felt unsure about it, considering her history. But she told me she wanted to try it, thinking it could be therapeutic, a way for her to take back control and replay her past trauma in a safe, consensual way. It's added another dynamic to our relationship, another layer of trust. Tabitha glances in the mirror, smoothing down her hair and swiping away a few mascara smudges under her eyes. I can't help but stare at her reflection for a beat, drinking in the smile she wears, a smile that seems to brighten more and more as every day goes by. 1 week ago, we moved into a house across the street from Sydney and Oliver that went up for rent. It's a 3-bedroom colonial with far more space for us to grow, and I still get to be neighbors with my 2 best friends. A win-win. Whoever that shady dude was that bought my previous house managed to renovate it within a month and put it back on the market. The big surprise? My mother bought it. My grandma passed away in late September, succumbing to cancer. After the funeral, Mom put her house up for sale and submitted an offer on the raised ranch next door to Oliver and Sid. I was content not buying it back. Not only would it have been painful purchasing it for $100,000 over what I sold it for, it just didn't feel right. It was where my life began, but it's not where it's going to end. Memories grew there, but it's not where they'll continue to bloom. Tabitha and I are going to plant new roots, make new memories. We're saving the money I got back from the police station to purchase a forever home one day, and in the meantime, we'll be putting some of those funds toward Tabitha's college education. She wants to be a teacher, a psychology professor. She told me one day, not long ago, that there was a theory in psychology that suggests human needs can be organized into a hierarchical order. Number 5 is self-actualization, one's ultimate true sense of purpose. Tabitha always knew her future career would be rooted in psychology somehow, but that purpose blossomed, taking on a new direction after her experience in the basement with Matthew. I couldn't be more fucking proud of her. I'm still debating if I should keep this or give it back to Matthew's father. Tabitha muses, her attention dipped to a trinket in her hands. I blink out my daze and step forward, coming up beside her in front of the dresser. She's holding the old vintage watch, the leather band dancing along her fingers as she stares at the scuffed face. Maybe you should pass it down to Hope one day. I don't know. She rubs her lips together, considering the idea. It seems like every time the alarm fritzes out, somebody dies. That's one way of looking at it, I murmur, smiling softly. On the other hand, maybe every time the alarm goes off, somebody lives. Her eyes flare with awareness. She glances up at me, blinking as her pupils dilate. Perspective, I tell her. It's whatever you make of it. Good luck, bad luck, or maybe it's just a watch that belonged to Hope's father, and it's something she'd love to carry with her as she grows up. A little piece of the man she never got to meet. Maybe that's its true purpose. Tears glaze her eyes as she bobs her head. Yeah, she whispers. You're right. Giving it a squeeze, she slips it back into the dresser drawer and shuts it into place. Then she turns to me, sighing deeply, shaking away the memories. I guess we should marry me? Her lips part with a sharp breath. She stares at me with wide brown eyes, almost like she didn't quite hear me. I drop to one knee in front of her, my hands grazing up her thighs and curling around her hips. I press a kiss to the scar above her belly. Marry me, Tabs. Be my wife. For real. Forever. A squeaky, breathless sound falls out of her as her fingers slide into my hair. Yes. Yeah? My heart gallops as I glance up, a smile spreading across my face. Yes. Of course, yes. Gabe. Yes. I fly to my feet and cup her cheeks with both palms, drawing her lips to mine. I kiss her hard through our mutual grins, through our laughter, the future laid out before me in bright lights and a canvas of every color. I love you, baby, so much. I'll get you a real ring, a better ring, I promise. I just needed to know, right this fucking minute, that you're never going away. You're here, you're mine. I need you by my side, in my arms, until I take my last breath. I'm here. I'm yours. You have me. The tears pooling in her eyes trickle down her face as she pulls back and cradles my jaw. And this is a real ring, Gabe. This is the ring I want. She holds up the dingy star ring still circled around her finger. It's perfect. She's perfect. We fit into every role together. Sweet and tender moments bleed with silliness and laughter. Long, hard talks are often followed by mind-blowing sex. This life, this woman, perfection. Let's go back to the party. I want to tell everyone, she says, giddiness lacing her words. Mandy is bringing Hope by any minute. I press a kiss to her hairline, then her nose, then her sweet lips. After you, wifey. Cannonball! It's late October, but the Midwest has been kind, giving us a few consecutive 80-degree days and prompting one last pool party before the weather officially gives in to crisp breezes and red-brown leaves. I push my sunglasses over my head as music pours out from the speaker. I managed to fuse some of my own favorite bands with Sydney's 90s playlist, so I turn the volume up when a Bad Omen song starts playing. As I stand over the grill flipping burgers and hot dogs, my gaze skips between our group of friends who are swimming, munching on chips and fruit skewers, and laughing over beers and cocktails. Darius strolls over to me as his on-again girlfriend sunbathes in an adjacent lounge chair next to Sydney's sister, Clem. Clem's daughter plays in the grassy area with the writer's daughter, Summer, tossing a beach ball back and forth, and Hope amuses herself in a makeshift playpen with two inflatables tucked around both arms. I smile and nod at Darius when he approaches. Thanks for inviting me, Mason. He grins, giving me a fist bump on the shoulder. Please tell me you want a bird. My eyebrows arch. What? Lexi adopted a lovebird right after she dumped me. She gets a new bird whenever she's feeling emotional. It's a thing. That's why I have 1,000 fucking parrots in my condo. I flash back to the earplug-ridden weeks spent in Darius's condo that doubled as an aviary before barking a laugh. Jesus, I don't know. I'll ask Tabitha. I already asked her. She said immediately yes, but wanted me to check with you. Shit. This all feels so sudden, but I guess it could be worse. It could be a raccoon. Okay then. I guess we'll take a random bird. Why the hell not? You the man. Consider it an engagement gift. He slaps me on the shoulder again. I'll bring her by later this week. Let's grab a drink after work tomorrow, yeah? Absolutely. Sydney charges at me then, her wet hair bouncing over her shoulders, her feet slapping the pavement. Oliver trails behind her, shaking his head back and forth with a look of bewilderment. She's been immersed in Reddit threads with Oliver and Mandy for the past 20 minutes, scrolling through sheer absurdity on the new phone I bought for her since her old phone met an untimely demise. Look at this. It's a wearable robot that feeds your tomatoes. She shoves the phone screen in my face. Gabe, look. It's specifically tomatoes. I blink. What a time to be alive. You should get one for your wedding. It would be hilarious. Why would I do that? I squint at her before glancing back down at the sizzling burger patties. Never mind. The answer is, you're insane. Mandy shouts at us from the side of the pool, her feet dangling in the water while she sits beside her fiancé, Reed. Sid, look! They only just met today but have become instant besties. Check this out. It's a weird kissing machine for lovers in a long-distance relationship. This is crazy. Sydney's eyes bulge with intrigue as she bolts in the other direction. Oliver watches her go, head tilting to the side, brows furrowed thoughtfully. Why only tomatoes? He muses. Why did I just inherit a bird? We share a grin as Oliver reaches for a grill spatula and helps me flip the patties. Congratulations, by the way. I'm immensely happy for you. Not be too happy yet. I have no idea what to do with a bird. You might be gaining a new pet to add to your zoo in the upcoming weeks. Not the bird. He chuckles, sparing me a glance. The engagement announcement. It appears your love story has been worth all of the harrowing moments along the way. I knew it would be. My eyes lift to Tabitha chatting with the writer Evan at one of the patio tables, sipping her iced tea while Cora sits on Dean's lap beside them. There's a flutter in my chest watching her smile, watching her laugh, remembering a time not long ago when I wondered if those things would ever be mine. I swallow, nodding. It's wild, right? It feels like yesterday when the cop showed up at my door, telling me you were alive. I was just a lonely bachelor with no direction in life. And now we're brothers again, both of us engaged to the loves of our lives. I pause for a moment to process the journey. It blows my mind when I think about it. He says agreeably, grabbing a serving platter and piling it with burgers. Life is a curious thing. Only a fraction of it lies within what it throws at us, while the greater part is determined by our responses to those things. It's in how we react, cope, and ultimately, how we rise above. He looks across the way at Sydney, who sets her phone aside and dives back into the water, squealing with laughter when she resurfaces. We've risen quite effectively, don't you think? I can't help but look at Tabitha again, and those heart flutters gain wings when she glances over at me at the same time. The glittering smile she sends me has my skin heating, my stomach flooding with butterflies. Yeah, I murmur. I think we're doing a damn good job. When I return my attention to Oliver, I add, by the way, I can't wait for your best man speech. I'm anticipating profound greatness. I'll admit, I've been preparing it since you made the announcement earlier. I'm looking forward to yours as well. Mine will be profound disappointment. My public speaking skills are about as polished as a gravel road. In that case, we can commiserate afterward at the open bar. Oliver reaches into the nearby cooler and pulls out 2 beers. Cheers, brother. The bottles clink. Cheers. We pile more burgers and hot dogs onto plates and carry them over to a large glass table, already decked with a pot of chili, potato salad, veggies and dips, an assortment of finger foods. I whip up a plate for Tabitha and carry it across the patio after handing Hope a strawberry to numb on. You look like you worked up an appetite, I tell her, waggling my eyebrows and handing her the meal. She blushes. I pivot to Evan, and we do that bro-type handshake that every male on the planet was somehow born knowing how to do. Hey, man, he says, nodding with a smile. Tabitha's perched on the chair beside him, fiddling with a straw. She peers up at me over her sunglasses. I was just talking to Evan about our book. Yeah? What's the status? She bites her lip. I want to hold off on publishing it for now. Somehow this doesn't surprise me. Tabitha was never one for being the center of media attention, and I always knew these interviews were more for her own personal healing than for exposure. Everything is just so crazy right now, she continues, especially with that video that went viral. I'm kind of burnt out on the attention. Laughing lightly, she looks down at her tea. I'm excited to revisit it in the future, though. I had a lot of breakthroughs. No regrets. Tabitha ended up telling me about her biggest breakthrough. The truth about Hope. The fact that she was conceived before the abduction took place, and that Tabitha kept that secret hidden to protect the professor's name and reputation. She was worried I'd be upset by the revelation, but on the contrary, it only made me understand her better. The bond she shared with Matthew was well established long before they were thrown into that basement, making the loss of him 10 times more difficult to bear. My heart broke for her. It still breaks, thinking about what she endured. Evan chimes in, leaning back in his chair. I'm knee-deep in another book right now, trying to wake this coma patient up after a 20-year-long nap, so I'm good with tabling it for now. Honestly, the experience alone was eye-opening and evocative. I learned a lot about the human condition and survival. I'm glad we did this. He turns, sending Tabitha a smile. I'm glad you trusted me enough with your story, and I plan to do it justice when the timing is right. Tabitha smiles back, then bumps her shoulder with Cora's. Hey, if you're ever looking for someone to write your story, I know just the guy. Cora is still nestled in her boyfriend's lap. Dean's arms tighten around her as he presses a kiss to her collarbone, and she leans into him with a charmed grin. Then she reaches for the heart locket around her neck and says, If I ever decide to go that route, I have the perfect title for the book. Conversation rolls on for a few more minutes before I reach for Tabitha's hand. Dance with me. She doesn't hesitate, rising to her feet and discarding her tea and half-eaten hot dog. We stroll along the side of the pool to the grass, and I watch as she plucks Hope out from the playpen and sets her down beside us. Then she reaches for my cell phone and scrolls through the music app, settling on a song. Within seconds, the opening chords to With or Without You echo around us. She grins. I'd love to share this dance with you. I immediately pull her into my arms just as Hope toddles over to us on the lawn, while newly golden leaves float down to our feet from a nearby tree. Will this be our wedding song? She murmurs. I can't wait to become Mrs. Kent. A grin stretches at the thought. I changed my last name at the beginning of the month. The name Wellington is officially dead to me, just like the sorry excuse for a man who passed that name down, with no other children. Travis's diabolical legacy dies with him. If we're lucky, his life will end in a prison cell. And if luck is really on our side, Stoney and his band of cretins will be right there with him. Hope latches onto my leg and sways with us to the music, giggling as we move and spin. One of my hands presses to the small of Tabitha's back, while the other links with Hope's tiny palm. Tabitha's cheek is pressed to my chest, her arms wrapped tightly around me. Party sounds fade out behind us, and all I hear is music and the beats of her heart vibrating with mine. I would have waited forever for you, I say, pressing a kiss to her temple. Even if you never loved me back, I would have waited, and I never would have regretted a single second of it. She looks up at me, sunlight glimmering in her eyes, erasing every shadow. Then she leans in, kisses my jaw, and whispers back, to rank the effort above the prize may be called love.
Epilogue. Tabitha. 2 years later.
My father has a private jet. I'd like to take you on it one day.
My muscles lock as I stare at the propellers from inside the cabin. It's not a private jet, but Matthew's father is a licensed and certified skydiving instructor, and he agreed to fly with me as I plummet 10,000 feet through the air. Gabe is seated beside me in the small aircraft, both of us secured with helmets, jumpsuits, and harnesses.
You're really doing this,
he says, his voice pitching over the roar of the engine. I'm really doing this. There's a knot unfurling inside my belly, and my heart is trying to make a clean break, but I'm doing this. He would want me to do this. I'm doing it, I say back, though all the color has left my face and I'm shaking like a leaf in the wind. You don't look even a little bit petrified. His crooked smile shines back at me through the helmet.
Are you kidding? This is the coolest thing I've ever done, especially since we're doing it at night.
Turning, he looks out the window, staring at the stretch of inky sky twinkling with starlight.
It's incredible.
There is an illuminated altimeter wrapped around my wrist to monitor altitude. I pretend it's my good luck charm, just like Matthew's watch. All our friends and family are waiting for us down below, even our sweet lovebird that Hope named Sunny. Hope is excited to watch us land while she waits eagerly along with her baby sister, our 8-month-old daughter, Faith. Faith Hadley Kent. The name was chosen to match the initials carved into my skin, transforming the ugliest part of me into my favorite part of me. I turned a flaw into something beautiful. And now, I'm turning my greatest fear into a life-changing experience with my husband by my side.
I think sometimes the things that frighten us become more bearable when you don't have to face them alone.
Matthew's words have been on my mind all day, giving me strength, making me brave. It was important we did a night jump, even though they are rarer and generally reserved for more experienced skydivers. There was a lot of training involved, additional equipment, and an extensive amount of courage, but I knew it was right. I wanted to fly among the stars. Gabe reaches for my trembling hand, giving it a squeeze.
I'm so damn proud of you.
Heaving in a breath, I nod. I'm proud of me, too. The star ring glimmers through our laced fingers, newly polished and studded with tiny diamonds. While I didn't want any other ring, Gabe insisted on cleaning it up and making it shine. He surprised me with it the night before our wedding last year, where we danced to music, shed more than a few tears, and toasted to a future I never truly believed in until the day I met him. As I bring our clasped palms to my lips, I press a kiss to his knuckles. Gabe, he smiles.
Tabs.
Thanks for flying with me today. He wraps a strong arm around me and pulls me close.
Always.
Pat Gleason signals for me then, telling me we've reached the designated altitude. I'll be jumping with Pat while Gabe jumps with another instructor. And I'm going first. Closing my eyes, I try not to faint as Pat goes over the jump plan once again and connects our harnesses.
Are you ready?
Pat asks me, his eyes shimmering a familiar shade of dark blue. I swallow. I'm ready. I look over at Gabe and send him a beaming smile with my whole, pieced-back-together heart before letting go of his hand. My chest is tight but infinitely full as we share a final, love-laced glance, and I spring forward. With the stars by my side, I let out a gallant cry of joy as I jump. I soar. I fly. And I don't look down.
This is the end of The Stars Are on Our Side, a Podium Audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Stars Are on Our Side. Produced by Mitch Rains. Written by Jennifer Hartman. Performed by Meg Sylvan and Marcio Catalano. Text copyright 2023 by Jennifer Hartman. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.